if I'm using that term correctly.
No way, but what I described earlier, like when I was on that climbing expedition, I felt that the Earth was round. And to your experience, that may be wrong, but that is what I felt, and could be very well wrong. So
how do you feel it but
best to
not
look
see
into it for me.
Yeah, that's a bullshit answer.
How can you feel something that is purely only optical or visual?
I think what he's trying to say is the eyes see what the mind perceives. So
wait, hold on, guys, hold on. The way that I said two separate things. So I see the Earth is flat. That's with your eyes, and then I said I feel it as stationary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I felt it as like if it was round.
Yeah, but then you also admitted that you didn't see it that way.
It's not really something to elaborate much on, but I can. Generally, when I was there, and to take into concepts, what I thought in that moment is that I was not necessarily on such a flat Earth. It felt more just round. I wouldn't say there's much higher thought on that. It's just the thought that was going through my head at that moment.
What about it?
What's the origins of that feeling?
That is a good question. It could be education, the way that I was taught, or it could just be some primal feeling, in the moment, where beautiful sight, great experience, and I just thought maybe it was random, maybe it was intentional.
No, I mean, what about the experience made you think it was round? Where did you feel this roundness was, or was it just like an ephemeral feeling that you couldn't put your finger on?
I would say it's close to that, but it was more just feeling on top of everything. I know that sounds like kind of egotistical, but that's kind of how I found the moment. You're up on a pretty high place, feels good.
I do get it to a point, because right after I heard about all this, I thought back, and I remembered moments when I imagined I was on top of a globe, but that doesn't really correlate to what's happening in real life. Like, if you put I thought once that I was seeing the Earth curve from a plane. I know it's impossible now. And if I would have put a ruler up to the window, I might have seen it was flat. But the mind is an amazing thing, and if you believe something really hard, it can actually modify what you see and mess with you. This is why we like pictures and evidence and as much evidence as possible.
Yeah, that's why I mainly said I'm looking for like a lot of this textual evidence, and that's a part of the main point. I mean, I didn't really have the word for it, but I guess you're a lot better at defining it than I am.
So how about we show him the Black Swan?
Well, before that, Saint or Nick, you talk about feelings that are feelings based on what you sense and experience. You know, we can, our senses, we can feel certain things by touching, or we can observe with our vision, and we can. When you say you felt it was round, all around you, like round, you know, a circle. You could draw a circle on a piece of paper on a flat table, right? Round. So that doesn't necessarily means a sphere, right?
Well, it was more like a square, but yeah.
So if you are standing on a very high top mountain and you have like a 360 degrees view, it will be a circle of your view, right?
Mhm.
and you felt like it looked round, like a circle, but that's your perspective of view, and it doesn't necessarily mean a globe. Will you agree?
Yeah.
Okay, so based on our senses, your perspective, your view, what you feel about your vestibular system, the liquid in your inner canal, that will make you feel if you're tilting your head, if you're like spinning, if you're moving, you know that you feel it, right? When you're in movement, or if you were spinning, you'll definitely know you're spinning, right? Because of and then you observe when you were on top of the mountain, you observe a horizon at the the horizon, right? Where it's like a perspective thing that you kind of see like the ground meeting the sky, and you cannot see further. So your vision give you a horizontal line, and then you didn't feel any movement of the ground. And then if you were standing there for a long time, you were able to observe the sun or the moon moving above your head, right? Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So your senses, what you feel, what you observe, your experience are dictating that you are in a motionless horizontal plane, and the claiming someone, because that was your experience. I know you're not making any claims, but someone that is experiencing that and their senses are pointing towards that, if they claim the opposite is happening, that will be nonsensical, because their senses are telling them something, like telling you the ground is not moving, you see horizontal line of sight, horizontal plane, motionless, contained. All of your senses are indicating this.
This is what revolution.
But if you claim the opposite of what your senses are telling you, that will be a nonsensical claim. Will you agree?
Yeah. It's time for us to show people who we truly are.
Just letting you know, because when you said feelings, and Dre's mentioned, like in the past myself, I've been to the top of mountains, and I was able to look a really long distance and think about it, but then in the background of my mind, people told me I live on a globe, so I thought that this experience that I had is happening on a globe, whatever, right?
Hey George,
but when you actually think about it, and there is no proof that what you're observing is the opposite of what you're experiencing, then claiming the opposite of your experience and what your senses are indicating, it will be nonsensical. It will be literal nonsense.
Football star Herschel Walker taking on Democratic
right? So yeah, I'm just pointing that out.
Warnock.
Yeah, and being nonsense or nonsensical, wouldn't it require like a high standard of evidence? Like you would have to be supplied with like very concrete evidence that all of your senses are lying and reality is literally trying to hide itself from you.
And voters are turning out like never before, smashing single-day records. 1.8 million ballots.
We need a lot of evidence to try to justify that.
In the closing days, Walker has shied away from taking
questions. In some cases,
his campaign clouded by controversy. Still, Republicans are determined to show a united front. Governor Brian Kemp easily won re-election. He was never seen with Walker on the campaign trail until now.
I'm back in Herschel, and I hope you'll join me in voting for him too.
And Warnock turning to...
My bad, Larry. I just wanted to add to when I spoke about the census, I want to add something to that. Because when I verified you said something, but I want to tell you, Nikki,
Democrats already have control of the Senate,
when I say about census, it's a God-given census.
Like confirming judges,
just adding that to everything that we said. And I probably will speculate that you don't believe in God, because you told me that.
Thank you so much.
No, not really.
All right, so I'm telling you what I told you about the experience, and just adding to everything that I spoke about the census. I want to add that those census are God-given. Just saying that. Go ahead, Larry.
It's wicked good.
Okay.
Yeah. So basically what we're talking about is
just 3 days ahead of Georgia's critical Senate runoff election, Georgians setting a new record for single-day early in-person voting with at least 352,000 people voting on Friday, bringing the total number of votes to over 1.85 million. Democratic incumbent Raphael Warnock hosting a slate of events in the final stretch with labor unions and members of the AAPI community.
We cannot let our foot off the gas, not even for a moment.
His Republican challenger and former NFL star Herschel Walker rallying in central Georgia.
This door and this seat belong to the people of Georgia. And Georgia is sick and tired. I know you need me and I'm coming.
At stake, the final split of the U.S. Senate, currently 50-49 favoring Democrats. Former President Barack Obama returning this week to Georgia for Warnock, stressing the importance of this race.
What's the difference between 50 and 51? It prevents
some sort of disease
one
and
person
they starved to death, but
from holding
certainly
up
their neighbors had food and could have
Republican Senator Rick Scott also coming back to the state to rally for Walker.
Here's about this state. He's going to be home to Georgia. He's going to do the right thing for Georgia. He's going to care about what happens in Georgia.
Like
so what we've got to do is get him the votes.
As Walker clinches the support of Georgia's newly re-elected Republican governor, President Joe Biden is calling this race one of decency.
Conspiracy theories that turned out to be true. It's like, well, look what just happened over the past couple of years. There were people saying, follow the science, and then there were people going, okay, show me the science. And it's like, okay, you're just a conspiracy theorist. No, like, I want to follow the science. Show me the science. You know what I'm talking about.
It's not a real place.
At this point,
it's 3 very real streaming services bundled together. Get it all with the Disney bundle.
Like, show me. You said I need tie rods. Show me that my tie rods.
Shall we head to the state of Georgia now? And we are just a little over a week away from that Senate runoff, that rematch between Herschel Walker and incumbent Raphael Warnock.
It's still going on. And this is the big one now, even though it's the same race. A lot has changed since November 8th. So joining us with more is Tia Mitchell, Washington correspondent with the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Okay, Tia, so this is...
because we don't have control over that. Helio is the ultimate controller of that.
Right, it's probably nap time. It's probably nap time.
Well, what's changed a little bit for Herschel Walker is that now Brian Kemp, who was elected after the general election, he is now campaigning with Herschel
Thanks for that.
He's putting his political capital behind supporting Herschel Walker's campaign, and that's considered something that could boost Herschel Walker in this runoff. For Warnock, I think what's changed is his message has sharpened. He's made his runoff campaign about competence and character. He says he has it.
So yeah,
Herschel
it's
Walker
basically like
doesn't.
if you're claiming that you got
Is
science,
one strategy working better than another at this point?
I think that
well, that's something we probably won't know for sure until after Election Day. But I do
at this point, I'm the one who doesn't have.
Warnock seems to be building a broader coalition. The early voting numbers look like they would, be beneficial to Warnock. For Walker, he and particularly these surrogates like Governor Kemp, like some of those senators who have come down to support him, their message has been more about not so much focusing on Herschel Walker, because I think even Republicans know he's a pretty flawed candidate, but focusing on their bigger mission of putting more Republicans in the Senate in order to make it a little bit harder for President Joe Biden to carry out his agenda. So that's been the message, and that's been able to encourage some Republican voters. The question is those moderate voters, those split ticket voters that seem to be leaning towards Warnock. We don't know if that message coming from Walker's campaign is enough to sway them back towards Walker.
And so far, it's a deep story.
A lot of us
early,
like the space things. We watched the space documentaries, followed NASA, SpaceX, and
what does that tell you about the intensity on this race?
I was really deep into it. Even the whole alien idea,
going to decide
I would go outside the city limits where there's no light pollution, and I would look at the sky and see all sorts of anomalies that convinced me that all of this alien agenda was real, because I believed in this whole cosmos and all of these different planets.
It really does feel just as intense.
But when you actually look at the basis for it, it's really flimsy. They're using astronomical spectroscopy, which violates the principles of spectroscopy. So
not every county
they're basically open to the air above the observatory. And so any particulate in the air that the light from the star or whatever they're looking at passes, like as the light passes through the particulate, it'll create things that they pick up. So there's no way for them to know that that's actually coming from the source.
Also, we are seeing a lot of energy around this race.
Because in normal spectroscopy, you have a really controlled environment, so there's no contaminants. And if there's any contaminants, your chamber doesn't work. We have a PhD in spectral photometry who works on this kind of stuff and works with refraction and lasers.
You know, while we have you, Tia, and we're just talking about just the influence here in these tight races in this runoff, and
he started shooting lasers
for both parties.
over
You've got Donald Trump
the water and doing observations,
with,
and
very well-known, infamous, we should say, white supremacist, along with Kanye West,
this has been repeated hundreds of times. He's offered many people to come with him and try it with him.
Impact this race, this party,
besides just him, there's like thousands of other people who have tried similar things.
I don't know if it would have much
my
impact
favorite one is
Trump started becoming
one
more
from
vocal
a person who's not a flat earther. He is a
because Trump and Herschel Walker's ties are long-standing. That's kind of been baked into
believes in the globe.
Herschel Walker's campaign from the beginning.
Was trying to get the world record for the longest long-distance photograph. And so he climbed to the top of the mountain and with his very expensive camera and took a picture of a mountain that's over 255 miles away.
He said,
that is not possible on the globe. According to the height of that mountain, over a mile
and we don't expect
above
that
it
to happen in the runoff.
Should have been occulted by the curve of the Earth. So that mountain should never have been visible. But it was. And even worse, it was taken in infrared. And infrared has far less refraction than visible light. So there's no excuse that they can come up with that actually can excuse that away.
Again, character incompetence that's coming from the Democrats when it comes to Herschel Walker.
Right. It's so interesting that Trump hasn't gone, doesn't seem to be invited. I wonder if after those midterms, which were bad for him,
like talking to paint dry,
bad luck for or more for some candidates. But we'll see on Election Day. Tia Mitchell, thanks very much for being with us.
Started yesterday. The time traveling. I was here. Suddenly, I wasn't here. My mother is alive. She's been stuck there. Am I crazy? You don't believe me, do you?
But yeah, what we want to do is, we want to convince you not to take any.
Georgians are headed to the polls for the second time in a month. Early voting is underway for the Senate runoff between incumbent Democrat Raphael Warnock and Republican challenger Herschel Walker. The election could determine whether the Senate remains split at 50-50 with the vice president as the tiebreaker, or if Democrats will hold a one-seat majority. ABC's Jay O'Brien joins me live from Capitol Hill now with more. Jay, how crucial is this race? Being that Democrats already have control of the Senate, what's at stake?
He's wearing
that one-seat majority would mean a lot, Diane, to Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. It's because over the last few months, a lot of Americans learned the names of Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema because they were often those Democratic holdout votes for Manchin specifically. Big legislation sometimes had to be tailored to his liking because he was the holdout vote. Now, if Democrats maintain that Warnock seat, have that 51-seat majority, then at that point they would be able to essentially say to Kyrsten Sinema and Joe Manchin that one of you doesn't have the power that you used to have because we've got that extra seat, that extra breathing room. It's worth pointing out in Georgia, early voting is underway right now. About 181,000 people have already voted early. A lot of that has been in person, but there's still a lot of runway to go. There's 200,000 vote-by-mail ballots that have still not been returned.
Meanwhile, Republicans have already secured control of the House for next year. They've said they plan to investigate President Biden's son, Hunter, but Congressman Mike Turner downplayed that in an interview with our Martha Raddatz on This Week. I want to play that clip for you.
Not exactly, not all of it. But
one thing that's going to be very, very positive about this Congress is we're going to get back to the committees working again. And with the committees working, they're going to be focusing on their areas of jurisdiction. We're going to take the Intelligence Committee from what was an impeachment committee, a partisan committee, back to national security. Now, there certainly are issues with respect to Hunter Biden's laptop that are going to have to be looked at.
Impeachment issues, you believe?
No. The impeachment issue was Adam Schiff, Nancy Pelosi, and where our committee was taken off the rails. Our committee is going to focus on national security and our adversaries.
So, Jay, I want to contrast that to the first press conference House Republicans held after winning control of the House, where it was really focused on Hunter Biden. So is there a disconnect within the party on this?
Well, you certainly hear from some Republicans that they don't want to spend all of their time conducting investigations, particularly newer Republicans or more moderate Republicans. But the vast majority of the GOP conference, some of them are chomping at the bit to begin these investigations. You saw Jim Jordan of Oversight and the chair of Judiciary as well have that first press conference right after Republicans take back the House, talking about the Hunter Biden laptop, walking through what they say they have uncovered. Obviously, they expect to hold hearings. So there is a great deal of Republicans who are ready to begin these investigations. It's worth pointing out, by the way, on This Week, on that panel that you just saw, there was also Representative Mike McCall, who's the ranking Republican on Foreign Affairs, and he talked openly about his desire to open a Afghanistan withdrawal investigation very early on into the new Congress.
Meanwhile, the Senate is set to take up a final vote on the marriage equality bill in the coming days. What's the latest on that?
So there is a procedural vote today on an amendment. Democrats want to get a final vote passed by Thursday. It looks like all lights are go on that, and that will likely happen. But then it's got to go back to the House because there were changes made in the Senate in order to make it passable in the Senate. It's got to be voted on again in the House, and only then can it go to President Biden's desk for his signature.
Suppose, from what I gather in that one, the Glober didn't provide enough evidence to move forward with the thing, and so it just fell over itself.
So let's get to work. Get going. Get hustling.
Let's go get this money, man.
Let's get paid. Not later. Now.
So,
because there are things
they asked.
Now,
what was it, William Shatner? And this isn't really
ideas to create,
but I think it's
now,
funny.
And there's no better time than
what's the difference between science and science fiction?
So what are you waiting for?
And he said nothing, right?
And pick up, drop off, dash out.
It would have been perfect
dash
if they would have said pseudoscience science fiction.
Before big game, I don't sleep because I'm ready. So I want y'all to get ready.
Masquerading.
Are you ready to win this election?
Not all of them, right? We're talking about like chemists, physicists, like these are real scientists.
Polls just opened here. Georgia voters will get the final word this midterm election cycle in one of the most highly anticipated races. A win for Democrats would give them an outright majority, more leverage, but Republicans have one final opportunity to flip a Senate seat.
Georgia voters heading to the polls one last time for the final Senate battle this midterm election. Democratic incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock and his Republican challenger Herschel Walker crisscrossing the state with just hours to go, pleading with voters to turn out.
That's what we're working on right now. We're working on turnout.
More than 1.8 million have already cast their ballot, shattering records. Warnock won more votes in November, but not enough to avoid a runoff. Now heading into this election day, feeling the momentum, urging his supporters to not let up.
That claim to be both scientific and factual, but are incompatible with the scientific method. Pseudoscience is often characterized by contradictory, exaggerated, or unfalsifiable claims. Reliance on confirmation bias rather than rigorous attempts at refutation, lack of openness to evaluation by other experts, absence of systematic practices when developing hypotheses, and continued adherence long after the pseudoscientific hypothesis has been experimentally discredited.
even the facts about his own.
In today's
Warnock insisting this all comes down to character, pointing to allegations that have plagued Walker's campaign. Domestic abuse, lying about his resume or the number of children he has, and accusations that he paid for 2 women to have abortions.
We're off by a factor of 10.
The lights are slowly coming back on here in Moore County, but tens of thousands of households are still without power.
That is one with 120 zeros after
this eye-opening as it
This is the largest mismatch between theory and experiment in the history of science.
The investigation into the gun attack on a North Carolina power grid now being closely followed by the White House. More than 30,000 people in Moore County, about an hour from Raleigh, are once again waking up without power.
Then you can throw the globe, evolution, and G.B. Jarvis with that group of pseudosciences.
Was a criminal attack.
Yeah, so what we're claiming
federal,
essentially
state,
is
and local law enforcement are actively working to bring those responsible to justice.
Now, the Department of Homeland Security, FBI, and ATF joining local authorities in the hunt for who is behind this critical infrastructure attack. Moore County Sheriff Ronnie Fields tells ABC News whoever did this may be liable for not only the damage to the substation, but for any related accidents resulting from it.
It could be classified as murder because what's been done here could cause the death of individuals. What was done, it was an intentional
act. So what do you think about that?
It was not a random act.
I think
prior to this attack, several national security officials have been warned about the vulnerabilities of the nation's power grid to both foreign and domestic attacks.
Do you think it's a good thing that if a pseudoscientist masquerades as a scientist and gets people to believe him based on the absolute results from the scientific method? Like isn't he?
Across the U.S. with undiagnosed HIV
how's
has
the
been
best way to say
steadily
this,
decreasing. According to the Kaiser Family Foundation, there are still 13% of those living with HIV who are unaware they are positive, making education on testing all the more
masquerading is another word we use.
Sister Love is an Atlanta-based organization that focuses on preventing
it's deceptive,
and
don't you think?
for women affected by HIV/AIDS.
More than half of the HIV.
Yeah, wouldn't you think it's deceptive to try to veil yourself in the authority of science and try to push your ideas as if they're science when they are not?
Regardless of your test results, Sister Love promises to find a way to link you with proper care
and don't you think that could potentially stifle and prevent progress, because now you have some of our greatest minds lost in some kind of pseudoscience that actually isn't connected to the reality?
Have made it so you can get your results
you can see that happening pretty easily
in the comfort of your own home.
I often say, even though the technology around HIV/AIDS has changed, the treatment around HIV/AIDS has changed,
that be an effect on your life and a thing that, if corrected, would have a positive effect on your life, like having more progress within things instead of less?
Major inequities, including poverty and healthcare access,
I mean, not generally mine,
but the Black and Hispanic
it would upset me if it kept going on.
Affected when compared to their population size. 50% of new HIV cases in the U.S. occur among Black and Latino, gay, and bisexual men, most concentrated in the South.
It's a combination of being able to address stigma, being very intentional about not creating anything that diminishes folks' sense of wholeness, sense of dignity, and justice.
Especially from your worldview.
Tina Knowles Lawson believes her nephew Johnny's suffering was even more painful because he was Black and from the South.
I think being a Black queer man back in the 90s was a whole lot more difficult than it is now. In so many ways. People weren't as educated. They were way more judgmental.
Viruses are pieces of genetic material, RNA or DNA, wrapped in a layer of fat. They don't have any sentience. They don't know the difference between people. And so they don't make a judgment. It's people outside who make judgments about folks based on viruses. And that's how you create stigma and the barriers that result in bad outcomes of HIV.
The stigmatization of HIV in 96 is definitely different than it is today. I mean, we still have that stigma, but back then it was even worse.
Brandy Velasquez was diagnosed with HIV when she was just 15 years old. about contracting the virus from her high school boyfriend. A few years later, they would have a daughter, Daniela. The stigma against the virus caused her family and friends to ostracize her, and she struggled to find a community. It wasn't until Brandy was in her late 20s that she found a support group.
10 years. 10 years of isolation. You think about you don't talk to anybody, but your partner and your family don't talk to you about it. They pretend it doesn't exist in your life.
Brandy and her boyfriend ultimately broke up, and she eventually found and married Jason, who is HIV negative. She still takes her HIV medication. Her husband has decided
trust me, I don't trust the food pyramid as it is.
For people who are
it was made by faulty chefs.
Can prevent transmission.
I think PrEP is really great.
Don't get me started on goddamn vegetables
that need it. For us, it's him and I and he just says, like, I don't want to take medication.
When taken as prescribed, HIV medications can decrease the amount of HIV present in a person's blood, leading to undetectable viral loads. Being undetectable prevents HIV from progressing and allows those infected to live long and healthy lives without transmitting the virus.
I'm talking about the lie that they told us about vegetables, man.
Celebrated their 21st anniversary this past September, and despite never taking PrEP, Jason
practically anything can be a vegetable, man.
They're not the only ones who are.
If it's produce and you have it as a side on a dish, it's a vegetable.
Wife of legendary basketball player Magic Johnson, Cookie Johnson,
messed up.
Remains HIV negative to this day because of Magic's
fruits and vegetables confused.
No. That is the culinary definition that was spread by the food pyramid. That's why people think that tomatoes are vegetables when they're fruit.
U equals U is science. It's the science, which basically states that a person who has an undetectable status can no longer transmit.
I think you might be getting a little confused here. You're right when you say tomatoes are fruit, and people get confused about that. But that doesn't mean that vegetables don't exist and are separate from fruits.
I know, but all I'm saying is that the whole vegetable market, quote unquote, nowadays, it's mostly manipulated by big culinary.
There's science.
Never mind. It's a big subject. I don't want to get into it.
You have to have all three things there. And so how can we get the political will to make sure that access...
Look, I'm just upset with that generally. I am not anywhere near an expert. I can just have my...
You are so young. About 40 million people around the world, including 700,000 in the United States, have died from AIDS-related illness.
Together, we're going to save lives.
The Biden administration has pledged to lead us toward ending the HIV epidemic in the United States by 2030.
My prayer is that AIDS and HIV is eradicated completely. And I feel that it's in the reach.
By the television
it's so important to know your status.
Because if you think about it like a child,
because you can get help. It's not a hopeless situation anymore.
If you're on a spinning water ball hurtling through space at like multiple different vectors.
And Juju, so many of my own friends who are positive had told me that the stigma can be such a burden, it sometimes feels like they're fighting two illnesses at once. A sincere thank you to all the brave folks who shared those deeply personal stories with us as the battle to end the stigma associated with HIV continues.
Alex, thanks for sharing that. And thank you as we remember all those we lost to HIV/AIDS who are not able to share their stories with us.
We honor the legacy you left behind. And it's because of you that we are now closer than ever to a world without AIDS.
So from the New York City AIDS Memorial, I'm Juju Chang.
And I'm Alex Perez. Take care of yourself and each other.
And he was the first guy to prove that the Earth was globe.
Every day, I envision a world without AIDS. I've worked my whole career on HIV prevention, care and treatment of people living with HIV, and working with communities to end this epidemic.
A world without AIDS
too many variables for the average
looks healthy, looks fun, looks celebratory, and looks like a place where we could start to heal from some trauma.
People have been using
wow, a world without HIV is so much brighter. There's so much less suffering that would happen in a world without HIV, so much less stigma, so much less judgment.
A world without AIDS
then it has to be curving.
one less horrible disease that affects so many people. There was a stigma that it affected one group of people, but that is absolutely not true. It's affected people, straight people. It's affected women. It's affected men. It's affected families.
Like the flat Earth guy said, I was going to agree that we can see too far, and now that I'm actually seeing too far for myself,
that it affects.
It's like I can't deny what I just saw. I can't unsee it.
A better place
so
for
now
us
I have
all.
to go do research. Like now I have to understand the physics of light and all these different things.
Now what? You say it when things go wrong. At Prudential, we think you should say it when things go right, too. Like when you score your dream job, sell your business, or discover she's smart, really smart. Now what? Here's what. You connect with Prudential's rock-solid team, serving over 50 million people with investment, insurance, and retirement know-how. Who's your rock? Visit Prudential.com or speak to an advisor today.
Obviously the physics of light, how it acts over a body of water, all this other stuff about light frequencies, different amounts because of different wavelengths within. So, all that stuff. Like
handshake snubbed the family of Officer Brian Sicknick, who was attacked by pro-Trump rioters on January 6th and died the following day, ignored Republican leaders today, walking past Speaker Mitch McConnell's outstretched hand at a medal ceremony. Polls are closed and all eyes on Georgia. Ballot counting is now underway in the runoff election between Senator Raphael Warnock and Herschel Walker, the final Senate battle of election season. At stake, breaking a 50-50 split in the Senate, potentially giving Democrats an added seat. Tonight, ABC News Live has complete coverage. Rachel Scott and Rick Klein standing by. A major blow for former President Donald Trump, his company convicted of tax fraud. A New York City jury finds the Trump Organization guilty of fraud, conspiracy, and falsifying business records. What this verdict could mean for the company, former President Trump, and his family. The trial of a former police officer accused of shooting and killing a black woman in her own Texas home in 2019 is now underway. Inside at the time, her nephew, who was 8 years old at the time playing video games. His emotional testimony as he remembers his aunt and the night she died.
I see my auntie crying, so I thought it had to be something serious.
Still in the dark, crews are working round the clock to restore power to tens of thousands of people in North Carolina, where 2 substations were attacked. New revelations that the gate at one location was rammed open before someone opened fire on the facility. Now, new concern that there could be copycat attacks across the country. It's a recording studio rich in music history, where legendary artists create once-in-a-lifetime songs inside, from the Beatles to Pink Floyd. A new documentary directed by Mary McCartney, daughter of Paul McCartney, takes us inside London's famed Abbey Road recording studio for its 90th anniversary.
And also it has that little magic that I think really has elevated people when they're recording. It really inspires.
The Globe model is not modeled after reality.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Lindsay Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us. A guilty verdict for the Trump Organization tonight after a lengthy legal battle. Much more on that in a moment. But of course, we begin in Georgia with the final race of a very long 2022 election season. Georgia on our minds once again. After all, what happens in the Peach State has national implications for us all. Polls have now been closed for about 2 hours in Georgia in the consequential runoff between Senator Raphael Warnock and Republican Herschel Walker. Let's take a look at the latest results. You have 73% of the vote in, and this is neck and neck, tighter than pantyhose, 2 sizes small. 50.5% to Raphael Warnock, 49.5% to Herschel Walker. Just 1% of the vote dividing them so far, with again 73% of the vote in. Georgia Secretary of State anticipates when all is said and done, this runoff will break records. Democrats already have a majority in the Senate, but the runoff will determine just how much leverage Democrats have and set the tone for the 2024 election. After record early voting, there were long lines again today at polling sites across the state. Former President Obama came to stump for Warnock in the final days. President Biden did not, and former President Trump stayed away from the trail as well. We'll have you covered as we start to get our election returns. Our political director, Rick Klein, is standing by. But first, let's get right to congressional correspondent Rachel Scott, who's at Warnock headquarters in Atlanta. Rachel, what are both campaigns watching as results start to come in. Walker had pulled ahead briefly, but Warnock just went back up.
Refraction. So it's like
exactly, Lindsay. And I can tell you what the Warnock campaign is watching tonight. They're really watching the areas around the Atlanta suburbs where votes are still being counted right now. Areas like Fulton County, Cobb County, Gwinnett, which is rapidly diversifying, a place where Warnock spent a whole lot of time campaigning there. Look, the campaign is not getting ahead of this tonight. They are watching these results come in exactly like we are. They have been here before. They know that this race is going to be tight. And they're pointing me back to what Senator Warnock said earlier today. He put it very bluntly when he said Herschel Walker is still very much in this race. He said that his supporters, Warnock supporters, tend to vote early. Walker supporters tend to turn out on Election Day. And so one thing that both campaigns are thrilled about tonight is the turnout. Early voter turnout, shattering so many single-day records. And then today, in-person turnout on Election Day, something that Herschel Walker was betting on, well, that is now on track to also shatter records for a midterm election, Lindsay.
And I think we see a gospel choir there performing just over your shoulder, Rachel, so they are ready to celebrate. Curious what the closing argument was from each campaign in the final stretch today.
Yeah, Lindsay, it seems like every time I come back to you, the energy in this room just gets bigger. The music somehow gets louder now. As you can see, you got a choir singing over my shoulder here. Listen, the closing arguments from each of these candidates have been ones that have been really leaning into in the final stretch here. For Warnock, this is all about making this about Walker's character.
Yeah, but they want to eat the cake and also have the cake.
All of those allegations.
That's the whole idea. Like
about his resume, allegations of domestic abuse, about owning businesses that didn't exist, and then of course those accusations.
Yeah, a lot of their
that he paid for two
excuses
women,
are made in a vacuum. It's like it's ad hoc excuses after they figure out, oh, my previous thing didn't work. It must be this. It must work like this, and then they make this model, and people say, oh yeah, it works like this probably. But they don't actually check it against all the other claims. That's why you don't have a working globe model that just simulates everything. Even when they tried to do this with like computer games, like the Universe Simulator, they're bound. They always end up having to use tricks to make it work because it doesn't actually work. They have to like set the orbits because the mechanics just don't work when you put everything together. It doesn't automatically do that. They either collide or they fly apart. The perfect symmetry that they like hope is like this 1 in a million that happened like because of the infinite vastness and time that the universe has happened over. That's why you have these few outliers that remain who were in that perfect balance. But that's just like insane. That's why they need such a long time. That's why the Big Bang and all these ideas stretch so far back because they need that.
Minority Leader Mitch McConnell told me just days ago tonight they have another chance to try and get it right, Lindsay.
That was a really great presentation or whatever you just gave. Thank you very much. It was really concise and just.
And now let's take another look at the latest results that we have.
You offered to drop a link about the cosmological crisis. He says a Harvard link, I think.
Neck and neck. Look at this. Every time we look at it, virtually, it seems like it's getting closer.
I would appreciate that.
Just separated by what, 0.2, like 0.2 of a percentage point there. Let's get back to political director Rick Klein. Rick, I find it fascinating. I mean, the polls had suggested that this was going to be tight, but it really is neck and neck. What sticks out to you at this point?
Yeah, Lindsay, and remember, a month ago they ran and it was settled by less than a percentage point, and this is tracking more like a 1 or 2 point race as opposed to a 3-4 plus point race.
I was actually curious
it's in the same kind of margin
if St. Nicky heard anything in what you were talking about all this asking. St. Nicky, did you hear anything what Larry was saying that struck a chord with you or made you think, wait a minute, I've got to look that up. Is that real? Is that even, is he right about that? Is there any, what stuck out to you you and what he was talking about.
Now we're starting to get some significant.
Well, it's nothing that made me want to go like, oh, I want to look that up or anything. It's more that, I think he's a trustworthy guy.
In Fulton County right now, where Raphael Warnock got about 74% of the vote. Right now he's getting 82% of the vote. There's still a lot of vote left there, including mostly election day vote, which might be a little more Republican. So these numbers.
Trust is what got you in here in the first place. You trust everybody.
Cobb County right now it's at 92% for Warnock.
Yeah, you said something earlier. I'm having a hard time believing that. You said I'll paraphrase because I can't remember direct quote. You said something. If you found out the Earth is flat, basically, you don't think it would change very much about your life. Is that what you said?
These are the big Atlanta suburbs.
I don't think it changed generally
Democrats
too much.
need to be able to rack up big numbers, and we are seeing that across the state. Raphael Warnock walked away with a pretty big edge out of early vote, maybe not quite.
He found out that the entire cosmological
absolutely put it away, but his
model that you've been handed was completely false from top to bottom. It's given you a completely false paradigm, not just of like the mechanics of reality, but actually reality itself and how it functions and how you interface with it. And that the Earth is demonstrably topographically
because
flat.
It is so similar in terms of the pace to what we saw a month ago.
But the rules of that govern physics and that sort of thing only work on flat Earth.
Has to feel a little bit better
and you realize that you're at the center of the universe and everything's spinning around you.
Are coming in within a percentage point.
You don't think that would change your views on God?
And that's where Herschel Walker needs to be able to grow because he lost last time around. Now without that third-party candidate there's every indication that a lot of the people that
may have voted
that
you could exist on a flat and stationary plane
maybe voted for the Democrat
with all of the luminaries dancing around your head in circles,
despite some
saying that you're the center?
A chance for
and do you think that you could still maintain your worldview?
That's not the kind of race we're looking at tonight.
There's no God. I assume that this place is purposeless.
He talked about how almost 100,000 voters who didn't bother to vote in the midterms did turn out for this role. So we're going to keep checking in with you throughout the night. Thank you so much for your expertise. Now to the other major news story tonight.
Do you believe in objective reality?
Found guilty in a years-long tax fraud scheme. A jury today found the company guilty on all charges for helping.
Are we talking on Discord?
Paying payroll taxes by compensating them with private school tuition.
Manhattan. 100% certain that we're talking on Discord.
The former president was not charged in the case, but his business is now convicted of felonies. So what could that mean for the Trump organization and for the
So you believe in objective? Go ahead, Larry.
Here's ABC senior investigative reporter Aaron Katersky.
You go ahead. I just wanted to say that.
Tonight, the company that was the foundation of former President Trump's career and eventual rise to the White House, the Trump Organization, found guilty by a jury on all 17 counts, including a scheme to defraud.
That is constant. You're not even giving any resistance. You agree with everything, no matter what we say.
The verdict
you guys are lovely.
For the criminal conduct of its top executives, mainly Alan Weisselberg.
Yeah, he's agreeing with everything we say. He's just not taking a hard stance either direction.
Compensation off the
exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Because I'm still forming an opinion.
For his Mercedes-Benz and for his grandchildren's tuition. Nearly $2 million in perks, none of it declared as income. Trump was not charged, and the defense said he did not know.
It's just it's normal for normal people. We're just used to abnormal people in here, so I get people like being a little bit suspicious, but I think it's just normal.
And they showed the jury
and I'm sorry about those difficult folks that come in. Like I've dealt with them plenty of times. They can really dampen the mood.
Was not blissfully ignorant.
We like to keep it lighthearted and attack the arguments around
the trial pierced Trump's carefully honed image as a brilliant businessman. Prosecutors fought all the way to the Supreme Court to obtain his tax returns, revealing a string of losses, including a nearly $1 billion loss over a 2-year period, while Trump was on reality TV selling his success. The Trump Organization called the verdict preposterous, saying the company could not be held responsible for an employee's personal actions, turning on Weisselberg, a once trusted confidant of the former president, writing, Mr. Weisselberg testified under oath that he betrayed the trust the company had placed in him, and that he at all times acted solely for his own personal gain and out of his own personal greed. At sentencing next month, the company faces a $1.7 million fine, but long-term the consequences could be more severe if no one wants to do business with a felon.
That's like ridiculous. That's Mario Brothers.
Our thanks to Aaron for that. The House committee investigating the January 6th riot appears set to make criminal referrals before it finishes finishes its work later this month. It comes as law enforcement officers who defended the Capitol that day were awarded the Congressional Gold Medal in Washington today. The family of fallen Officer Brian Sicknick refused to shake hands with Republican Senator Mitch McConnell, who voted against the investigation. Here's ABC's chief Washington correspondent, Jonathan Karl.
There's no place Today, January 6th, Chairman Benny Thompson said his committee would recommend the Justice Department pursue criminal prosecutions based on evidence uncovered during the committee's investigation. Chairman Thompson later said no final decisions
had been made
hearing
your
about
voice
who
there,
the committee would recommend be prosecuted or for what crimes. The DOJ already has a sprawling criminal investigation.
What about all the other home?
Today, Congress recognized the bravery and
Well,
sacrifice
it could be home to
of
some
the
other
officers
guy,
who
but
defended the
in my
Capitol
home.
with its highest honor, the Congressional Gold Medal.
We thank those heroes for their service.
I know it sounds simple to most people,
The
but
two top Republicans in Congress also
there's a lot of
paid
ways
tribute.
and reasons to appreciate
in
it.
uniform stood strong in the line
And
of
I'm all
duty for
about
our
that.
country. And we're forever
Very
grateful
nice.
for that.
When an unhinged mob tried to come between the Congress and our
I
constitutional
wasn't
duty,
sure, Nick, if you got the Hallelujah.
the Capitol
Mountain
Police fought
reference
to
from
defend
Avatar.
not just this institution,
Oh, I
but our
didn't get
system
that.
Is that what
that was? I was I didn't know what it was.
But some
I
of
was
the
laughing.
officers, as well as the family of Officer Brian
I didn't
Sicknick,
get
who was
that.
attacked
Dang
by
it.
pro-Trump rioters on January 6th and died the following day, made a point of declining
That is one of my favorite things to say. I don't know why it took
ignoring
me
Mitch McConnell's outstretched hand and walking silently
5
by
years
Kevin
to
McCarthy,
figure out
who held the medal
how
in
to
a
put
box.
it into words. But
Sicknick's
I've been saying
mother
the same
later said
thing,
the snub
Hank,
was
is that,
intentional, calling the
there's
Republican
no
leaders
land in the
two-faced
sky.
for praising the
There's no
police
dirt
officers, but also failing to hold
up in the
Donald
sky
Trump
above my
accountable
head.
for what happened.
So
Our thanks to Jonathan Karl for that, and we continue to monitor the Georgia Senate runoff election. Let's take a look at the latest numbers with 76% of the vote in. It is 50-50, but you have Herschel Walker with a lead by about 2,000 votes, just a little more than 2,000 votes, but neck and neck here. For more now, let's bring in Mike Pence, former Chief of Staff. Mark Short. Mark, thank you so much for your time. What are your thoughts as we're looking at this result?
Potatoes on Mars, so
76% of the vote so far in.
it must be possible,
Lindsay,
right?
obviously, it's incredibly close right now, but I think that the outstanding precincts are in counties, as Rick was discussing a few minutes ago.
But that's how they program us. But like,
and so
the first satellite was conceived of in a sci-fi book. The first rocket launch was conceived of with humans in it, and moon landing and all that was all first in a sci-fi book.
Races within 2 years in a state where Joe Biden currently has a negative 18 fave.
Yeah, I think Hank's point was, so in order to have such an imagination, it absolutely requires
if it does unfold the way that I anticipate it will over the last 24%. You wouldn't know about it any other way if it wasn't for the television.
Republicans are concerned. Walker was former President Trump's hand-picked candidate.
That statement you made, Dre's, harkens back to that statement by. You said it was Buzz Aldrin when he was asked what the difference between science and science fiction is.
Could have been put in that position?
That was Buzz Aldrin.
That reckoning has already happened. I think it happened again with the midterm results.
It was not. It was not Buzz Aldrin. It was
what voters you saw, or independent voters, basically
the guy who played on Star Trek.
We think
William Shatner.
The country is on the wrong wrong track. Gotcha. Polling to continue to say decidedly that we are on the wrong track. We're uncomfortable with high inflation. The border is a mess. Energy prices are high. And yet, they still voted predominantly Democrat in many of these races.
Pretty cool guy.
I think
it's very Kirk or the captain.
They're not excited about the policies, the far left policies, that where I think Joe Biden has been drugged by many of the congressional members of the Democrat Party. They're not happy with that, but they weren't also
so you seem like
excited by the alternative that in many cases we put forward. And so I think that the reality is that reckoning is already underway.
You seem to be
this is, of course, the last race of the 2022 election season soon. It'll be all eyes on 2024. You, of course, remain close to former Vice President Mike Pence. We know that the former president has already announced his candidacy. Your last boss may too. As Mike, the governor of Florida, how big of a field do you think that there will be on the Republican side?
Well, I think
trust me, I'm part of a community that says some wacky stuff sometimes too. Come on.
As wide as 2016 when there were close to 20 candidates on the Republican side, but I still think you'll probably get somewhere between 10 and a dozen candidates on the platform. And I think that, that sort of debate is healthy for Republican primary voters to help make a decision about where they want to see our party go in the future.
Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell seemed to cast some doubt today on former President Trump's electability in light of his comments about suspending the Constitution election. If the former president ends up being the nominee, do you think the Republicans stand a chance to win the presidency?
Is probably the correct theory.
You know, I think consistently in polling, the one candidate on the Republican side who does not fare well against Joe Biden is, in fact, Donald Trump. And I think the reality is that, you know, those comments, I think, caught a lot of people off guard. Candidly, Lindsay, I believe that those comments were consistent with what he asked the vice president to do 2 years ago on January 6th, when more or less he asked him to put aside his oath to the Constitution. And so, again, I think that it has been an internal reckoning that our party is undergoing at this time.
Would you support Trump if he runs again?
What I could do is...
he is running, but would you support Trump, I should say?
I think we're going to have better candidates. I think the fidelity of the Constitution is paramount to any candidate who's on a ticket.
All right, Mark Short, our thanks to you. Always appreciate your insight and your time.
Thank you, Lindsay.
We pivot from politics to bring new details into the power grid sabotage that may have taken place in North Carolina. This is one person has been found dead in a home without electricity. ABC's Mona Kosar Abdi reports once again from North Carolina.
Tonight, officials in Moore County, North Carolina say one person has died in a house with no power.
We're trying at this point in time to validate if it was related to
other than aerodynamics,
just a normal
all things in nature.
The news gone says Duke Energy crews work 24-hour shifts, slowly restoring power to the 45,000 customers whose lights went dark after what authorities call a deliberate attack on 2 of its substations. The gate rammed open at one location as it was sprayed with bullets. State, local, and federal law enforcement fielding tips from the public, but have no suspects or motive. But if the death is linked to the outage, the perpetrator could face murder charges. Meanwhile, families facing a 4th night in the dark. Volunteer groups handing out food and water. 80-year-old Army veteran James Hargrove, thankful for the help.
It gives you a lot of hope when people is trying to help you.
The attack underscoring the vulnerability of the nation's power grid and its more than 55,000 substations to sabotage.
Nicely said. Across the law enforcement community, that the incident in North Carolina may spark copycat attacks elsewhere in the nation.
Our thanks to Mona for that. Let's take another look at the results in the Georgia Senate runoff election. The latest numbers with 79% of the vote in.
Is that a sweet team? Everything he said could be scientifically verified.
He's leading by just a little over 32,000 votes to Herschel Walker with 49.4%. Still anyone's race there. When we come back, the hundreds of charges filed against the suspect in that awful mass shooting at an LGBTQ nightclub. From the Beatles to Pink Floyd, even Star Wars, how one studio became the setting for some of history's most iconic recordings. But up next, we continue to track the results coming in from Georgia. More when we return. Stay with us.
Resistance to acceleration and transfuses. Resistance to acceleration.
Who's on it with Jardiance?
Then there's the bending and warping of space.
We're the ones getting it done.
I think specifically
we're managing type 2 diabetes
is the best
and heart risk.
We're on it with Jardiance.
So join the growing number of people who are on it with the once daily pill Jardiance. Jardiance not only lowers A1C, it goes beyond to reduce the risk of cardiovascular death for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease. And Jardiance may help you lose some weight.
Jardiance may cause serious side effects, including ketoacidosis that may be fatal, dehydration that can lead to sudden worsening of kidney function, and genital yeast or urinary tract infections. A rare life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this.
I like to look at it like the density tower.
And don't take it
where
if
you
you're
can stack all those liquids on top of each other.
Or insulin may cause low blood
and if you just was able to inject air at the bottom of it,
ask your doctor about
that air would rise above all of them.
They had a problem.
And that's the medium that we live in. So almost everything
unbelievably heartbreaking stories
will fall in that medium.
Who they would have become if this never happened to them.
This is about how to move from victim to survivor.
When the detective says he confessed to abuse, I no longer had to prove to people that it was abuse.
You know, it's where they have these liquids stacked on top of each other, and then they drop different variables. Like
I posted an animated one. You scroll up.
Powerful. Yeah, these variables, once they reach a certain medium, they'll stop in that liquid instead of going all the way down. Some variables will go all the way down. Some will stay at the top. But my point is where you was getting at, Hank. And that's if you inject air in the bottom of it, it'll rise to the top of all of them. And that is the medium we live in. So all those mediums are going to fall in the medium we live in. But the air itself rises.
There's that density tower. Found it.
Let me post it a couple.
The suspect accused of killing 5 people in a mass shooting at an LGBTQ nightclub in Colorado is facing 305 charges, including first-degree murder, attempted murder, and bias-motivated crimes. Public defenders said in a court filing that the suspect identifies as non-binary and uses the pronouns they, them. One of the owners of the Club Q reacted in part by saying the charges affirm that hate has no place in Colorado Springs or anywhere. Back to that closely watched Georgia Senate runoff election. They're the latest numbers as the ballots are cast. We see 80% of the vote in so far. Warnock leading by about 23,000 votes. We see this continue to fluctuate, but they continue to be neck and neck with Warnock with 50.4% of the vote. Herschel Walker 49.6%. Let's bring in ABC News contributor and former Democratic Senator Heidi Heitkamp of North Dakota and former Georgia Congressman Tom Graves, who represented the district now held by Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. Thank you both so much for joining us tonight. Heidi, let's start with you as we await more results. How confident are you that Senator Warnock can hold on to a seat?
Well, I've been watching really closely what precincts are out, what counties haven't fully reported, and I don't expect you're going to see the challenger, Herschel Walker, pulling ahead any time during this evening. In fact, this margin will widen, and I expect very much that Senator Warnock will be reelected to the United States Senate to a full term.
Did you expect, though, that it would be this close at this hour?
So, Saint, if I could have you look at the picture in the live stream voice text chat, there's 2 oryx.
There's huge margins
where do you see the
Herschel
horizon?
Walker had in those rural counties, but you're waiting for the large populous counties to come in.
Oh, are you talking about the
race.
Platform Habitat and Hill
Graves, we heard a voter earlier who voted for Republican Governor Brian Kemp last month, but is now backing the Democrat Warnock in this runoff.
Well, horizon
pretty evenly now, but
it's just
how
about
do you
at
think
the bottom
that sort of voting will
platform
be with Republicans and independents who cast their ballots?
Platform Habitat.
Lindsay, you probably saw a little bit of that in November.
Well, nearly
what
there.
you're seeing here today, I guess, is just
so you say it's a little bit behind Platform Habitat. Is that correct?
Neither one maybe has changed too many minds. Brian Kemp clearly is
okay. So that would be roughly over 10 miles, because we can say that Platform is 9.4 miles away from the Observer. We have this is a still taken from a video. He would go regularly to the beach and put his camera really close to the water and
sort all this out.
And just want to just harken back to what Mitch McConnell
many of those times they would record things like this, where we can see way too far.
Is that a concern for yours with regard
according
to
the globe geometry, the horizon should be 1.2 miles away.
I think that's
that's far closer. That's this is like almost 10 times further.
In statewide races is that they can win general elections. It's one thing to win a primary; it's another thing to win a general election. And I think we saw this year incumbents. It was the year of the incumbents.
And if you can see,
they had
Critspiracy posted a little picture there with 3 concentric circles. The title of the red circle is where the horizon should be.
legislative body or as a mayor or
that's
a
little bit of an issue.
Something where you've
and
been
if you
tested,
extrapolate
vetted
based on the picture with
as opposed to
the platforms
stage
and the
or
horizon being 10 miles away, which is being conservative because the distance gets compressed the further you look.
For Democrats, given that they've
that could be quite a bit further than 10, but we'll settle for 10.
Number one, now they will control
when you calculate
the
size of the globe based on that distance to the horizon at that observer height,
they'll be able to move
the
bills
globe
out of
is
committees
so big that you could fit all of the so-called planets as we imagine them,
consensus, even though people have said the Democrats control the Senate. That was because we had that one vote being the vice president. But when you look at the committee structure, it's been tough to get things out of committee. The other reason why this is important is because in 2024, we're going to go into some tough re-elects for three of my former great friends and colleagues. Who,
it would be so big that it would basically encompass the distance from where we imagine the Earth is to where we imagine the moon is in the globe model. It's simply insanely big.
More importantly, it's going to be a boost that the Democratic Party needs.
I think what Hank is saying is it's not consistent.
To really forward
and at that point, like, you don't have a globe, you have a tiny flat spot on a gigantic sphere.
The last 2 years.
And Heidi, one more to you. You know, when we were looking at the exit,
I mean, if you're the actual chess piece,
the voters there had said
on
by
the chessboard,
94% that it wasn't about
and you don't
the candidate,
picture the chessboard as curved, just infinitely long.
On both sides for Democrats and Republicans.
All the squares are going to start to converge.
Now, obviously, we're not talking about control.
And they're going to start to disappear.
Kind of a similar question that I just asked to your colleague there.
The problem
is chess pieces would disappear as well.
No, I don't.
Due to your angle of
Warnock
sight
has been very strategic in how he's approached his transition.
What you guys are talking about is how the horizon actually works, but as globe believers, they get taught that the horizon is a consequence of the sphericity of the globe. So as long as you assume that and try to calculate that into a globe, you end up with like absurd results. Like in one case, the man who took the above picture, I have another picture here to show you. He saw things like over 30 miles away, and so at that point the globe would become so big that it's far bigger than the sun. It's far bigger than like the metrics that we use to describe the stars. Like you would have to go into like some insanely big stars to even find that, and I couldn't find it. But it's bigger than Sirius A.
All right, Heidi.
But you guys are talking about how the horizon actually works, and that's a whole other subject, which we like discovered through accident, just trying to figure out how the horizon then works.
96-year-old man in a wheelchair.
Because we're seeing way too far.
Lawsuit filed against comedian Bill Cosby.
I would recommend Life is Short on this, or looking into small aperture cameras over known flat surfaces, because using smaller aperture cameras, we were able to make the horizon appear much too close, and so the ball would now shrank to being too small to contain all of the continents if we assume the horizon is caused by Earth curvature. And so we falsified that idea. That's why we could see so much further using all these optics that had bigger apertures. We could see further, and the globe appeared bigger. When we used the smaller aperture cameras, we could see not as far, and the globe appeared smaller.
Yeah, and so see much further in the dry climate, like the desert.
And so now we understand why the Greeks were so confused, because back in the day when the Greeks walked around and they were postulating all this nonsense, they believed that they saw via invisible laser beams coming out of their eyes, and they didn't know about refraction or optics or any of that shit. And so they were just walking around like, I'm shooting these laser beams right at the curve of the globe, and therefore that means the globe is this big, and I calculated, and we got all of their, we're still using their perspective denying, globe assuming math to assume the globe in all of our math. It's still the same thing. So we're still using the errors of the Greeks.
that's what objects in the sky are doing, from my point of view. My opinion, should I say.
Welcome back, everyone. The crowdfunding platform
certainly.
GoFundMe has released its
I like
annual
to
report on
use
how
the
people
hallway as
donated
an
in the past year.
example
Let's take
because it's a really good
by the
example to
numbers.
show
28
people
million, that's how many people either
have
started
never
a fundraiser or made a donation this year on
conceived of a
GoFundMe.
flat Earth
One
and don't
donation
really
was made
understand
every
optics.
second on the site
Like
with
if
one
you're
or two
really good at
fundraisers
drawing,
started
you
for someone
understand that
else.
we see things in
The single biggest fundraiser
perspective.
of
And so
2022 was
if you look at the
$37
hallway,
million
I'm just
raised
posting
from
right
more than
now.
75,000 donations for the Stand With
You
Ukraine
see that-
campaign by Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher, making it the second largest GoFundMe ever.
I'm sorry, Andy. I didn't know it was hard to hear me. I'll try to speak more into my. But anyway,
for humanitarian aid in and around Ukraine.
the end of this hallway is not discernible. It's too small to discern as the ceilings and the walls and the floor all come together to a point. If you had a really good aperture, I'm sorry.
And violence.
I get you. If you had a really good aperture, you could see a little bit further down the hall, but it doesn't change the fact that you're limited by that aperture. You're limited by the diffraction limit of the optics you're using. And so, same applies to the world when you're outside. The only difference is you would remove these walls, and so instead of having this point, you have a line, which is called the horizon.
Which is not an actual place. It's just that it appears.
Can I interrupt just for a moment? Just a quick announcement. Helio Skeptic, if you're out there listening, can you please attend to your live stream on YouTube? It's playing other sounds in the background. I'm pretty sure it's not just happening for me. Thank you. Continue.
Yeah, and this is why I recommend Life is Short's video, because he goes really in-depth into how they basically back-engineered this globe from how we see the world. And now that we understand optics better, we can do the same thing using the numbers from optics. And so it's just interesting. I really highly recommend anybody to look into this video and take the time to watch it.
And when you're looking down the street and you're seeing all the light posts, the furthest one's the shortest. It's not that those light posts are going around a curve. It's just perspective.
Yeah, just like with the hallway, it's not like the walls are getting smaller and smaller the further down the hallway until it goes into a point and you can't go any further. This is why sometimes I used to say, I think Globers, if you like blindfolded them and like walked them into a really long tunnel and then took the blindfold off, they'd be trapped. They'd just look to either side and be like, oh no, the world is bending down into a point here, so I can't go any further. But it's just a perspective. It's not actual. It's just optical.
Yeah, like my analogy with the street posts. When you see the furthest one as the shortest, if that was the actual curve of the Earth would be real small. Like that would come all the way around in no time.
That's why I like the hallway, because we engineer it. We engineer it to be exactly the same height. We engineer it flat and level. There's no curve there, but we still see this effect.
Yeah, it's crazy to assume that would be the curve of the ground, because that means it would be very small. Like if you took a picture of light posts down the street, and you trace that curved line where the light posts got smaller, even though they're the same height above the ground the whole way. If you followed that curve, it'd come around so quick. There's no way that could be the curve. It's just perspective.
Well, generally, it's either perspective or it's topography. That's just it. That's the only two options.
It's so simple. It's the heliocentric model that makes it so difficult, when in reality it's so simple. Top of that, the heliocentric model is just another creation story. So
yeah, it's essentially a religion. It has its priests. Yeah, it has its priests. It has its creator who created everything and then compressed it into the single point and then spun it up and it exploded and killed him. And then after his death, his son was born much later after it expanded, and then it started contracting because his son, the gravity, started creating balls everywhere, and then the ball started attracting more things until you got suns, and then those started attracting other things, and you got galaxies, and then eventually it evolved into rocks hitting sludge, and the sludge became sentient, and the sentient sludge started changing and evolving, and then it crawled onto land and became a platypus, and then the platypus thought, hey, I'll become a human eventually. And then it continued changing and it became a human, but the platypus never changed. The platypus is still the same.
So this argument basically boils down to epigenetics, in my opinion. Once you understand epigenetics, there's no gaining a function recorded in history, right? When there's a mutation, it's usually a bad thing. We call it cancer or like Down syndrome or something. It's definitely not beneficial to the organism in the wild. So when you look at epigenetics, well, let's look at Darwin's finches. They didn't evolve to different species, right? They expressed different genetic ability that it already had the whole time, but the different islands had different life to choose from for food for the bird. So the bird went with what worked, right? So after this, pressure from the outside, the code for the different types of beaks were already there. It didn't gain any new code. It just expressed new code that was already there. So just like one plant can produce cabbage, Brussels sprouts, broccoli, cauliflower, all this comes from the same plant. It's just different genetic expression. That's what we see, with the human race. It's not evolution at all. Like,
I would say it's adapting to the environment.
Right, but to some people,
it's still a bird. It's still a bird.
To some people, adaptation is evolution. And when you basically look at some definitions of evolution, it's like change of allele frequencies over time. Well, according to the geneticist that was talking about genetic expression or epigenetics, you have two codes. One's written in pen. You can't change it. You got, green eyes and blonde hair or whatever. Like, you can't change those. But the other one you can change, and this is your genetic expression. You can have two twins that are completely identical. One becomes a carpenter and one becomes a truck driver. After, 20 or 30 years of this job, the truck driver is going to have a different brain and the carpenter is going to have a different body just because of what they did for a living. And this is genetic expression. So I think once you understand genetic expression, how it actually works, the whole theory of evolution just doesn't really hold any water.
Oh, I think you went too deep on when I said it's just adapting to the environment. So, like, you don't wear a coat in the summertime, right? You're just adapting to the environment. Yeah, you're just adapting to the environment. Now, if all your days that you live are in the cold, when somebody's days are in the warm and he comes to your environment, he's going to freeze his balls off, even if he's wearing what you're wearing. You see my point? It's like it's just adapting to it's not like you're evolving. The bird was still the same bird.
Larry's point is adaptation has certain connotations within evolution, and when you've studied these things, they have claims about that. So they have redefined the word. People adjust to things, and people get used to things. That's not evolution.
No, that's all I was trying to. It's like they hijacked the term adapting to the environment, and they call it evolution. Now we can redefine what adapting to the environment is. That's all I'm saying. I'm sorry.
Acclimation would be the other term.
Yeah, like even an animal that's looking at you, if he sees you in the summertime in a t-shirt and then he sees you in the winter, you're going to look bigger. You're going to look like you're something different than you was. And it's just adapting to the environment.
Well, acclimation is true. The reason it's confusing is because when people are using this term, they're talking about survival. So it's impossible to gain a new ability in order to survive, right? Because you already have to have your ability no matter what, and that's just the law of life. So when things do things, they go to different places and they can acclimate to them, but they don't biologically adapt. They already have the ability, and they either survive or they don't. And there's no other option. You either are going to survive or you don't. Both of those actually disprove adaptation, because you move somewhere, you either already have the ability to live there or you don't. The reason why this is also an issue, it gets worse, is because when let's say a group, if you want to imagine this is how people try to justify it, but if a group moves to a different environment, people might die, right, and not be able to survive there. Well, the ones that already have the ability to survive are the ones that are going to then make babies. And that's just the law. That's like just the law of life, right? So that's the only option. So the ones that died off, right, and the evolutionists are going to say, see, that proves evolution. So they got it really bad because, they go insane and claim that things dying proves evolution, when no, actually the things that already had the ability to survive are the ones that survived. And that's why there is no adaptation. It's acclimation. We can acclimate to a climate, but we already have the ability. So there's no such thing as biological adaptation. And if you look up that word, it does mean evolution. It's even in the Medical Encyclopedia Dictionary. So it's even under natural selection. It says best adapted to their environment. That's the definition of all of it. So yeah, it's a bad religion. Yeah.
But I do believe your genes, like the genetics, the grandchildren, they're what triggers their adaptation to the environment of the next birth one is the environment that they're in. That's what triggers. So like if you're a dog, you take a dog to the frozen Alaska, and it's a thin-haired dog, and the mate is a thin-haired dog. You mate them. Their offspring's going to have thicker hair. Their offspring's going to have thicker hair. And it's triggered from the environment they're in.
Yeah, but
no, that's a religious claim, though. That's actually not true. You can't say that we know that genetics are being turned on and off when we can't monitor those things. There's a lot of lies in all of the pseudoscience about genetics. They don't do that, though. They have to, like polar bears, like non-polar. That's not even a real word, actually, right? So the great bear, right, the white bear.
You just said what I said, man. I think
no, they don't. The genetics don't change, though. Your genetics are depicted by your parents. That combination is that combination, depending on timing. Nothing to do with their. If they live in water, it's not going to give them gills. If they live in water their whole life, their children aren't going to be able to swim really good. They're going to be taught to swim.
You're going to die. You're going to die if you're an animal that don't live in water. You're going to die. That's not what I'm saying.
It's not going to turn your genetics. It's not going to let your genetics do anything. Your genetics are already basically divinely inspired just to already happen, an already functioning, system between your mom's combination and your dad's combination. And that's a new combination. You are new. It already existed, an existing set, right? And you're going to be able to either live or die. And at both disprove adaptation.
I know two white people that if you, at first glance, you would say that they was dark-skinned. They were colored people. You would say that they was black, right? But they're roofers. They're roofers. You know what I mean? They're in the sun all the time, even in the winter. Their jobs are scarce in the winter, but they still.
They're made right. They're made to be equipped like that, right?
Yeah. So.
Just like learn to play the guitar, right? You can learn to do things too. We change, right? But it's not adaptation.
My point is the genetics, the DNA is triggered into the environment you're in. The environment is what triggers the DNA.
No, it can't. That's evolution.
Talking about the DNA
it doesn't. It's not the. No, it can't be. No, you can't mess with DNA. That's where you're wrong. They tried to.
He's not
You
saying
cannot
that.
tell.
The DNA is not changing.
The environment doesn't turn into. Wait, the environment does not change your DNA. That's the point. No, it does not. If you put a cat in water its whole life. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't even activate things that already exist. The DNA is going to function, and you are going to already be able to be acclimated. But you don't adapt because of your environment. Your environment will not change your genetics. That's not true. It's your genetics that already exist that will
It's not going to change your DNA if you went from one environment to another, but it's going to change the DNA of your offspring. They'll still have your DNA.
No, that's not what changed. No, that's not true. The offspring's DNA are changed because it's a new combination. It has nothing to do with the environment. It's a new female or it's a new male. It's a different combination.
You're speaking past each other, guys.
No, I'm not speaking. No, this is a problem. The genetics, this idea that your genetics can modify your DNA is not true. That's a great deception.
Who's saying that genetics are modifying DNA? No one
is saying it's turning on or it's activating genetics. He is. You have to hear what he's saying. You have to listen very closely. Yes, he's saying the genetics change because of your environment, and that's not true.
Epigenetics. He's not saying that DNA is changing.
Epigenetics is another secular term. Don't fall for that trap. That's another secular pseudoscience term. It doesn't work that way. They lied about epigenetics. They are lying. It's not true. Your environment does not change your DNA, period.
You're misunderstanding me, sir. I think, anyways. Okay?
I'm just letting you know, people from Africa can move to Canada, no problem, and their kids are still exactly how their parents were. It doesn't change your genetics at all. It's not going to happen.
No, over time it will. It'll adapt to the environment it's in.
No, absolutely not. No, mixing with different people is what causes the people to be different. It has nothing to do with the environment. People move where they can already live. That's the point. They don't move where they can't live. They're not going to be able to live.
You ever see a lizard change its camouflage due to the environment it's in?
Yes, it already has that ability. It's built by that before it enters the environment. Exactly. Yeah. It already has the ability.
It's the environment that's changing.
No, it already had the ability. That's evolution.
That's what we're arguing.
We're not. No, this is a problem. I'm sorry, this is wrong. No, that's absolutely dead wrong. The lizard does not change. The lizard already has the ability to do what it does. There's no such thing as adaptation.
We're saying the lizard already has the ability to do it. It's within its DNA, and so it's switching between those epigenetics.
Yes, if I can make a I can make a snowman because I'm in a snow environment. That's the same thing. Yes, there's snow in this environment, so I can do stuff with snow. My genetics aren't changing because of that, period. Sorry.
Well, before you interrupt me, let me finish. Just let me finish real quick. So the lizard that changes colors, right? It's in its DNA to have the ability to do it, but it changes to the environment it's in. Whatever.
Yes, just like getting a suntan. Yeah, just like I might get a suntan.
Hold on. Let me finish real quick.
Okay, we just stop.
So it's the environment that's changing it.
Yeah, that's not adaptation. Exactly. It's not adaptation. It already has the ability to change. No, that's a lie. It already has the ability to change its colors. The environment does not change or adapt him. He already is going to do it. He's built to already do it. He's already built for that function, period, before he goes into any environment. Yes, he's already designed to operate in that environment. Yes, period. End of story.
Yeah, trust me, dude. Due to our history, there's many of us have different colored people in our families all the way back. So it's in our DNA, but what triggers the DNA is the environment.
Doesn't trigger. DNA doesn't get triggered. Doesn't work. The DNA is already predetermined. There's no turning on. There's no modifying your DNA. You can't even do it with radioactive. There's no such thing. You cannot decide how your DNA is going to work. You have to get artificial insemination to change anything. That's all you can do. You don't know what that baby's going to look like. Sorry, the DNA does not get turned on or off by you. That's what God decides. Yeah. Your environment will never change your DNA. Meaning your wife, your new combination makes your child a new DNA. Not because of the environment, because of his parents and who they were. Period.
Dude, if I go from Miami and I move to Alaska, it's not like my first offspring's going to change. But if my offspring stayed in Alaska, it would change as if it stayed in Miami. Period. That's all there is to it. And
there's no adaptation. Yeah, they already have the ability. Yep.
You still have the same DNA, so you're missing me on that. You're thinking like I'm saying it totally changed. No, it's in your DNA.
There's no such thing as genetic adaptation. That's what I'm saying. The genetics. You can't, for you to even use the word genetics. It's already a fallacy. Genetics cannot be understood how our babies are going to look. We can't even read our own DNA. We don't decide that. That's why scientists won't try to tell you anything. It's all a lie. And your environment does not change your genetics. Your genetics and your anatomy. I don't want to get too detailed here, but your anatomy and the way your system produces a seed is the way it is, and it's just going to be timing. It has nothing to do with your environment. You can stop doing it or you can do less of it, but you're already built to operate in your environment. So adaptation is evolution. I don't have to adapt. I already have the ability. So yeah, the genetics is the problem. Genetics don't work how we think they don't. We can't make a claim about genetics. We already have the ability.
No. Like I can go back as far as my family tree and we all have brown eyes, but my firstborn had blue eyes, right? So
all babies have blue eyes.
Hold on. Hear me out. It's in the DNA for her to have brown eyes, right? It's just something triggered her to have the blue eyes. That's in the DNA.
Before, that's right. Before they enter the environment.
Now, based on the environment you're in, I'm not saying that you're going to have what color your eyes are going to be, but over generations, it's the environment you're in is going to trigger certain DNAs to be opened within the code. If you see what I'm saying,
James?
It's just I can't provide a source. It's just something that makes sense. When I first heard of DNA, and I was trying to disprove evolution using DNA, it was like the only thing that made sense to me. So it's not like I'm saying what, but it works in animals. We see it in animals, like the lizard. That's why I use the lizard.
It's in the DNA. But that's very vague, though. You're not giving a specific anything. You're saying the lizard change it. I can almost get a sentence in. That's fine. Continue.
It's in the DNA of the lizard to where if it's on a brown leaf, it turns brown. If it's on a green leaf, it turns green. But it's in the
that's
DNA.
Definitely not adaptation. Right. That's the opposite of adaptation. Yep.
Let me finish. But it's in the DNA for it to change to its environment, which is the green or the brown. It's
just like it. Yes, that's the opposite of adaptation. Exactly.
And if it,
just like when I find a mountain, I have the ability to climb a mountain. It's my environment. Yes. Right. That's already having the ability. Yes, that's not adaptation. Right, that's not adaptation. If that's adaptation, then everything's
that's
adaptation.
Not evolution. That is adaptation.
Right, and it certainly isn't adaptation at all. No. That's absolutely
not true. The lizard is literally adapting to the environment.
I know, but you're just fine. That's fine. You can just keep talking, man. But I'm sorry, that already has. I already have the ability to climb in my roof. That's adaptation too. I already have the ability to eat asparagus. That's not adaptation. I already have the ability. I can go to Japan and start eating a fish diet and acclimate it to it, though.
Guys, I feel like you two could probably go on for a couple hours if left unmoderated. So why don't you two just agree to disagree? That's perfectly fine, capable, a good thing to do, right? I want to talk about the London cab driver study, where after 20 years of driving a cab in London, they analyzed the brains of these cab drivers, and their hippocampus had like different makeups than normal or regular people. And they basically said that, this guy's brain is built different because of his job. And I often think about things like this, and the people that can, the South Pacific, that can breathe under, or not breathe, how stupid. They can hold their breath underwater for like 7 or 8 minutes, and it's because they spend so much time hunting underwater for their food. And then there's also the Himalayan monks that have different cardiovascular systems, even though they haven't spent, 65 million years on top of those mountains. It was more of a recent thing. But yet their cardiovascular systems are much more complex than, people down close to the sea level. And all these things, in my opinion, is, what we're talking about. Like, it's not adaptation or anything like that. It's just expression, right? Their genes are expressing these capabilities, and their genes didn't gain any new information. It's just an expression of the information that was already there. Thanks.
Or damage, like in the instance of cigarette smoking, it can damage the DNA. So, like, that's something that they can detect if someone has smoked or not, because it can leave damage in it. So the things you put in yourself through the environment you're in can certainly affect those things.
That is absolutely right. And that disproves adaptation. Yes, that proves that there's already a system that it can get damaged and still have the ability to have like a triple redundant system and say, okay, this isn't going to function right, but we'll make it work. And you can get a disorder, right? Like Angelman syndrome or Down syndrome or ATRX, or these problems that children we see often because of a problem. The system already protects itself and ensures that the baby still makes it. And that's because it already has exactly. So even when it changes, it's not adaptation. It means the system was designed to at least recuperate enough to stay alive. Yep.
Yeah, it's got redundancies. Just like when someone loses an arm, the brain uses up that space in the that used to belong to that arm or whatever that they lost, and then translate it over into some other part that they're using or require. So, like, there's a lot of redundancy built into this body that's just not. It's too well designed.
Bingo.
Like if you took all of humanity and threw it off a building, not a single one of them would develop wings and start to fly.
You got it. Now, what if we put, children in a caged fan area so that, a fan blows them 24 hours a day? Are their children going to get feathers? No, right? You can't change the genetics. Right, so it depends on the parents. So, like, you get a mom from Phoenix, Arizona, and a dad from New York City, and whatever they bring, one of them might be black, one of them might be Italian. We see what the combinations make, and we know it doesn't. It has nothing to do with the fact that they sat in a sauna or a desert or under a igloo. We know it's because of who they already were. Let me read this real quick. It says evolution. This is my medical dictionary. It says a process of orderly and gradual change or development. So the word evolution already incites intelligence, right? It says more perpetually an orderly and gradual process of modification whereby a system, whether physical, chemical, social, or intellectual, becomes more highly organized. So when things become more highly organized, that's adapted, but that still doesn't prove evolution, right? Because that's something else. That's why it says right here, E, as an echo, theory of. So the theory of evolution is its own thing. The medical encyclopedia admits this. It says the theory of is this. The theory that all species, that's a problem. We'll talk about that later. Species of plants and animals, including humans, have come into existence by gradually continuous change from earlier forms. Then it says, see natural selection. So now I got to look forward to natural selection. And here's what that definition says. It says natural selection. So it's 500 pages later. A mechanism of evolution proposed by Charles Darwin. It states the tendency for survival and reproduction of organisms is most likely to occur in those who are best adapted to their environment. So they lied to everybody. There it is. It's adapted to their environment in the definition of natural selection, the heart of evolution. It was there the whole time and we didn't know.
Thank you for that. That's really good. So I want to point this out, and this is speculation, of course, but optometrists have recently discovered that when they put a patch over the good eye to make the weaker eye stronger, that when they do this, the neural pathways actually diminish, and they lose the ability to see out of that eye if done over a long period of time. So they stop using patches and have tried other things. And I think this is because, it's just like your rights. Apatry. What's the word? Apatry? No, that's not it. If you don't use it, you lose it, right? And I think that this is kind of one of the things that, like, if you can't see anything all day long, like you're not going to be able to use your eyes. Like if you sit in front of a screen all day long, then you're nearsighted, right? Like me, I'm extremely nearsighted. I can't read people's shirts. But I can see the guy on the road. I just can't read his shirt, right? Because I spent too much time playing video games. And I think that none of this is like evolution, adaptation. It's just, it's a lot like video games. Like you can do absolutely nothing with your meat suit, and it's just going to be kind of static. Like, or you can push your boundaries and level up. And there's like different ways to do that, and we don't even understand the full capability of the human body. It's got a lot of potential.
Yeah, and just to reiterate your point, like for instance, steroids, the more you use them, and if you use them for too long, it'll cut into your own production. Like you don't want to produce it, you get it from somewhere else, we'll stop producing it ourselves. And so the environment, if you're getting stuff into your body that the body could produce before, the body might just stop producing it because he thinks he has an easier road to it.
When you look up, go ahead.
I ain't trying to cause static, but do you guys know the definition of adaptation? What are you thinking when I say that?
No, well, I'm just going to read. That's what I'm trying to show you guys, is that every definition online, when you go to like a science sort of place or actually even a dictionary, if it's in biology at all, it's actually the heart of evolution. So this is what the word species means. It says, in biology, a category or classification of living organisms. This group is just below genus and is usually capable of interbreeding. Well, that's almost a contradiction, because when it makes a new species, it's supposed to be a new version. It's not compatible with the previous. So they already contradict themselves in the definition. Let's go to a word that's above it. It's speciation. Watch this. This is scary, because if you actually look at the act of it, it says the limitation of one's practice. I'm sorry. Bro, I'm just going to read this. I'm sorry. Here it is. The branch, right? Here it says the evolutionary process. The second word in speciation is evolutionary. So adaptation is the heart of evolution. That's the point. No such thing as adaptation in biology.
Hold on a second. Did you keep scrolling down to where it says biology?
Biology, yeah, all of biology depends on there being no adaptation.
No. I just looked it up. I read what you read, but I kept scrolling down, and it said biology.
I actually have a physical book in my hand. I have a medical dictionary in my hand, so you can't be reading exactly from what I'm reading.
And it says adapting to better suit the environment.
Yes, that's the point. There's no such thing as that. Exactly. It already has the ability. That's the point.
We even do that. We do that every year.
Yes, that's exactly right. When we're born, we start breathing. We do that. Everything we do is what we're already designed to do. You're adding a word onto it. Yeah, it's that you're adding this word onto it. No, we already do it. We already do these things. We already function. On the 6th-day creation, God said it was good. Not that it's going to get good. It needs to get good. No such thing as adaptation. Yeah, we already do all these things you're saying we do. Yes, everything already happens as it is. There's no adaptation. It's already happened.
Yeah,
let me help you.
When I put a coat on for the winter time, I'm adapting to the environment.
Exactly. You already have the ability to put a coat on. Exactly. There's no such thing as it's just a it's a problem because you grow up believing it. It's a very normie construct.
You got to stop.
Go ahead, Hank.
So let's say I buy AR-15. It has the ability to shoot 223 and 5.56. Now I can pull the pins out and adapt the rifle to where it can shoot 22 rounds, right? I could make adaptation, right? I could adapt it to its new chambered round, and I could practice with those cheap 22 rounds all day long because they're so cheap, right? But then, if you think about it, it already had the ability to shoot 5.56 and 223, right? So this would be like genetic expression. It can express either round out of the barrel, right? But if I wanted to shoot 22 rounds, I have to modify and adapt it by taking off parts and putting on new parts. But you guys know that the actual firearm itself is just the receiver part. So the barrel and the chamber and everything else, I could adapt that and make a change. But when it comes to 5.56 and 223, there's no adaptation required. It's not necessary. It can fire either round.
Yeah, but adaptation is adapting to the environment.
Yeah, but we're not adapting to the environment. That's the point.
So do you
if you think about it, like my people have lived on Iceland for 1,000 years, and we have not developed fur. Even though that would be practical.
No, but you definitely have the ability to sustain cold more than others.
When you adjust to being in a warm climate, going overseas, and then you come back, it's cold as hell. You got to adjust to everything. The same as going into a hot tub. You're going to really hot.
To the environment. That's what adapt means.
No, you're not adapting. There's no DNA changing. There's no DNA changing.
Exactly.
You're just getting used to it.
You're adapting to the environment.
No, it's acclimation. You already have the ability, so it has nothing to do with the DNA, is what Drace just proved. No, you changed your mind. First you said it activates your DNA to do something. That's why this idea is all over the place. You see, that's like I went to the store, tried on some different clothes, and ended up going to a new style. Now I wear corduroy pants like my grandfather in the 1960s, therefore adaptation. No, you just did something, bro. We do things. Everything we do is we're already doing them, or else everything we do would be adaptation. Yeah, I saw this new movie. It was really cool. My brain fried. That's adaptation. No, you already did that. Everything you do, I got sunburn. Yeah, you already did it. I got a suntan. Yep. Already had everything is we already do them. We function. That's why listen, you gotta let me just almost done here. Watch. I'll make it simple. So you don't genetically adapt. It takes intelligence to adapt. And that's what you have to realize. The adaptation comes through by changing, redirecting our emotions in life, because we already have it's not a genetic adaptation. That's how they deceive you. And that's what the heart of evolution is. Sorry.
Let me give him a quick example. If I take a piece of meat and I grill it, if I grill the piece of meat, it gets all black on the outside because I'm burning it. It's not adapting to the fire.
It changes because of its environment.
Yeah, it's not adapting to the fire.
Yeah,
Even if it changes, it's still not adaptation. Yes, change means it can't adapt. Yep.
No, I'm not saying adaptation is necessarily genetic. I am over a amount of time. Like me moving to another place, my first offspring isn't going to change. Maybe not even. It's going to slowly change over generations.
Yeah, you got to think what are your offspring getting married to, and what's their genetics? So your offspring are getting married to these Korean, your daughter's getting married to this Korean dude, so their baby's going to look a little bit Korean, and then that baby's going to marry a black guy. So all of a sudden, it looks different. Yes, that's because there's different genetics now in the mix.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But they're all in the DNA code. They're all in the...
James, before you were saying you had two roofer friends that were dark because of the sun, they're still going to have a white baby.
Yes.
Just because they have a tan doesn't mean that they're going to have a dark kid.
Yeah, but everything's changing due to the environment. Everything adapts.
How many generations of white people need to live in Africa for them to become black?
Yeah.
It just depends on what you do. That's my point. What you do will change.
Can somebody show me proof of something adapting?
Will change your DNA, how you look.
You want to show me proof?
Will make you get older quicker. What you do could make you stay younger longer. It all depends on the environment you're in.
Go to the gas station, Jace. Put some gas in your car. That's adaptation.
What you guys are talking about?
If you're giving the internet and energy to millions of people, you're probably going to get black on.
Rather than spouting about it, show me some proof. Show me some proof of adaptation.
If you live your life in a cave to give people energy, you're probably going to get black lung.
Right? No, it means that I already had the ability to get that way.
Yeah, well, you got black. Yes, I agree. But it's all due to the environment you're in, which will constitute your end.
You get black lung from coal mines, not caves.
So I already had the ability.
All the environment you're in, you'll adapt to.
I didn't have to adapt. I already had the ability.
Yeah, he didn't have the ability to adapt to the environment that was lethal.
Your bodily functions.
That didn't work. He has limited.
There's no such thing as an ability to adapt. What does that even mean? Ability to adapt?
Your bodily functions will adapt to the environment you're in.
No, you have the ability to do something because you don't have to adapt to do it. You already have the ability. It is in your genes. It is in your genetic makeup.
It adapts to the environment you're in. That's what your body does.
No, it doesn't.
No matter how long I hold you underwater. Jace, calm down. No matter how long I hold you underwater, James, you're not going to develop gills. No matter how long I roast you over the fire, you're not going to develop an immunity to the fire.
So let's take a person that smokes cigarettes and a person that doesn't. Can they both die from the same thing? Like one gets lung cancer. Let's say they both get lung cancer, right? One smoked and one didn't. Is it the same lung cancer? Is it the same thing?
Yeah, smoking doesn't cause lung cancer.
Well, but your body isn't. Your lungs ain't gonna be filled up with smoke if you're not putting smoke in them. Therefore, one person's lungs doesn't have to try to adapt, or you'll change the look of your lungs.
No. It's just one person's lungs had the ability more than the others. One had more of a propensity.
Your body adapts to the environment.
The other didn't. Didn't adapt.
Asbestos.
That's my whole point. Like you guys are, you're thinking that I'm saying
it doesn't change the genetics anyway.
No, you're thinking
someone dying from a poison is not an adaptation, okay?
The person died. Bingo, the person died. That's what happened.
Maybe one of them was a mouth breather and doesn't breathe through his nose and didn't develop the lungs correctly.
Whatever kind of harm you do to your body, it's based off the environment it was in. If you smash your hand with a hammer, right?
Is that adaptation?
Well, that's the environment your hand was in for the moment it got smashed.
So that's adaptation to you?
No, it's not.
Everything changes to its environment.
So I pick up a hammer. I'm a owner builder. I pick up a hammer, but I have the ability to be able to use that hammer. I didn't have to adapt to use it.
Yeah, if you're a smoker, you're probably going to die of lung cancer.
Probably no. Some people have a propensity to die of lung cancer. Some people can live to 100 and smoke.
Or you don't have to go to the hospital.
Your body is proof of the environment you was in because it had smoke in its lungs. It's going to fucking die of lung cancer, right?
But he didn't adapt then, did he? He died of a heart attack. He didn't adapt then, did he?
Your lungs adapted to live a shorter life.
No, they did not.
Well, no, because you just said he just died. If he died, he didn't adapt. He died.
But it was all caused by the environment that the species or whatever was in.
Species? What species?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, dude. Just fill your house up full of smoke.
I may survive. I might be able to have the ability to survive. You never know.
I'm sure Indians' teepees had smoke in them all the time.
Well, thankfully, most people die from a fire due to inhaling too much smoke. So they actually die before they burn to death.
So most people die from a fire. Wow. Is that right? Where did you get this statistic?
Most people die from the inhalation of a fire.
Yeah, because their lungs adapted to the environment and they couldn't do it anymore.
Wow. I can't believe what you're saying.
They never adapted. They died. They died in the fire. What the heck? They died. They didn't adapt to the fire. They died.
Yeah,
bro, I'm telling you.
Yeah, because they couldn't handle it. Because of the environment.
I told you. Listen, I'm telling you. This is what I was talking about, Jace. There we go.
Wow.
You could laugh all you want, man. I'll hang on to that.
I'm just gonna go play with crayons, I guess, and go eat them.
It's all.
Do you have any peer reviews of this? Do you have any peer reviews to back up your claims? I highly doubt it.
Oh, so the Earth is a sphere, because there's plenty of peer reviews for that.
They're jumping around all over the show.
Oh, you need a peer review.
We're talking about adaptation. Now we're talking about what?
Well, if you need a peer review, then the Earth has to be a sphere, right?
No.
We're not talking about the Earth at the moment. We're talking about adaptation.
I thought you was needing a peer review for that.
Yeah, you're trying to make an all or nothing fallacy. It's not logical. Please stop.
It sounded like that's what was put on me, was a fallacy.
Yeah, you're just trying to pull one right now, so just drop it.
No, somebody did it to me by asking for a peer review.
Yeah, he was asking you for something to substantiate your claims. That's not invalid.
Yeah, it's called observation.
Observation? Have you observed this?
How many...
This guy's making up stuff.
Yeah, you gotta understand. He tries to claim that if you get burnt, that's adaptation or evolution. You're evolving. You got all this scab on your hand now, like that's evolution.
I've never heard anything so ridiculous in all my life.
I think it's the 60th South parallel. I could be wrong, something like that. 60th South parallel.
Did Joan of Arc adapt when she was being burnt to the stake?
Well, you won't find any plants. You won't find any sticks. It's like the 60th South parallel or something like that.
And this guy's a silver?
Well, the reason why is because of the environment. Wow. You can go so far south that you won't see any plants. You won't find any sticks.
Because they couldn't live there, though, James. They couldn't make it.
It's because of the environment.
I know that. I know. Okay, I'm just gonna.
Fucking environment. Dumbass.
The funny thing is that's not helping you, James, because your
that is
position.
Helping me.
No, your
it's
position
not helping you,
is.
You dumbasses.
Stop talking. Listen. Your position is they would be adapting and able to survive where they shouldn't be able to survive because they have adapted to it. But no,
there's no point. You can get to a point where there is no adapting.
He's a contradiction. He is a total contradiction.
Evolutionists say that the alligator didn't need to adapt, the coelacanth didn't need to adapt, because they know for a fact that for the past millions of years, the deep sea hasn't changed and the swamp hasn't changed. so it doesn't need to adapt. So James, whether you realize it or not, I think right now you're making a few pro-evolutionary arguments.
No, you guys are just thinking I am. The evolution hijacked the word adaptation. That's how they got people to believe evolution other than adaptation. A species will never turn from one to another species, but it will adapt to its environment.
So you mean like making tennis shoes is adapting to your environment?
Yeah, they used to say that a polar bear would never mate with any other bear, and I can't remember which bear it was, damn it. But they mated. I think it was the brown bear. I could be wrong. They mated, right? They caught them on camera and watched the birth and everything. Never, but it's the environment. The polar bear went inland so far that it had to mate with another bear or not mate at all.
How come it didn't die?
It didn't die. It just adapted to its environment.
Oh, you mean snow doesn't keep it alive?
I'm not talking evolution. You guys, they hijacked. It's like they hijacked perspective and called it Earth curve. It's the same thing.
Let me get this straight. So if
and called it evolution, and you guys are saying that adaptation is from evolution. No.
So let me get this straight.
There to get you
straight. If someone breaks your heart, is that adaptation?
No. Well, you're definitely going to adapt to the environment.
Wow, and that's what Jace has nailed it. Drace, has picked this up now and realized that they end up claiming everything is adaptation. You see what happened here? It's an all or nothing fallacy. That's what Drace called it.
But you're looking at environment like it's excluded to Earth.
What right? The fuck?
I don't know. It's like.
Hey James, I'll give you an example. Mollies are a freshwater tropical fish, right? Now, mollies have the ability to be able to live in salt water as well. They didn't have to adapt to it. They already had the ability, James. That is from observation.
Yeah, but I understand what you're saying, and it makes sense. Maybe I'm stretching it. I don't know. But it's like if you're having a good time, you and your friends, you decide to go to the bar. You go to the bar, you walk in, you see two bloody dead bodies on the ground and somebody holding an axe. Right? Your mood is changed due to the environment. Everything, your whole premise of life is just adapted to the environment.
No. That's called survival because we have the ability to survive, James.
Yeah, but you're looking at adapting like evolution, and that's not what I'm trying to. They hijacked the definition of adaptation and called it evolution.
Is Nick still here, or is that long gone?
You will adapt to every environment you're in, man. Period.
So I take it Saint Nick is long gone. Let me look. Oh yeah. Okay.
Saint Nick is long gone. That was a good conversation earlier, so good job.
You know, so adapt means to add something to it, to enable it. But I don't see any proof of that.
Keep scrolling down. There's many examples.
I see no proof of that.
Here, I'll post it.
We do have some new people. I like piano. You gotta mute your mic. We also have Lister. Lister, you gotta mute your mic. Who else? Splash. Splash. I'll mute you. I will unmute you.
So, piano, do you want to speak? You want to add to the conversation?
Splash can speak as well.
You guys
don't worry about it getting a little bit heated earlier. It's just internally between us. We're used to this kind of stuff. We try to be soft with new people.
Yeah, in other words, the debate's over. We're trying to have a conversation with one of you guys. If you want to unmute, maybe ask some questions, or let us ask some questions, or you could go back to the chaos before when James was arguing about evolution and making some pro-evolution points. If you find that interesting, I guess we can continue.
Thanks.
Yeah, so I have not done much to my AR-15 since I bought it. When I bought it, it didn't have any optics or anything like that. So I put a red dot on it, and I put a bad lever made by Magpul. So I've adapted it to my philosophy of use. But after that, I have not adapted it. But it can still shoot 223 and 5.56, regardless of no necessity to adapt it. Now, what's really interesting is that, I could put drum magazines in it without any kind of adaptation, except for changing the drum magazine. That would be an adaptation because I made a change to my rifle as a whole, right? But yeah, I guess we'll move on to something else.
Realize that if it takes intelligence, then it didn't, it had nothing to do with anything else. Yeah, we already have our abilities, and that's it.
Yeah, it's ready to go.
Maybe I can adapt to be Superman.
Don't bet the farm on it. If you see a ledge, don't test it,
Well, eventually, if you keep jumping, you will, yeah.
I'm just waiting for all those monkeys to adapt that we keep in those cages.
Yeah, we already got dinosaurs, birds, so I'm ready for the birds.
I'm actually waiting for the monkeys to start talking.
Well, you know they're going to start talking. They have to by now.
When I was a Glober, that's what I was really like. Why aren't the monkeys talking? We're trying to teach them sign language and all this stuff, but they're just not cooperating. They're just not evolving. What the fuck?
Actually, I watched a documentary called The Planet of the Apes, and they do talk. They say a few words.
Yeah, just in the movies.
Sign language.
Not in real life, though. Like in real life, yeah, they teach them sign language, but they can't speak. They don't have the necessary vocal cords to be able to speak like us. So they're not growing any kind of weird growths that could become vocal cords one day. They're not doing any of that. We don't see any evidence of that.
In the documentary Planet of the Apes, they show the globe, they show the space travel, they show how they used a virus to make the apes smarter and to a pandemic to kill the humans and that kind of stuff, that they die because of that story. Sounds about right.
Well, in that instance, the humans are the cause, as they splice human DNA with the monkeys, allowing them to have the capability to express vocal cords and be able to speak. And so it's the humans' fault in that movie. There's no evolution there.
And as soon as they figured out how to be fascist with one another, they took over the world. Because humans are infighting.
You know that I know what you guys mean by evolution and how adaptation plays into the role.
I don't think you know that I know that I don't know what you know.
Well, shorten the word up. Look up the word adapt.
The problem is, like you said, they have co-opted the languaging, and most of the public is under the impression that evolution is just true, and therefore, to them, it means adaptation means evolution.
I think Bruce Lee got it right. Be like water, my friend. That's way better than, like making Kool-Aid, because you're adapting shit when you make Kool-Aid. Just be like water.
Yeah. You do adapt because you intelligently adapt. Your genetics do not adapt, and certainly animals don't adapt. And that's what they teach in school, that animals adapt, who don't put on raincoats and don't use hats and weather gear and Glock 21s they don't adapt. They either already have the ability or they die. And that's what we're talking about, is that's what they're using to teach children evolution. And that's why it's a huge deception. And no, there is no adaptation in creation.
Yeah. I think
dogs come from wolves, right? Like the only thing I know, all Noah's Ark had to have was the female wolf and the male wolf to get all the dogs that we have today.
I can express violence, but
that's right.
I have to adapt.
Yeah, okay.
So, Exo, would it be correct to say there's no adaptation or evolution, there's just degradation and sometimes restoration through, like, if you live healthily and, like, with the Creator, like, you get more healthy, and that could be some of the damage being restored that like would have expressed itself as a potential problem in the future.
Yeah, that's pretty good, actually. And I would point out, though, we can intelligently make decisions and we can actually repent. Isn't that nice? But animals do not, right? We know that animals can be bred for fighting, though. They're different. They're kind of myopic compared to us. We're very different from the animal kingdom. So we can kind of make differences and we can intelligently change and we can intelligently adapt. But genetically, your environment does not change your genetics. And that's why they're teaching. That's what they're teaching us. That's why they'll mention any animal, you name it. Just name any animal and add the word adaptation. And that teaches these children that they are changing, which we know they're not. The wolf, you go to hunt, moose or animal in Alaska, and you'll encounter wolves that have to already live there. They live in that environment. They're extremely successful, and that's the system that was already designed to function that way. And the closer you get to seeing these animals in their environment, you go, wow, that already had to have that ability, or he wouldn't have made it. And that's just how it works.
Here's another example. Arctic wolves actually have smaller ears than a timber wolf because the wolves got frostbite. So obviously, small-eared wolves in the Arctic were able to survive.
Interesting.
No adaptation.
Elephants dissipate a lot of their body heat through their ears. And they're large animals in a very hot spot. So if you've ever been a fat guy in Texas, you would probably like some big ears when the wind blows.
See, people confuse adaptation from the point that exactly the gene pool of a particular animal had particular genes in it where it was able to spread those genes. I mean, if an animal can't survive because of something, it's got long ears and it gets frostbite like a wolf, then it's not going to pass on its genetic code, is it? Didn't adapt. It didn't adapt. It died. It couldn't pass on its genetic makeup.
This wouldn't be a big deal had it not been such a part of the Great Deception. But also, once you guys figure this out, because wow, it was way more simple than we thought, right? Once you figure this very simple truth out, the law of life of the Creator, you literally can destroy evolution 1,000 times faster now. Because anybody you talk to, I just tell them, well, give me an example of adaptation, and then we can talk about evolution. Wow, 5 minutes later, they're not happy. And they know it's over because the law of life means every single biological entity that's ever existed had to have already been successful from the beginning. That's how you know there's a creator. So the law of life is what shows us we have a special creator, and adaptation is the opposite. It needs to survive. It needs to get better. It's the exact opposite. You called it degradation. And that's literally the only option is things can get worse. And sometimes it's not survival of the fittest. Sometimes the fittest go out and get killed in combat, and the invalid who stayed home stays alive. Sorry. That's just how
when you say that we have a creator, which I agree with, do you mind me asking, like, what creator do you think it is?
Yes, it is Yeshua HaMashiach, the one who always was, and always will be, the guardian of the gates of Israel.
That's right.
So you do believe that Noah's Ark took place?
I know Noah's Ark took place because it's the word of God. I mean, that's obvious. Yeah. And obviously that proves, God had to put all the animals on an ark because they wouldn't adapt. He had to put them on an ark. That was easy. Yeah.
Hold on. So do you believe on the ark we had every species of dog that we know of today?
Oh,
or was it just the male and female wolf?
There's no such thing. That's the other deception. There's no such thing as a species. And I can't make a claim. There were definitely at least two. And from two wolves, you can continue to make all the little wolves and dogs we have today because it's the same gene pool with all the original or degraded abilities, that's the opposite of adaptation. And now some of these little dogs have to live in the purse of a rich woman to stay alive.
Hold on a second.
It's the opposite of adaptation.
Do you believe that all the dogs that we have nowadays, do you believe they just came from the male and female wolf? Like that's all that had to be on the...
It is an absolute fact that it only requires one male and one female. And that's all that is required by the creator.
How do we have? Yeah. How come they're not all the same?
Because genetics never just make copies of themselves only. That's how genetics work.
Think about it for a second.
That's why I'm different than my parents. Yeah.
Think about it for a second. Think about it for a second. Parents have many children. All of the boys are not identical.
You guys.
Right, exactly right. You got it right there. Even the variation of people is massive. Yeah. You can't understand God's genetics. Yes, they are, but that's the law of life. That's the law of creation, is that they could easily, and actually mixing and interbreeding is what would cause such problems and variation. Eventually you get a Dalmatian, which is actually a problem compared to the timber wolf. Yeah.
Do you believe you could have a dog that's raised by a man? The man is how the dog eats. Do you believe a dog like that you could let into the wild and have that dog survive?
He's already suffering
on the breed. Yeah,
he's also mostly suffering from domestication syndrome, so he's gonna have trouble. He doesn't have. He's so degraded from what he used to be that he's not going to have full access to all of his facilities. Some pit bulls, for instance, have a really hard time smelling anything. So it's not going to be as easy for them in nature as when you have a owner feeding you.
Please talk about what would kill it if you did let it go. Oh, if you did let it go, what would be the cause of its death in your mind?
He wouldn't be able to adapt from that one environment that he was raised in and let loose into the other one. He wouldn't be able to adapt.
Possible that
so it's not like I'm saying the dog, just because you let him in it, he's going to evolve into it. He could die. He could die because you let him into it.
Can I get the microphone?
Even if
he won't be able to adapt.
Your yard, and you didn't mean to let him go, then how is that?
He won't be able to do the true definition of adapt. Just die.
I would like to hear Larry, and you got to also think there's generational breeding. You're cutting in and out, Iron.
Like adapt into a Hulk dog?
No, he just wouldn't be able to adapt from that one environment where everything was given to him to one where he had to get it on his own. Wouldn't be able to adapt.
So I don't watch a whole lot of Hollywood movies. In fact, most of you probably know that I hate Hollywood, but I got a pitch for you. So we'll get Mike Judge to do like a new version of Idiocracy, right? But we'll include like the military men all go fighting off, but it won't be about Idiocracy. It'll be like domestication, right? So we'll get this new movie. We'll call it Domestication, and we'll show like how to weaken the gene pool, and the people that we have today in the cities, how woke they are, and I think they're the extremely domesticated ones. And
Are you sure domesticated doesn't mean evolution? Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I mean domesticated.
All right. Seems like every word means you're
Definitely not when you ask Mao Zedong. If you ask him how to domesticate a nation, he'll just say kill 80 million people. And then you'll be left with the ones that are not going to bite you.
Yeah, just look at domesticated. Just look at domestication syndrome in mammals. Crane morphology, they get smaller brains and become more docile. They get floppy ears and smaller teeth. Their hormone levels change, and their coat oftentimes changes color. Their mating cycles also change. So, you can see this actually in humans today with statistics on hormone levels of males dropping, we have brain sizes dropping, we have docility rising. So this could be a serious issue for humankind if we continue to allow the majority to get domesticated, because eventually it's going to turn into a giant mess, because we kind of allow democracy or mob rule to rule us. And so once you have fully domesticated imbeciles running the show, it's going to turn into a mess. And we already see effects of that.
They're turning into dogs.
That's my intro.
We're turning into wolves without changing one bit. We're standing still, and they're moving in a certain direction and becoming domesticated. And the people who came before that chose not to, we're going to be villainized and outlawed as wolves, is what I get from what you just said.
They're turning into fat chihuahuas.
There's so many people that
they're going to turn on us.
And that's a black pill. I want to hear what Larry has to say, but I also have stuff to say about this.
Oh yeah, I think we should just go ahead and start storyboarding. So a guy walks into a doctor's office, and he's like, "Yeah, my raisins, they're not really producing." It's like, "Oh, well, let me give you something so that they'll produce even less. In fact, they'll pretty much just shut off." That's what you needed, some testosterone, which they don't affect the cause, just treating the effects. So the cause is getting worse, and the nuts are shrinking in society.
Yeah, you Iron. I see you say it's kind of like black pilled, or it's like they're moving us in this general direction, and you fear they're gonna ostracize us as the majority. But I actually see this as they actually have a plan for that, because like the elites are not part of this club, or like they're not allowing themselves to get domesticated in their own children, and so the plan is already in play, and they've already solved that issue with the jabs.
Yeah, I think that is a very possible interpretation, and I've definitely had that thought before. But then in the back of my mind, I'm always wondering, are they doing both? Do they see independent thinkers and sheep as expendable? Because if somebody can convince the remaining people that, hey, you should be mad at this guy, and here's why, and you're persuasive and intelligent and articulate, then I think you're a persistent threat to their totalitarianist stranglehold on the world, and they don't want to leave you around to potentially bring them down.
Yeah, they're currently setting up like a bad guy in Klaus Schwab. Like, it's so obvious. He's like a classic Disney villain, the way he dresses, the way he acts, the things he talks about openly. And so they're setting up this classic Disney villain. So, like, the majority...
Perfect all guy.
Yeah, and so when everything falls over, like, whoever kicks over this, like, horrible thing is going to look like a really good guy. And like, a lot of people are going to follow that. And so when most of the domesticated people start dying off, like, they lower the population just like Bill Gates wants, and in the process, because they've hoodwinked everybody into following them again under this new leadership that stopped the bad guys, then you can start the domestication process all over again. And because they've already been desensitized and gotten used to the methods of domestication, it's just going to fall in line that much quicker.
That's a good point.
Good cop, bad cop.
Cyclical. It's just like every Sunday is followed by a Monday. Rinse and repeat. Well, that's 30% reassuring and 70% terrifying.
Telling you, we can make this comedy with a low budget. We'll just get some people to do.
Right.
You know, watch a bunch of Carl. What's not Carl Sagan? Why did I say that? Hold on, I forgot what I was saying.
You're lacking, Iron.
My favorite movie of all time.
Yeah, you're roboting. I see it the same way, though, man. Good cop, bad cop. Like a lot of Republicans in my nation, they hold Trump up as a saint, and they totally disregard the fact that the lockdowns occurred under him.
Yeah, I think that even as like dark as things can seem sometimes, and like as insidious as some plots can seem when they finally start unfolding, and you're like in the middle of it, and it seems bad. I think the biggest white pill is just the creator has a plan, and you got that protection as long as you just trust and do the good things. You're gonna be taken care of. That's how I see it, because that's just has proven true in my life, and that's what always keeps me positive. Because like the more you just put that trust in that the creator knows what the fuck he's doing, and that the bad guys are scrambling after the fact, and like they're limited to this reality, same as us. So it's not like they have any advantage.
But you make it sound like it has to do with your works instead of Christ coming, so it doesn't have to do with your works.
Well, we're creators too.
Yeah, I don't know about like what the creator judges people upon. Like, I'm not the theologian in that aspect. I just trust that the creator knows. Like, I just know that the
you create your own
opponents are stuck trying to use all these convoluted and stupid ideas to control us, and here we are already awoken to the truth, and are calling them out. So there is a force working through people, in my opinion, and helping us get to this point.
I want to say something.
Well, I can see. Okay, go ahead.
Interrupting. So, yeah, I was talking about, we can be creative in that sense. We can be like the creator and create things. And one of those things that we create would be like a storyboard where you have like scenes from all over the world, people with different accents, like showing you how domestication is working. And then at the end of the movie, we show them like Mountain Man, and we be sure and play the banjo at first and make it like real dumb, like ba-ding, ding, 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 ding. And these are the idiots, right? But then all of a sudden they pick like a cow and drag it up the mountain, like over its neck, and like haul all kinds of wood and make kind of shit. It's like, these are the retarded ones. Like how powerful mountain men are. Like, they're not like regular dudes. Like dudes that are up on top of mountains, dragging shit up mountains. They're like extremely strong. Anyway, go ahead.
Well, I don't want, like, are you creating your own God when you say creator? Do you believe in a certain one?
Bro.
No, I don't. I'm not gonna sit here and say like this is the right creator or this is the right creator. I didn't sit down with the creator and create the world. I don't know him personally like that. I just know that the world was created because of the complexity that is required for this world to operate. It's not happenstance. It cannot happen for no reason. And so there is a greater power that somehow put the laws into place that everything operates under. And so I trust that, whatever that is.
I was just wondering, because there's a bunch of religions out there. I was just wondering if you was agreeing with one of them, or if you're just...
I don't have a religion.
So you're just adding to them?
No, I don't have a religion.
But you know there's a creator, so you're creating your own God.
No, I'm not saying anything about God or the creator.
Creator, you
God's
did.
the thing you made up.
No, you just said there's a creator.
Yeah, to me, I'm not religious. That's not some God that sits around and watches people while they're doing bad things or anything. There's a creator. Somebody created the place. The end. You can't do anything about it.
Yeah, I don't presume to know anything about him, so I'm not creating anything. I'm not presuming anything. I just know, based on what we see in reality, that there must be something that sets the laws, otherwise you cannot have anything. Like, there needs to be something for things to work by, otherwise there's no contrast.
What laws are you talking about?
The functions of the reality. You wouldn't have any functions of reality. You wouldn't have any contrast. You wouldn't have any light, darkness. You wouldn't have matter. You wouldn't have energy. You wouldn't have anything. There would be no contrast between anything.
But those are words.
Those words describe things in reality.
What reality?
The one we're both in. That you're on Discord right now. Did you not realize that?
So when you say energy, you're talking like electricity, the things that allows you and I to communicate.
That's right? One form of energy, yes.
Yes, and you participate in having that, right?
In having that?
I don't know.
Yeah, like keeping it alive. Whoever come up with the idea, you're participating in, therefore it stays in existence.
What? No, I'm not the arbiter of things existing. There's objective reality, and I exist in objective reality. I am not controlling reality around me and manifesting it. Like,
you're not?
No, I'm not. There is something else that's that's creating reality. Otherwise, if I hypnotized you and made myself invisible, I cannot walk through you. Because
how do you know that?
I'm still physically there, even though your mind cannot perceive me.
Yeah, you see what I'm getting at? It just seems like you're adding to the religious list with your creator.
No, you're not going to get
straight. I am not. There is no new addition to anything. Name what I'm adding.
Well, it sounds like you could get a bunch of people to get behind you and say, yeah, there's absolutely a creator. I'm just not going to claim who it is. And then you said something about laws, and you wouldn't define the law.
Do you realize that
you're strawmanning?
Yeah, he's going to have to go soon. Do you realize it doesn't take a bunch of people to tell somebody else that there's a creator? Once you know the earth is flat, that's the only other possibility, and you figure it out on your own.
Did you ever think that the earth was a sphere before you thought it was flat?
Of course. My dad worked at NASA. I used to go there every couple of days, walk around.
So once you discovered that the earth was flat, that was the only lie you was ever told.
I don't even
know.
Who said that?
Nothing else.
Why are you making up shit, dude? How did you get in here is my other question.
What are you talking about? It just seems like all flat earthers think that that's the only thing that matters.
Disingenuous.
You're just talking to yourself, bro.
You're disingenuous. You're talking out of your ass, and you're gaslighting, straw manning, and red herring.
I'll mute.
Yeah, you'll find most everybody in here has their own opinions on just about everything. It's very diverse. We agree on the earth as being level and not a ball. That's pretty much it.
He sounded like an agent provocateur. Somebody trying to catch you saying something.
The only right opinion is James. He's the only one who has the right opinion, so you guys better watch out.
not saying I have the right opinion, but when I say I'll mute, could you do me a favor and not talk about me? Because that just makes me want to.
Just mute and shut up, dude.
Yeah, well, don't talk about me while I'm muted, please.
So just mute.
Well, then don't lie about other people.
Who did I lie about?
You're not muted if you're talking all the time.
He just told me don't lie about other people.
Yeah, you were misrepresenting my points.
Exactly.
I never once called you a liar. But I just said I just was called. Somebody just told me quit lying about people.
Yeah, that was me. You were misrepresenting the things that I was saying to you.
And that I was
saying. That's what I would classify as a lie if you do that willingly.
If it's not truthful, then it's probably a lie.
You guys are calling me. Where did I lie? Who did I call a liar?
That's not what a lie is.
That's not what a lie is. A lie is not when you call someone else a liar. A lie is when you say something that's untrue, especially like in this case, you were saying untrue things about me and what I was telling you.
What did I say?
If you didn't understand what I was saying, you can express that, but don't say I'm saying things I'm not saying.
What did I say that was untrue about you?
You were saying that I was creating my own religion and I've never done anything like that, so...
He said that you could get enough people to go along with it.
No, I didn't.
Also, junk that I didn't say.
He was working towards the idea that you were going to found a cult or something like that. That's where he was dancing towards. And it just got ridiculous, and that's when we all jumped in and said, hey, slow it down.
So we can all have our own creator.
And now he's just plain dumb.
I don't have a special creator that's just for me. I said the logical antecedent is a creator. That's all.
You have to believe.
I go away for 2 months, and we got new people in here with silver flat earthers who talk like this. Who talk about evolution, that it's possibly evolution. I mean, who even talks about goofy shit like that?
James does.
I like how you just blame it on one person as if he wasn't talking about it.
Why the derailments?
Pretty easy to do.
It is. Stop doing it.
I didn't do it.
Do better.
Live up to your role.
Sounds like I got a bunch of globies against me, if you ask me. I don't say what you guys say.
Listen,
Did you just say a silver flat earther? Like you got to say something that everybody else says?
Nobody's against you. Stuff that you said, we disagree.
Isn't that what got us here?
No.
Did you hear what he? Do you realize what you said, or no?
I don't
know. I don't even think you guys realize what you say. You're just interested in what I say.
I've just been listening the whole
time.
Everybody
else is wrong, but you're correct. Okay.
Well, it's a weird thing for you to say. It's a weird thing for a guy who constantly puts words in people's mouths to say.
I'm used to everybody against me.
I wouldn't want to be a cop and meet you. I bet you're always innocent, even when you're speeding.
Hey, accuser, bring the receipts. I'd love to hear them.
And I was just accused of doing something, and you're calling me the accuser.
Well, what's your proof? No, I'm not talking to you.
You're breaking up.
I'm talking to them. Say, if you got something on this guy, where are the receipts? You can't just say that and run away. But I'm pretty sure they have receipts.
Okay, so why are you talking? Hello?
I have no ill will towards anybody. I don't understand why there's ill will towards me.
I haven't been here very long.
You strawmanned him about his spirituality, dude.
I didn't strawman him. I asked him a legitimate question. You guys got your feel-bads got hurt like he was some far-left liberal.
Yeah,
the only thing I asked him,
dude, all I asked him is if his creator I just tried to be fair with you 5 seconds ago. I just tried to be fair with you 5 seconds ago, and you immediately bite the hand.
Clown.
Case closed.
The only thing I said to the guy that made you guys go off was I asked him a legitimate question when he said he knows there's a creator. The only thing I asked him was, is it one that's known of today, or are you adding to the list?
So you didn't straw man him?
No, I'm asking if he's adding to the list. And you guys got all buttered.
What did I say to you?
I'm accusing him of something bad.
Why are you
just cutting things out of context and just ignoring what
we were here? You guys did.
Why are you butthurt?
You feel bad. It's like, oh, he's talking bad about my creator. No, I'm not. I was just
that's not. No one said that. Now you're again putting words in other people's mouths, and you're just lying.
I thought in my heart that he believed in the God of the Bible. That's the reason I asked him, but I didn't want to ask it in a way.
You know better than him.
Wow, you're just backpedaling like a motherfucker now. You're just backpedaling.
Wow, like a motherfucker. Wow, listen to you. You must be the good guy.
I am the good guy. I give you facts and truth.
It sounds like it.
It's just weak bait trolling.
It sounds like a bunch of people up against one is what it sounds like to me.
Oh, well.
It's okay to be spiritual, whoever was talking. Drace, I think.
It's all good, man. It's not like he's going to affect me with his nonsense.
Obvious as fuck, dude, playing the victim like that. Come on. Sounds like a bunch of people ganging up on other people. Take his fucking roles and kick him out of this server.
It wouldn't be the first time.
No, because you come here asking for it, bro. I've heard your shit a million times, and I don't even know your name.
You've heard my shit a million times, and you don't even know my name. That sounds like at least you're telling people how much you pay attention.
Well, all I'm trying to say, partner, is I've seen the kind come in here and try to make shit look like it's not, and you're here doing that. So that's why I say you should have your roles stripped.
Hey, whatever, you know.
But that's just me. Hey, listen, I'm just a lowly silver like yourself. I don't need to make
if you want the name Jack Dorsey or Mark Zuckerberg, you know, silencing people, go ahead and do it.
No, I'm just calling out a stinky fish when I hear and smell.
No, strip him of his rights to speak. Get rid of him.
Oh no, you'll have the same rights to speak. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it sounds awfully familiar.
Hey, listen. If you go around,
you don't need to be checking people in. That's for sure.
Yeah, for sure. You don't need to be going around this server acting like that.
Hey, whatever makes you feel tough, man.
That's all. You're just being belligerent, man. Aren't you?
Yeah, note that you didn't actually say what he said, that you said that, like, he's again trying to twist things and change them to suit his narrative. It's just
all
nonsense.
Of us. Let's talk about the fucking Earth. What is this nonsense we're doing right now? You let him derail us.
I have a question.
I had to jump in because I'm a fucking asshole.
I completely agree.
No, thank you.
What's being said right now? I think this is a technique called chop blocking. In football, you got the linemen that line up and they go against the opposite side. Well, they hit each other really hard to block, you know, for their quarterback or to make the tackle, right? Well, after you hit them hard, they don't want to get hit again, so they start chopping you in the knees. It's a chop block strategy. I don't know if he's doing it intentional or not, but that is the effect that's happening. We're talking about all this other weird stuff like religion, and we're not facing it head on, so we should just hurdle that maneuver and go after, you know, the point, stay on topic, where's the curvature, and sack the quarterback, because that's how plays are made.
Nice. Yo, I have a question. Does anyone know if we only see one side of the sun?
What was that again?
Does anyone know if we only ever see one side of the sun?
Hey, something that we do know is that sunspots move across the face of the sun. If you've ever seen them, So if that gives you an indication of something that might be happening on the surface of the sun, whatever the sun is, it could be physical, metaphysical, we don't know. But sunspots do move across the face of the sun.
So what the main theory of a sunspot is, there's these magnetic flux lines, and when they sort of clump up and band together as the different ones cross over the other fields or lines, and when this happens, it creates a dark spot on the sun. So the dark spot we can see moving, like it's moving across the sun, but we don't know if it's the sun rotating or these dark spots just moving across the surface.
Yeah. Well, we can see something with the moon. So if you're looking at the moon, whatever face the moon is rising in the east, you can see the same face upside down in the west. Then that's very interesting. So if you're taking a look at that example with the moon, the sun, if you put your hand up to the moon, right, like your palm, you put your palm to the moon, and if you put the palm all the way, like when the moon's at its zenith, right above your head, and then you follow that all the way back to the west, then you find out your hand's upside down. If you follow it, so that's exactly what the moon does. And in your perspective, it looks like the face of the moon is upside down from your eastern sky to your western sky. And interestingly enough, what's going to really bake your noodle is that when you're like maybe farther away, like maybe let's say people in the United States can relate to people in Australia, they would see the face of the moon the way you see it in the western sky. And so, but it would be facing them like on their eastern sky. Think about that. You see it on your western sky, they're facing east and seeing it in their eastern sky. How cool is that? You guys ever think about that? That's crazy. Anyway. This thing on? Hello?
Yeah. I heard you. I think it was kind of hard to catch what you were saying for me.
Oh, am I breaking up?
No, I think it was my understanding that was failing. It was my fault.
Oh, sorry. So yeah, like
your comprehension.
So yeah, if let's say you see the moon moving across your sky, right, wherever you are, you call up your buddy in Australia, and he sees the moon in his eastern sky, rising. So when he sees it, the face of the moon is facing him on the east, but you see it facing you towards the west, and you both could be looking one to the west, one to the east, and you could both be seeing the face of the moon the same way. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, I was just wondering if that was the same with the sun or not.
Well, I mean, you'd have to have a sunspot in order for you to, talk about a sun, because a sunspot is the only thing you would be able to distinguish from the sun, unless you look at NASA's layered images where it shows like these eruptions happening on the surface, which you can believe that.
Yeah, I do want to point out that what I said about the sun, not necessarily that I believe it, but that's the story. And my point was that these sunspots move. How do we know it's the sun rotating or the sunspot just moving? And, the same kind of pattern over and over again. So it was more of a I don't know rather than a statement of knowledge.
But it's still agreeable that you see the sunspot moving. So, I mean, you'd have to argue with the fact that the sun's actually moving and not the sunspot. So I don't know how you do that. But the only thing that I would say, and I can't make a correlation from the sun to the moon because they're different, but like I was saying, the moon, if you're looking at the face is always facing you no matter on what sky you're seeing it from. And so that would be kind of cool, call up your buddy in Australia, looking at on his eastern sky, he sees the moon on his eastern sky and your western sky. It's crazy. That's one thing I think is really cool, because the face is always facing whatever perspective you are on Earth.
But does the sunspot stay at the same place relative to the edge?
They tend to move from the left side to the right side, almost as if the sun is spinning.
Like across the middle or around?
Well, they don't like circle the outer edges. They go like across in a straight line, almost like a transit, like the transit of Venus.
Right.
From what I saw, now I could be incorrect, but I would like to ask a Glober that's a good question for a Glober. Does the sun rotate, and how do you know if it's the sun rotating or the sunspot rotating?
You know what's crazy, Larry? What I found out is that they didn't know that the sun's actually going around something itself. It's not actually the thing that we're all going around. It's actually itself going around the Berry Center. Like, it's got a small rotational pattern that it goes around. I don't know if you knew that or not, but there's a lot of people that don't know this. This is it's not fact. This is basically rhetoric. So it's the mainstream rhetoric.
Well, actually, in reality, the sun is doing a cycle around a center point, which is basically heaven.
That's correct, but in the sense of like the heliocentric idea, it also is
BS.
Like a small Berry Center. And if you don't believe
So they basically took heaven away and gave us the center of the Milky Way and the distances and the outer space, right? But truth is kind of almost in the middle of that. They saying that the sun is rotating around a center point, which is true.
Yeah. You know, that's how deception works, man. Like they sprinkle some truth in there, but they layer it with a lot of deception. But so long as there's truth that you can agree, because we would be able to agree on that, but then they'll be like, see, I told you. So, but it's not the same. They're just using that as a... But a lot of people from the heliocentric model, they don't know that. They just think the sun is still in the middle, like, and everything's going around it. But it's actually itself going around a center.
Yeah, so all the luminaries. The sun is called helion in the mapping of the sky. Then there is an opposite side that's called anti-helion. Then there is the north toroidal, which is Polaris of the celestial north. Then there is south toroidal, which is celestial south, and then apex and south apex, which is other points of the sky, which is kind of like what we call the in between those points, the equatorial, the equator, but in the sky.
Yeah.
So yeah, there is a cycle of the luminaries that circle everything around a center point. Yeah.
I wonder what the new people think about that. We got a few new people in here. I'm on my lunch break.
Well, if you ask me, it's actually a structure that is up in the sky, heaven basically, where the throne of God is, where God dwells.
I think because
That's, if you ask me,
I think because of the fact they took that away, Gemsy, the truth is stranger than fiction for everyone. So you're gonna get like a lot of rebuttals from like that perspective, being like, yeah, right, you know, because it's like they can't perceive something that you know is not like spiritualist, like material. Everything's material right now, so there's no way that can be outside of that. Everything exists as like, you know, particles. So.
Well, God is very real, and the laws and the whole construct in place is very real. Some people want to put I don't know, God in another dimension. It may be in a different medium, maybe in a super medium, different, and it's definitely but it's definitely above our heads, up in heaven. That's why they took heaven away.
Well,
because they don't want to know that.
Isn't that the sixth sense? We call the five senses are the ones that we can smell, taste, touch, hear, see.
Yeah.
The sixth sense would be the spirit, like what you feel emotionally, like tied to like love and, you know, empathy, all the, you know, emotions that you can go through, and you could sense this energy, but like you don't know where it comes from or, you know, how to. Some people channel that energy, right? They feed off that energy. It just depends who you're talking to. There's real vampires in this world that can feed off the energy that you put out. So I think that's kind of like we're talking about like why these elites, control people, and that energy that we put out. I think it's like energy to them. That fear, the fear mongering, the stuff that they put out.
Oh yeah.
So I don't know. I see it, man. Because like why would they put these agendas for us to like follow if it wasn't something that they need?
They need us domesticated. They're shrinking our raisins, bro.
Yeah, everything's getting shrunk. Your lifespan. Yeah, you're just. They got you just old enough so that you can finish doing the tasks that you need to do, the tasks in your life, and then, you get to you get to like 60s, man. You're already 1 foot in the grave, if not heading there fast, and then you don't even get to collect your retirement. You just like that gets put back to the banking system. It's crazy. It's all these agendas, man, tied into flat Earth. It's like flat Earth is like the beginning, and then you get why people don't understand spirituality is, well, it's easy.
Well, they even use the cycles of the luminaries for specific timings of doing things. So yeah, they do follow the clock in the sky. So it's like a clock, a calendar that they definitely follow to do whatever they do.
Well, it's crazy because the Farmer's Almanac kind of is based on like the cycles of the Earth, like repeated cycles. I mean, it's most often like it always hits the same. So how is it that they can make these predictions, weather patterns, if like meteorology hasn't done that? Like they can only like the best they can do is like 2 weeks in advance. Like that's the best they can do. Like and that's even pushing the limits. Like they can't really know that much. But the Farmer's Almanac can do like a whole year. How is that possible? I think that's a good example of like the cycles and the patterns that we're here in this earth. Predictability.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Trucker, you did it right. She did it right somehow. However she managed to do that. Whether it was through marriage or whatever, she was sovereign longer than she was citizen, right?
Yeah, she was married. She just retired early because she wanted to spend time with her husband before they got too old,
Oh, the husband provided the sovereignty or the ability for her to reach sovereignty. That's sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, most people say that the woman has a right to get a job. I mean, lose her sovereignty. But I think it's often better if you could remain sovereign, if at all possible.
That's true. Yeah.
Because once you step into business, commerce, this red tape, and you got to do this and you got to do that. But at your house, I mean, you're literally the king. Or queen.
Hey, now that you mentioned sovereign, I was wanting to know your perspective on a country having a king, or how do you view that?
If a country has a king, if he's a good king, then who do well and live a long life and pass on to his children. But if one of his children were to become, let's say, greedy or impulsive, then it would be real easy to get rid of that government with a few trusty sharp daggers, and then you would have a new government. But this way of government is different. We can't just do it like that. We kind of get served that which we deserve. So when they say that, oh, by the way, we've been spying on you, just thought you should know, and nobody throws an uproar about it, then that's going to be the new rule, because that's, apparently what we wanted.
Yeah, because I was thinking, like, the government we have in America, because we go through presidents and politicians so fast, people don't get attached to their government. It's like if you have a really good, strong ruler, they're gone. Like, so I don't know. Like, I guess I'm learning that I do like the way it used to be. Yeah, you had some terrible kings or queens, but you also had some really good ones. So I don't know. But then again, I'm not entirely sure that way of doing things is the best either.
I think you should govern yourself until you prove to everyone in society that you can't do it. And at that point only, you would be governed from the outside because of your own free will.
Does anyone read the Green Book?
Speak up, bro.
Has anyone read the Green Book by?
Can I get a gold plus in the lobby?
Yeah, sure. What do you need?
Boot this guy, golden idiot or whatever, because Indio's command didn't seem to work.
Bot's broken.
You're talking about the Green
Ask your question again, Dougie.
From the other room. See if it does it there. I don't know if that makes a difference.
Yeah, by Gandalf or whatever his name is.
He gone.
So the error message came up. So it was duplicate. So it was sitting in there already. So did it say that you banned him then?
Yeah, he's toast.
Okay. Let's see if he changed. Yep. Good. All right. Thanks.
No problem.
Teamwork.
Sorry for interrupting. What was that book?
I think it's called the Green Book.
By who?
Gandalf.
Did you say Gaddafi? Like
Yeah.
Gaddafi?
I think that's his name, yeah.
It really doesn't have anything to do with the server topic.
Oh no, it's just like you guys are talking about politics.
Nope.
What?
Nope.
He said no.
Does anyone follow the celestial calendar?
Everybody does, even if they don't know it. Everyone does follow the celestial calendar.
Okay.
You know, when the sun rises, you wake up.
Okay.
The watchmaker, you know, watching the luminaries. They make the watch, and then you watch the watch to tell the time. It's based on the luminaries above, so everybody does basically.
Yeah, but you know how like moon phases are months or moons.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's like 28 days in a moon cycle, is it? Something like that.
Yeah, some people definitely go into specifics about that, yeah.
Right.
Even the watchmaker has to adjust the watch to be able to be correct based on the movement of the luminaries.
Jimsy, did you catch that lady earlier in the Proletariat Discord? The lady that gave a presentation a couple hours ago?
No, haven't seen that.
Oh, wow. Okay, you'll enjoy it, I'm sure. It has to do with the guy who made the Gleason map. Probably a few others in here that would be with it.
Yeah, it was great. Yeah.
There you go, yeah. It was awesome. She killed it. Guess you can find it
Post it again by any chance? Can you maybe
It's Shane's YouTube, I guess. But I bet I could find it pretty easily just anyways.
Oh, the book name was let me find the book.
Yeah.
It'll be on the live stream on YouTube. 24 Tartaria Cosmology, and it'll be titled.
Yeah, to be honest, she makes my research look bad, man. She went in this one. There's lots of them. But it's easy to do, in makes sense.
Gleason wrote that book, so she was talking about it. Pretty good presentation. I don't agree with all of it, but like it's still excellent information.
Anybody posted yet? You said I'll
How's your
repost
dreams
it
been, people? You've been having good dreams? This is a good dream check.
I haven't remembered them lately.
Got to read your journal.
I don't have one of those.
You got a scribing mirror right next to your head.
All right, there you go.
Oh,
Live stream text. You got the book and the video.
Check it out. Don't forget to ask your subconscious to solve things for you. It's just sitting there waiting for some shit to do. Especially while you're sleeping.
You're coming in a wee bit low, amigo.
How do you control your subconscious? Because if you could control it, would it not be your subconscious anymore?
Well, you can't control it. Obviously, you're consciously deciding to tell it what to do. And it is consciously deciding whether or not that's worth it or not and deciding whether to do it. I think, but what do I know?
Interesting.
Everybody knows about them eureka moments. You didn't figure it out. It just came.
No, I know what you're talking about, but I don't know how to control it, right? You can't focus that like, oh, I want to learn how to code, I'm going to learn it while I sleep or, whatever. I don't know. Maybe that's
repetition, Jedi. Repetition.
Yeah, so you're doing it in your mind. Is that like what happens? Like what?
Well, if you want to change something, but like you keep on repeating it and repeating and repeating it, and then it becomes part of your subconscious, and you do it automatically anyway. That's the theory. Seems to work.
It's almost like driving. Have you noticed that driving? It's almost like building your muscle. Like you know what to do.
You just jump in the car and you do it. You don't even think about it.
But some people that never done it, they just can't do it. Especially when they're older.
Some people they still can't drive no matter how many times they do it.
But I know what you're talking about with those eureka moments. Like when I was a kid, I tried to like ride a bike and I couldn't. Like I would fall and stuff. But like one morning, I just woke up and I knew exactly what to do. So I just pulled out the bike and just started riding around, and it felt so natural. Like I just knew. I woke up knowing how to do it. I don't know how else to explain it.
There's think of this, right? If you've got a dog, you go home from work. You get home from work, you go outside and you pick up the dog poo and you feed the dogs. You set yourself a reminder to do that. Eventually, you don't need the reminder, and you just automatically do it. That's the same as what you're talking about, isn't it?
I don't know if it's exactly the same.
You can also do it with mental things too. So you can teach yourself to think in a more positive way. Of course, it takes practice, and you fall back many times. But what you do is, if you come across a bad situation, you get better at dealing with the situation by not staying in a bad mood for so long.
I would agree with that.
So that's how you can train yourself to not stay in a bad mood. Once the situation's finished, it's over and done with, and then you get back to being in a good mood.
I think that's just being
changing your behavior, isn't it? Yeah, exactly. Being conscious of it. Exactly.
I thought we were talking about like kind of controlling the unconscious, right? Like,
yeah, but then it becomes automatic. So it becomes part of your subconscious. You get me?
No. I'm just like, I guess I'm not. I don't know if I'm understanding. Could you clarify?
So everything takes practice, no matter what it is. So if you want to, you practice and practice and practice, it becomes part of muscle memory or mental muscle memory. Then it becomes part of your subconscious because you don't have to think about doing it.
I see what you're saying now. Yeah. But
yeah.
but we're talking about not knowing something, but then you suddenly just know. I guess it's a little different in that regard, because you're saying you work up to it being in your subconscious. I'm saying, like,
Isn't that different?
No, I guess you. I guess
realization.
I guess you are kind of working up to it in, like, practicing riding the bike and failing, but just that the feeling of knowing that morning, right, was so. I was so confident. Like, there was a confidence in me that I could just do it, and I knew that I would do it, and it was. I don't know if it was just, my brain mentally processing or kind of putting me in those situations to prepare me for it, and I just,
Well, every time you tried and failed, you got closer to the end goal. Instead of giving up, you kept on trying.
Yeah, that's true.
That's still training in a way. Yeah.
Yeah.
You didn't just get up one morning and automatically know how to do it.
That's kind of
what failed many times.
I wouldn't even say I failed many times. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. I do understand what you are saying, and I agree that there is similarities, but it wasn't like I failed 100, like, even 10 times. It was like, I fell off the bike, like, twice or something.
So Carl Jung talked about the collective unconsciousness, and I guess a simple way to think about it is the storehouse of memories inherited, from the common ancestors of the whole human race, no counterpart in Freud's theory. So this is something different. Sorry. So the collective unconsciousness would be like pulling something out of the ether, right? So you're not going to be able to, like, learn how to code out of this. Like, coding language is, like, different, right? You would have to, like, learn the old-fashioned way, which is, books or teachers. Right. But to come across, like, some sort of natural truth or natural law, I think that could be easily done with the collective unconsciousness. But what is this? Apparently the sleeping prophet Edgar Cayce was tapping into this somehow. So it's a really interesting concept that he's kind of tapped into. I don't think he came up with this. I'm pretty sure. But
I wonder if
when they call it collective unconsciousness, he just coined it. Thanks.
I mean, it's obviously a speculation, but I wonder if when you think about certain things, your brain is on a certain frequency, right? And if those resonate with other frequencies, like, fuck, I don't know. I'm gonna go down the rabbit hole if I have this conversation. Never mind.
It's okay, bro. Try again.
I gotta think of a better way to articulate it.
So in this book that I viewed online, on YouTube, a series of lessons in Raja Yoga, they talked about how businessmen in meeting will often smoke cigars, so that when they're asked a question, they can take a big long drag of the cigar and breathe it out and have just long enough for the subconscious to think about how to answer the question, like, quickly and correctly. And a lot of people do this sort of thing with drinks and whatnot. They sip a drink and they ponder on it for a second, and then they start their spill.
Yeah. I mean, it forces you to kind of bide your time and use it for, yeah. I understand what you're saying.
Do you have another example that's similar to what you're talking about? I kind of get what you're saying.
The story of Eureka, right? You know about that? Where that came from? If not, I guess I could tell you. So the king had commissioned a crown, and he thought he got ripped off. He thought there was, later, see ya, have a good one. He thought that there was silver in the gold crown, and he got ripped off. And it's really interesting because the king didn't know how to fix it. So he got this guy. He said, I need you to tell me, without destroying the crown, because he could separate the metals, but he wasn't allowed to destroy the crown if he got ripped off or not. And the guy thought about it, and he didn't know how to answer it. So he got in the bathtub, and when he got in the tub, it forced an amount of water out of the tub. And at that moment, his subconscious answered the question, this is how I got to do it, because when you submerge something, you have an amount of water that's displaced, and you can weigh this displacement, and somehow, I'm not quite sure how, but it tells you the makeup of the crown, and it had too much silver, so the guy got executed. But yeah, what's this called? Somebody's principle? I forgot.
Archimedes.
What? Yeah, Archimedes' principle. Thanks.
Oh wow, yeah.
Remember the wizard teaching the boy about the Earth being a globe and. But basically, the way to think about it is that part of your mind, I wouldn't necessarily say brain, is a super processor, and it's always trying to figure shit out. And it's just sitting there, and some people know how to utilize it, and some people don't.
But then it's not your subconscious anymore, technically.
Well, it depends. How do you define subconscious?
Well, subconscious means below your consciousness. So, you're not, or, not, it's not part of, it's, because what you're conscious of, you're aware of, but you can obviously be aware of a subconsciousness because you can see manifestations of it. But I don't know, it's kind of weird, right?
Let me help you out.
Yeah.
So the subconscious is like the monkey mind in Eastern philosophy, right? So you want to stay focused on your task at hand, right? But then, for the women, it's did I turn off the coffee pot? Did I shut off the oven? Right? And then you slap your monkey mind back into position, get back to work. And for the men, it's ooh, look at her, And you're always trying to control the monkey mind, right? Because it wanders off over and over and over again. And the thing is, instead of restraining your monkey mind and putting a rope around its neck and punishing it, it's thought that it's better to guide it with something like a fun task for it to do to keep it busy rather than letting it just go all over the fucking place. And that's what meditation is all about.
Huh.
Hey, I do have a theory on what you're talking about, where you woke up and it clicked with riding the bike. I would suspect, in your sleep, your subconscious got that information somehow.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Kind of ran through simulations in my head through the experiences that I've already had, and kind of sort out a way that to make it work. Maybe I felt for a split second when right before I fell, I felt this moment where I actually felt like I had it, and maybe I decided that is, what I need to strive for subconsciously, and but consciously I knew what to do.
Is that different to what I said?
No, Timbo. We already established that.
Yeah, it's just fun to think about.
Are there any new people that want to add to the conversation?
So, also, I wanted to apologize to whoever I kind of snapped at when that guy was going off, straw manning Drace. Talk about receipts and stuff. Sorry, I didn't mean to snap at you, but I don't know if you came in at a bad time or knew what was going on. But yeah, there was this guy that was just arguing about. He had terrible arguments, but he was still arguing, and then he started straw manning, and it all kind of just spiraled. And you came in at a bad time. So sorry.
Trying to find that guy that was talking about the monkey mind so I could share it with you. He was one of the monks that took the vow of silence for like 10 years. And, you wouldn't think, like, well, what does he got to say, right? Like, what does he know? If you listen to your internal voice for that long, I would imagine you'd learn a few things because you ain't got nothing to say. So all you can do is think about shit and how it works. And anyway, I'll try to find the guy. I'm trying to remember his name. It's Hindu.
It'd be really interesting to. It's an interesting topic, I think. I mean,
I don't know if this is the right video, but this is the right guy. I guess basically the thing is to hypnotize yourself.
Man, I don't like the use of brainwash yourself.
Well, that's a good thing. Like if you wanted to brainwash yourself to stop smoking.
Yeah. But
it could be used for yeah, and mind control. That sounds
that's
really
messing
bad
with something that I don't have experience with, and I'm happy with.
Yeah, maybe it's not for you, bud.
I mean,
it's like riding a motorcycle. It's not for everybody. If you don't pay attention to shit, you probably shouldn't ride.
I don't think I need brainwashing.
Oh no, you probably don't need mind control either. But don't kill anybody while you're out in public. Don't control your. Don't govern yourself. Right. See, you like government, even if you're the most anti-government person ever. You like it when I govern myself, because I'm a 350-pound man walking around town. Like, you don't want me to just grab people and like set on people, right? Like, you like the fact that I'm governing myself, and when I drive down the road, I'm governing myself, not causing anyone harm, injury, or loss. Like, you like government, you really do. I promise. You certainly don't want me drinking and driving all over the road in your lane while you're in your lane, Yeah, believe it or not, you would want to hypnotize yourself at certain times to do certain things.
Yeah, okay, hypnotize. How to hypnotize yourself. Okay, cool. But when it says brainwash, I don't know. It's just kind of weird. It's just a personal opinion, all right? I'm not judging.
No, it's all good, bro.
I'll probably still end up watching it, but I don't know. gonna go into it skeptically.
Well, it says you can achieve anything in life. I think that's a little bit of a reach, but I get the idea.
I'll put it to you like this. This guy I used to know could do a backflip. He was a very fit guy. And I said, hey, before you did the backflip, you knew that you could do it, didn't you? He said, yeah. I said, it's only until you tried and fell on your head a few times that you did it, but you knew that you were capable of it before you actually were capable of it. He was like, yeah, that's pretty much true. And I was like, but once you set your mind to it that you were going to accomplish this thing that you know that you could do, it's like there was no stopping you. Like nobody on earth could have stopped you, like besides killing you. He was like, yeah, that's pretty much true.
So do you meditate regularly?
So to tell you the truth, I try to stay in a state of meditation like 24/7. Like I try to be chill and stoic no matter what's happening. Just like roll with the punches and take the good with the bad. And it's not that everything is a challenge, but it shouldn't be treated like a challenge. It should be treated like a task. Like this thing needs to be solved. Like, okay, I'm not going to be like all grumpy, like, oh, now I got to go do this. It's just like, okay, this thing needs to be done. I'm going to go through it. You know, the dryer breaks down, like, okay, another task. No problem. Only solution. Because you can allow yourself to get triggered, right?
Right.
And sometimes you get triggered without allowing it, right? And that's the part that you have to work on yourself a little bit, I think. Don't allow the same thing to trigger you twice. And then once you like remove yourself and like take some deep breaths and relax, why did I get triggered? Oh, because I haven't accepted this thing. And it's not that someone is annoying, right? Like James wasn't annoying to me. You guys were allowing James to annoy you.
Right. Well, reflecting on the root cause of the issue, right? The root cause of why that person annoys you, or why they made you feel that way.
To be fair to you guys, there is a pattern. So I see that too.
To be fair, there's what?
There's a pattern that keeps repeating.
I'm not sure I understand what you're saying.
Oh, I was just saying that this wasn't the first time that James has pissed off the entire room.
Oh. I personally didn't get, worked up over it. I was just listening, and when he started talking, when he started strawmanning Drace about his spirituality, I thought that was kind of messed up. So I stepped in there just to kind of call him out. And it was obvious that he was just trolling, and then, feeling bad for himself too. I don't know, playing the victim, right? It's kind of cringe, but I'm not gonna say any more about it. Like, whatever.
Yeah, I was just.
I don't think he was trolling. I think what he does is he has this God in his mind that there can only be the one that he thinks it is, and everyone else who kind of makes up their own, as he says, is wrong, and he's the only one that's right about it. So I've done it before. Yeah,
If he's not here, we should probably move on. If he
yeah, correct.
Stuff. I was just talking about you guys being annoyed by him was your choice.
Yeah.
That's all I was trying to say.
Yeah.
Try to stay in meditation 24/7. Try until I am not trying and I allow myself to get a little invested.
I mean, that's like what we were getting on before about red eye. There's another thing you can change. You can change how you react to people instead of letting them dictate how you react.
Oh, they don't.
Yeah, but that's another learned behavior as well.
Yeah, because I became aware
of your subconscious coming into work.
It's exactly what I just stated, where you reflect on what annoyed you or what made you feel irritated or how this person got control over your emotions and feelings, and getting to the root cause of it, dealing with it, and then moving on. And then when you see people like this in chat, it doesn't really bother you as much. But when he started like going off the rails, like saying that, I don't know how he arrived at the conclusions he arrived at, but saying like Drace is like in a cult, basically, like that one individual said, that's when I had to like step in, because like I said, that's kind of messed up. But I wasn't triggered or anything.
Well, there's this psychiatrist out of Canada, Dr. Gabriel Mate. I don't know if I pronounced his name right, but he basically, it's kind of the opposite of the way that I think a lot. He says that it's normal and natural to get angry and to be triggered and to exhibit emotions of anger. And he said other psychiatrists have said, you should go in the corner and stay there until you've straightened yourself out emotionally, and then you can rejoin society. He said that's a trauma that we've learned in the past, to where we've been traumatized, act like a man, don't cry, shut up, walk it off. When it's normal for a child to cry, just because he's a boy doesn't mean that he should like suck it up and hold it in and repress his emotion. So I'm not saying that you shouldn't have any emotion. That's why I said sometimes I choose to get, to have a little fun, right, in the debate, and maybe a few low blows myself, right? I've been known to do such a thing because, it's kind of fun.
Yeah.
But for the most part, you should be tactically aware of when you should control your emotions and when it's okay to like let it out. So it's definitely okay to get angry, get livid. That's natural. That's normal. You shouldn't repress that emotion. But if you're in the courtroom, maybe you should probably hold some of that back.
Yeah, I mean, having a good grip on your emotions helps, and not like taking things personally, right? There's a saying when I was a kid: sticks and stones may break my bones, but words may never hurt me. And I think that was not spoken to or taught to the new generation.
You hit that one bang on the head, didn't you? 100% right. Some of them, not all of them.
You guys ever heard of the Jose Silva method?
For what?
Meditation.
No.
Are there any new people in the room?
Hey, Trucker Bear, you out there?
Yeah, I'm back.
Hey, did you read that book, that Gleason's book you put in the live chat? Is the Bible from Heaven, is the Earth a Globe?
No, I haven't read it yet, but I probably will.
Yep.
That lady gave a pretty good presentation of it, so she got me interested.
Yeah, I'm interested too, man. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah.
Is this like some shill happening going on?
No, it's in the live chat, dude. He posted a book, and I was just asking.
Never mind.
The map guy, Gleason, he wrote a book. There's actually a story behind it that's pretty cool, but yeah.
Cool. We gotcha.
Hey, Rose. Hey, Timbo.
I was just gonna say hi to you, Matt. How you doing?
Oh, well.
It's always good to hear your voice.
Good night. Did y'all see the moon tonight?
Yeah. Full moon.
No, because it's still daytime.
Yeah, man. I was out there.
Oh no, it's full moon. I'm going outside.
Full moon. Got the werewolves running around.
What's up, Bushel?
Hey, Bushel. Bushel. Cat got his tongue, maybe.
Maybe.
Somebody say something to me?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
I said hi.
How you doing, brother?
Well, doing well. I was just hanging out with some buddies, some old buddies I hadn't seen in a long time. Just got home, chilling now. Yeah. It was a good night. I hope y'all are having a good night. Let's see. A question.
What up?
What up, Bushel?
Good. What's up, man?
There you go, Bushel.
How y'all?
What are you up to?
Not much. Just hanging out.
Dragonfire.
Dragonfire.
Stormfire. Dragonfire.
Stormfire, yeah.
Yo. What goes on?
God Rocket. Everybody's up in here tonight. Let's go.
See.
Overcast. I went outside. It's nothing. I don't even know where the moon's at.
Man. It's one of those nights.
Larry, usually it's on more towards north.
The moon's towards the north.
Towards the north.
Not around here, it ain't.
Usually it's on the other side of my
11?
house.
I'm about to go look.
Yeah.
So it should
on
be
the
right
opposite.
there.
Yeah. The moon we never went to. It's over there to the north.
The moon is straight overhead for me.
Right above your head?
Yeah.
It's up there.
Are you in Washington?
Hello. Houston.
Bushel, how far north are you?
I'm North Carolina.
North Carolina. Oh, okay. And it's right overhead.
He's from Cherokee country. He just don't know it.
Can almost touch it right there.
Yeah, Jules Verne ruined it for everybody. First it was Jules Verne, then it was the comic books. And that made it into your textbooks. And before you know it, yeah, we're reifying traveling through a second law of thermodynamics violation.
Say that.
Say that 2 times. We landed on the moon.
The universe isn't obligated to make sense to you.
Have you heard about how day and night should be flipped between summer and winter? Like if we're on the opposite side of the sun, then like 12 o'clock a.m. should be 12 o'clock p.m. like throughout the year.
It's a misconception. In their model, the Earth spins 361 degrees per day.
Ah, darn it.
Of course it does.
Larry knows.
Yeah, I've heard that before. I got a big broken nose. Nobody knows like Larry knows.
I trust you, Larry. You say it, I'm going to go with it. I'm going to roll.
That would be your first mistake, because I'd be wrong all the time and not even know it. Not even know. Y'all gotta call me out when I'm wrong. If I got a booger, please.
I will. I'll let you know. But you sound really convincing.
361.
I'm glad I went outside. I'm good and grounded now. The grass is so soft.
Needs to be barefoot.
Oh, you know it. You know it.
Oh, yeah.
Wherever your bare feet is holy ground.
Feels amazing. I'll find out in a few seconds whether there's ants nearby.
All right, if you look at the live chat, I got evidence we landed on the moon.
Oh, Matt, I can't wait to see this.
Nice link.
Yeah, that's a big ass link. I'm scared to click it.
Yeah, when am I going to get some kind of malware?
I'm going to do it. Oh, when was this article?
This.
What year? It says July 21st, 1969. Let's be real. It's in the paper.
The Globe and Mail.
Yeah.
Like the name of the paper is just like already ahead of the game, right?
Whatever you do, don't look at the Vietnam War. Just look at NASA. Everything's fine. Doing science.
It's very pretty up here. A fine, soft surface.
Good article, though. I'm going to have to keep that. That's a keeper.
Did you guys see what you can do with super glue and cigarette ash? That's a cool ass video.
Tell us about it.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh. Yeah, you can kind of put enough ash down and put some super glue on it and like repair like anything that needs repairing. Like, say the fender on your car, the bumper, you know, it has some little holes that rip sometimes. Like you hit a curb and then back off and it rips your bumper off. You can recreate those little holes just by, you know, basically put some wood behind it, put some ash on it, super glue it, and then take the wood off, and then file it down, drill a hole, and repin it back up. So it's kind of like a new bumper almost.
Awesome.
That newspaper is like propaganda. The Globe and Mail. So they're already telling you it's a Globe just on the newspaper before you even read Man on the Moon. It's from the Globe. Wow. People can't see that. So propaganda right here. A giant leap for mankind. Is this from Canada? It says Canada Life.
Toronto, yep.
Wow. Yep, Canada Trust.
Surprised they didn't say a giant leap for humankind. They weren't very woke back then, I guess.
Nope. Wow.
Yeah, that cryptic speech about truth's hidden layers. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to be silly, man. Bleach and rubbing alcohol, right? It makes chloroform. So I want to see how effective it will be on a water gun. What do you think? I'm going to take it to Shark Tank. Not really. I wish I was funny.
Scary.
Super Soaker 2000, just chloroforming people. Like, hi. It just dropped. Because it's about the ratio. If you have like a really high ratio and a low ratio of the other one, it's like it's going to drop you and you're going to be out for a long time.
It's hilarious.
That's absolutely hilarious when you think about it. Like, sup, fuckers? Just sprayed them sideways.
I didn't realize if you say it in a certain way, your name is in hilarious, Larry. Hilary.
That's right. I do study comedy, so here's how you do comedy. When someone makes a joke and it doesn't stick, there's always an opportunity for you to add on to that joke and make it funny.
Some of the things I hear people say, man, like, people are, like, I know some funny people. To write it down, like, I wish, like, some of these people who are genuinely funny would write their stuff down. Because there's some really hilarious people. Like, tonight, my buddy Michael, he's freaking hilarious, dude. He's hilarious. Anyway, he's a Yankee, but I don't hold that against him.
Pathetic Yankees.
At least he's not Canadian. Or French.
Yeah, France is real bad. That's where the pseudoscience capital of the world is, France.
What does that mean?
I wish I was funny. I got a joke, guys. All right.
Now, what does the pseudoscience, France is the pseudoscience capital of the world? I didn't get that.
This is a bad joke, all right?
Oh, I just say that because I think there's a lot of famous scientists from France, like, what's his name? The germ theory guy.
Oh, okay.
Louis Pasteur. Yeah, he's French. And I think there's a few more. I don't remember them though on top of my head.
Yeah, there's a lot of astrophysicists from France and Germany and places like that. Yeah, you're right.
A lot of
over my head.
A lot of pseudoscientists in France. Didn't they invent the guillotine?
It's not pseudoscience though, is it?
No, they got something right, I guess.
The more and more I think about chloroform soakers, I can imagine like a kid in an orphanage like starts taking chemistry class, and then he's like, "Oh, that nun was mean to me," so he's like super soaking the evil nuns with chloroform. This shit is deep. It's getting better the more I think about it. So, for about $100, how to become invincible. Gas mask, super soaker, and I won't go over the recipe again because I'm not serious. It's only for entertainment purposes.
Get you a fire truck for the apocalypse.
Did you say gas mask?
Yeah, because you can't be spraying chloroform over everybody and not expect a little windage.
I noticed you're already prepared, Rose.
I am. I've been prepared since 2013. Yeah. I'm ready.
You even got the, what are they called? Magilla suit or something? Gorilla suit?
Gas mask. Yeah.
Gilly? What are those suits called?
I don't know. What is it called?
Yeah, you had it. Ghillie.
Ghillie suit.
Oh, it's a ghillie suit. Oh.
Ghillie. Okay.
Gorilla suits. I'll tell you what. I know Matt. I know Matt thinks that gorillas are fake.
Oh, you just gotta.
That's right.
Ask. They've got gorillas up on the ISS.
I made a gorilla meme.
All right, let's see it.
I posted it. I'm not very good at making memes, but I think this one, I think it works once you understand that it's over when they say refraction.
Because then there's no physical horizon.
There's no geometric horizon. That's right. It's all due to optics. Never had.
What about the apparent horizon?
It's not physical.
It's redundant.
Yeah.
Some guy was in here yesterday talking about you got the horizon and then you have the apparent horizon. It's like, oh yeah? Tell us more.
How do you tell the difference?
There is no difference.
There's only one horizon.
Yeah. The apparent horizon is the horizon you would see if... Wait, hang on.
The apparent horizon is the horizon you see when you see it.
Yeah, that's it. No, that's right, the geometric horizon. That's the horizon you would see if it was not apparent.
That's the one if you throw a rock, you can hit it. If you throw a rock far enough, you can hit it.
Apparently.
Apparently.
Yeah, boats
They've got some good excuses, don't they?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Comedy.
I love it's a water hill.
Yeah, a water hill. I tell them they have hill vision.
That's exactly what it is. I never said anything about it.
Yeah. That's so good.
Was that within minutes? He said that within minutes. Those two.
I don't know, but the clip sounds like it was right after it, but I'm not sure it was. I don't remember hearing that morning, but he was on for hours, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, I missed a lot of it.
I listened to the whole thing.
Dr. Bob. Bob the science guy, sorry.
I heard someone say the globe position prevents you from having an argument. So
Meaning?
It's useful. I guess it's the only thing it's useful for.
Oh, yeah. So they're not even arguing facts in the end, because when they get shown that what they're saying is false, then they change the cosmology and to suit themselves and go against everything that what their side says. Now they're making up their own world just because they don't want to concede to a flat earther. It's fucking weird.
It's all evil.
I have a question, if you don't mind. So,
Yes,
if there's a Uber, okay, and he is an Einstein fan, and let's just say he's into special time relativity and general relativity, how would you start a good, let's just say, topic for him to know that it's just hypothetical, it's not real?
Are you asking for yourself, and then you're just making up a friend, or?
No, I'm a flat earther, bro. I got my own YouTube channel. I got other friends too. But I have a few friends of mine. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So
what's your name? Who are we talking to?
19K96. Well, people call
I remember you. Yeah, you're from Yeah, I remember you. You've got a group, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Have you looked into how all that general relativity started?
I have, but if you guys were there, because in this group, people are really good debate. They know how to execute points, where to start, where to end, and I was kind of interested in learning that because I'm not from, let's just say, from America, born in America. So
me neither, bro.
Sorry.
Me neither.
No, I'm not English. You're not getting my point.
I'm not English either.
It's just I'm from the East. I don't come from English background at all. So
okay, yeah.
So there's a guys, okay? So they're all into the Einsteinian theory, the Newtonian theories, and they're all, they have this for centuries, but it just because you are not here in the United States or because you weren't born here, that's why you don't believe it. But this is the truth. That's how what works. But I, whereas, know that these are just, what you are. And I wanna have a strong point before I argue with them, or before I wanna say, hey, look, this is the point. This is the thing that they're planning on us. I wanna have.
Their claim is because English is your second language, you don't know about anything. Is that what they're saying?
Yeah.
Well, I'd get them on that first, and then I'd go into logic, but.
English as America been commercialized over there in Nepal. English is like they think English is way better. The first language, there's
the first fallacy. There's the first fallacy. Yeah, go T. Why you wanted to say something? Did you?
I would take him through the. Is that the genetic fallacy? Like literally?
I would just take them through the scientific method, like the super basics. Like you have to, the bending space-time, general relativity. You can't manipulate it as an independent variable. Therefore, then it's not science. It's pseudoscience. So that's the most simple way.
Yeah, that's good advice. But it's not pseudoscience. It's formal science, right? Mathematics.
Well, it masquerades as science, and then the literal definition of pseudoscience is something that masquerades as science, but doesn't stand up to the scientific method. So,
mathematics, religiosity, and theory tells.
So, pseudoscience is a good word.
He mentioned Newton, and he mentioned Einstein. Right? So he's talking about math. So he needs to understand the difference. Like if he's going to talk to his friend about it, he needs to be able to understand why the scientific method is superior to a formal science, or a formal science masquerading as a pseudoscience.
And which one they're talking about.
Yeah. So it's math. Your friend is talking about math, and when he talks about gravity and because gravity is like real in the math, but not reality.
You got to start off with the premise in the first place too. How did they come up with these, ideas? How did they start making assumptions? So when they start making assumptions to prove something, and then their maths works out, what they started with was an assumption for that. So therefore, everything that they try to prove after that is false. So, I don't know. I don't know. It's just a That's what I'd be saying.
So how do I explain the special relativity and Newton as a theoretical concept? Like as we know, if we imagine this way and x is equals to this, y is equals to this, we can have the equation, right? We can solve the equation, right? So for a person, let's just say, who has been taught in school about the Newtonian way, and he has a bachelor's degree, let's just say, bachelor's and master's degree, and he comes from other background, and he's working on IT company, and he thinks this is how the things work. Many of the times I went there, I also have a little bit of that, and all they have this thing is the math works, and I can't say nothing against it, because I don't have a strong valid point to say this is not how things work. That's why I want to learn this.
That's what I was saying about going back to the start. So what was the observation that made them come up with this theory that, what with Newton, and what they say, an apple fell on his head. So therefore gravity, there's a force pulling it down. So, and then he goes into maths equation after maths equation. Well, where'd they get the radius of the ball for this? Everything goes to the center.
When they're doing their calculations to figure out, it's like they're just observing a fall rate. They're not calculating in the bending and warping of space-time. That's not, that's just an assumption.
It's assumptions, right? It's not scientific evidence to support it, right? It's assumptions.
Well, there's no scientific experiment that shows the bending or warping of space-time.
Yeah, it's just a calculation to predict how fast an object will fall based off density and mass, and
And so, hey, guys, there's one time I was stuck, and they all asked me, like, do you believe in electrons, protons, and neutrons? Because if you don't believe in photons, then how can you even know the special relativity? That was the thing they got me on. So I was
that's that's way above my pay grade.
We had a civil engineer in here the other day, and he was arguing that no, these equations, it shows that gravity works, and we need to calculate these things into before we build bridges and blah 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 blah. Okay. And then we said, oh well, how do these equations? And he started talking about relative density.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's nice, relative density, not gravity. Well, if he's talking about engineering and talking about they need gravity to build a bridge, he's talking about weight, isn't he?
Yeah.
So then you need to know how much the concrete compresses, how much weight it holds, how much steel they have to put in it. It's got nothing to do with gravity. It's weight.
Tension, yeah, all that, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And he missed it. Yeah, go.
Well, the W equals mg, isn't it?
What's that weight?
It's just,
you break it.
Yeah, that's the equation, isn't it? It's just a convention, and the letters you could make them stand for anything you want and give them any old fantasy story behind it that you like. The equations, the numbers are still going to be the same.
Yeah, that's right.
Acceleration. It's just the acceleration. It's not due to gravity. It can be from anything. It's just the acceleration. F is equals to ma. I went too much on this.
Yeah, that's right.
It sounds like the people you're talking to are too far gone anyway, so.
Yeah, you're never going to get through to them.
It's not about convincing them, it's about the audience.
Yeah, just ask them if they've ever observed any curvature.
Oh, whenever we talk about the curvature, and I have some friends in Dallas that did it, and I met like two of them. They came to my house to meet. They are really good people, and I showed them the video. I was trying to show them the video, and everyone, like each and every boss I meet, is like, How can that be the proof? That's fake. That's like it can't be true. It can't be true. What is the validity? What's the proof? I'm like, bro, they just had a laser. They can see it. Don't you see? Like, how can a camera see a thing that doesn't exist over there?
Isn't that funny that they'll tell you that video's fake, but they'll believe that some astronauts landed on a moon?
Oh,
and say that that's real.
He lives in California, so he's close to the rocket thing, the NASA thing. So one day I was just, saying the NASA is faking everything, and he talked about the gravity of the moon, affecting the tides. And I was like, oh my God, he's an engineer and he believes in gravity. And then I have never ever spoken to him again.
Well, I'm a builder, and I believed in gravity for a very long time. So, we use lasers all the time, and I never even thought about the Earth curve. But now I look at everything I do, and everything is flat, level, perpendicular, and that's the only way it works. Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Like, seriously, is the bottom of a building, is the bottom of a building narrower than the top?
Well, it would have to be level, wouldn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
That old, that one they talk about when they use the bridge piers, like suspension bridge piers being a certain distance apart. That one gets me as well. Like, these towers are 300 meters tall, and they go, yeah, we made them, 3 inches wider at the top due to curvature. And that's your tolerances, and you've got to make them splay apart so that the suspension bridge, stays under tension, because the expansion and the contraction would be more than what they allowed for the curvature. It's so stupid.
Right. Yeah.
Like, just the tolerance of even look at a 3 meter wall inside a house. The tolerance for that being off plumb is 10 mil. So what's your tolerance going to be in a tower that's 300 meters high? Like, it's going to be a fair bit.
Yeah.
We made them 3 inches wider at the top. What a joke.
Like, well, they shouldn't have to make it like that.
They just make them level.
Yeah, and it will turn out that way.
Yeah, as level as they possibly can.
Right.
Which is impossible in a structure like that. All right. Anyone new in here? Who have we got? Who's this with no picture? Oh, it's Larry.
It's me. I got something new. I've been asking for a couple weeks, how come, what is it, Saturn and Neptune? Saturn has the rings. How come the rings don't, fall down because of the gravity? And, they give some answer about rotation velocity and balance and all that stuff. But it's like, they used to say they were like little asteroids, and now they say they're like dust particles. But wouldn't it fall down?
Yeah, so what are they saying? It's spinning at such a perfect rate that the gravity from Saturn holds them in place?
Yeah, basically. It's neutrally buoyant, that's what they're saying, basically, with different words.
So are they saying the rings spin as well?
I don't know. I think so. Yeah, I think so. Let me double check.
I learned that they were ice, chunks of ice and rock and dust.
That's what I learned at school. Maybe our Australian education system's not that great. I think first, when I was young, it was asteroids.
Go ahead, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi. Are they making a claim about the sky?
Who?
The Saturn people.
Yeah, I don't know. Yes. I think Larry's gone to have a look for it.
They say it sings too.
It sings?
Yeah, there's songs of Saturn.
Oh, I saw that, yeah. It plays the piano now too.
Okay, here's the narrative. For such enormous rings, they are relatively small. Okay. They're so big, but they're so small.
Couldn't read it without laughing, huh?
Yeah, I lost control.
Go ahead, sorry.
It was fun though. Now it's the piano.
Such big rings, they are relatively small.
Has a ring to it.
They believe Pluto is not a planet now.
Yeah, what do they call it? A dwarf planet or a giant moon or something? That was only recently too. Was that in the 90s or early 2000s?
2000s. They took it off, I think, in 2001.
Yeah.
What, you're talking about Pluto?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was classified as a planetoid for a while. I don't know what
planetoid.
They call it now.
What's the planetoid?
That's the narrative. You want to know what the real truth is that amateur astronomers started noticing that the brightness was changing. It was lowering. So they bunked it down to not a planet, but a planetoid, which is an object that's basically small enough to have spherical shape, but not quite big enough to be considered a planet. So the brightness changed, and they were like, oh, it's not as big as we thought it was.
So the brightness changing means that it's smaller than what they thought it was? Or how does that work?
That's just the narrative. It's weird.
Yeah.
Like Charon, right? But didn't they classify Charon as a moon of Pluto?
Yeah, Pluto has a moon too.
But its orbit is really weird.
Yeah. But Pluto's moon is a basic pitch moon, though.
Yeah, it's like a comet or something. I don't know. What was the other one they found too and everyone was saying, oh, it's Nibiru.
Oh, is that that one that's got a elliptical through our galaxy or through our solar system?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I can't remember. It started with E. Is it? No, it wasn't Eros. Was it Eros?
Not sure. Just saw another light in the sky and said it's a planet.
I don't know about the rings or the ellipse or much else, but I'm looking at this model here, and there still seems to be a lot of gas in Uranus.
Well, there was an article that said Uranus smells like farts. It was actually a real article, yeah. And then it's raining diamonds
Oh my God! Raining diamonds.
My favorite part is when we send probes to your anus.
To explore.
That's how they know so we can learn more about the black hole.
The rings are huge but thin. The main ring could almost go from the Earth to the Moon, yet they are less than a kilometer thick.
Less than a kilometer thick, but we can see them really clearly.
They're big small.
Yeah, they're sure reflecting a lot of light there.
Yeah, it's reflecting from the sun. Don't you know that?
Yeah, that's right. It all sounds a bit loopy to me.
Apparently on Saturn it's very windy. 1800 kilometers per hour. That's 1100 miles per hour. Compared to what? Is there a ground surface that they're comparing it to? I mean, would it just be a big wind tunnel? I don't know what's going on. What's the surface speed of the wind? Well, there's no surface. Give me the number anyway. Just give me the number.
Well, they had a lake on Jupiter as well, but I went, what? Jupiter's supposed to be a gas giant, and then they said there's a sea on there.
Oh.
How do they know it spins its day is 10 hours and 14 minutes? If it's all gas, how can they be sure where they thought it started from it actually started from? If it's windy there.
Yeah, and those storms, they say, oh, there's perpetual storms, but the storm with the dot always seems to be in the same spot.
It's a lot of redshift there too.
Yeah, that's near the blue shift.
We just call that expansion, space expansion.
Yeah. And the space is expanding faster than the speed of the light, but they can see it. How does that work? How is it getting to us? How's that light getting to us?
Oh, I've been at the NASA website K through 4. Let's go to some higher education. Okay.
I left a comment of that because I heard you ask that question, Timbo, and I left a comment on a video on YouTube, and nobody replied to it. Nobody has yet replied.
I did it on the James Webb Telescope Facebook page, and they all just sent me these articles and papers about redshift, blue shift, and the background radiation. That was it. And I thought, do I really want to go into an argument with these guys, or because they're not going to listen, I'm not going to listen to them, so it's probably not worth my time.
Yeah,
I know they're full of shit. Background radiation. Yeah. All right.
What is that on YouTube or Facebook?
It's a Facebook page, the James Webb Telescope Bands or something like that. I joined it just to give shit to people. And
JWT fan club.
That's
Hey,
it.
You want to see some classic CGI from NASA?
From James Webb.
Yeah, you know it's going to be good.
So is James Webb the new hotness? Like, as far as like space photography?
It's actually broken, so it's not gonna be as useful as we thought.
Oh.
But we're getting these high resolution images of things from 685.6 billion light years away. And they're real images.
Does NASA own it?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay.
It got that. You're right, Jamesy, aren't you? it got a micro asteroid hit one of the solar panels. Was it the gold wing things?
A little bit up again. I know someone was talking about it, but yeah, I guess we didn't calculate correctly for the meteorites that were coming. Hey, we tried.
That's Neptune? Oh, that looks real, doesn't it?
The one at Saturn just looks like some artist from the 60s, like, did some picture for an album cover, Beatles.
On acid.
Yeah. Yeah.
He got the colours wrong because he was seeing different colours. At Neptune. What is that? Horrible. Have a look at that first one. The article says 5 fascinating things about Saturn's ring. Look at that picture they just put up there. It's like the Death Star from Star Wars with like a see-through ring around the outside.
I don't think I can see someone's face in there.
Why do we got different looking pictures from the same camera, from the same Voyager 2 that was launched out, and as it passed the planets, we got different looking shit here, do we not? I mean, that's like totally different cameras.
Yeah, when did they get up and put a digital camera on it? Because what year did it leave?
Voyager?
Yeah.
I think 1980. Let me check on that.
1980. Imagine the photos. Oh, I suppose they'd have good cameras, but you know. And then they start sending back high resolution images now.
Correction, Voyager 2, August 20th, 1977.
Looks like the Voyager had better cameras than what we have available today. I mean, at least what NASA uses in the new satellites.
Voyager 1, 1977.
So then, they lost it for a while, didn't they? And then they mysteriously got a signal from it, and then it started working again.
Refraction.
This article from NASA, who is James Webb? Under his portrait, it says James Webb ran the fledgling space agency from February 1961 to October 1968. He believed NASA had to strike a balance between human spaceflight and science. I think he was unsuccessful.
Do you guys know about NASA's smell laboratory?
Yeah. There's a guy that hired to smell things, proves it to go to space or some shit.
The dude's got a great job.
What does it matter what it smells like?
Well, if you've ever smelled like rubber glue, right? Imagine being locked in a room where there's like, Gorilla Glue, and it's like so stinky, right? But a fart will dissipate. But on the ISS, your farts are permanent. So everybody that's up there, like just breathing in each other's farts and stuff that never go away. So if you cut an onion on the ISS, it'll like ruin the whole thing because you're just going to be up there crying like teary eyes, like, "Hi, Mom."
Aren't they working on ways to eat their own shit?
They're already drinking Russian piss.
That's unconstitutional.
Right, yeah. Well, y'all heard about the space? What was it? Space. It was a sexually transmitted disease, right? It was oh man, what was it? It was a bad one. Syphilis, space syphilis. Did y'all hear about that? Some astronauts
Only like $4,000.
I thought that was wrong.
Contracted syphilis.
Well, they must be banging up there. Spread. Imagine how boring it would be. They call it science. They're doing science. What are you guys doing up there? Oh, we're doing science.
Ground control to Major Tom.
Said, "Oh, we're going to try and grow lettuce on the ISS." Haven't they already done that? I swear their stories go around in circles.
You sound like Rand Paul. Like, why do we need to do these scientific studies about lizards on cocaine and treadmills? Why are we paying for this bullshit?
Money laundering.
Dude, if y'all haven't seen that speech, it is so fucking funny. He's calling out the government for frivolous spending. Why do we need to study lizards on cocaine running on treadmills?
I haven't seen it.
It's real. I'm not making it up. It's so funny.
I believe you.
The nose knows a sweet smell of success. I'll tell you what, that is some good money for just the smell lab. 5 days a week, all you gotta do is just show up, and I don't like it.
I see, Voyager 1 bumping into God and him reading that golden disc and going, duh.
Think about this every day. We're sitting here waiting for them to show us some proof of something that was apparently proved thousands of years ago with some guy with sticks and shadows. And they still can't give us anything solid to prove what 95%, let's call it 95% of the world, believe without a doubt. Really strange. And then you talk to people about it and they think you're fucking crazy. I mean, I've been called crazy before and it doesn't really bother me. There's got to be a reason for it.
Do I reckon aliens live there? I don't know. I know the aliens live here. Lots of
aliens. What were they asking? Yeah, aliens live where?
I don't know. I guess I posted. Do aliens? This guy's asking, do aliens live on Saturn? I guess. No, I wouldn't think so. I wouldn't think that any migrants have made it up to the light in the sky.
I know some aliens that came from South America.
Yeah, did you hear that the woke government of the United States, we're not allowing people from Venezuela to come over here because they're not going to vote Democrat. I mean, they're bad people or something.
Wait, do they do polls before they allow these people into the country?
Yeah.
The Spanish news is very sided with mostly Democrats, and whenever someone does like the immigration stuff, they have these people waiting outside for the new citizens, and they sign them into the Democratic Party. Like, hey, you wanna register to vote for? And they have these people out just waiting for the new citizens. After the ceremony, the flag, whatever. I've seen that happening.
Stooping to new lows, eh? They must be desperate though. They really seem to be clutching at straws. But I don't know what ended up happening in your midterms. Was there any change, or everyone's still just brainwashed?
I haven't really paid much attention, but some people do talk about it. But
yeah,
I don't really care, honestly.
I suppose, does it really matter which side's in anyway?
There's a lot of controversy. People talking, every time they label it, this Donald Trump endorsed candidate, or whatever.
Do they call them far right wing?
I've seen that before, but not on this election news.
And they do that here, like people that fight for freedom, and open to the things that have happened in the last couple of years. The news labels them far right wing.
Oh yeah, and ultra MAGA. Be really scared of the ultra MAGA.
Yeah, anytime somebody labels somebody far right wing, that just means they disagree with you.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't everybody talk at once.
Jespo.
Okay, I got an idea. We should do a study on the feminists in Ukraine. Oh wait, there isn't. Sorry.
Right now, I'm going to be cutting in and out because I'm almost home.
Up next, Zero Feminist on the Titanic.
Flat Earth dude's got somebody up in VC. Check him. Didn't even know he was here.
So the Earth is a globe, right?
Who are we talking to?
I discovered the radius.
Show us.
It was a download from Deep Meditation, 3959.
Was that a .com?
Was that a what?
Was your download from a website like a .com?
Oh no, it was from the source, Deep Meditation. Just a knowing of the 3959.
Nice.
You've been listening to Sasha 2.0 too much.
Because everything's a ball, right?
Dunno. You tell us.
Isn't that one of the... Every shape is a ball.
I'm not sure if you're being... I can't tell if you're being serious or sarcastic.
That one always makes me laugh when they're like, everything is a ball.
The lowest energy shape in the world is a ball in the universe.
The atom that I've never directly seen is a ball.
Yeah, that's a good one too.
The electron, 100 million times smaller.
That's a ball too, isn't it?
Yeah, it's definitely a ball. Everything's a ball. I mean, haven't you seen Star Trek?
Yeah, of course.
I'm honestly surprised they don't like literally bring up Star Trek as evidence at this point, because it's pretty compelling.
Yeah, well, flux capacitors exist in Star Trek, so therefore we have space machines. It's true.
This is what makes time travel possible. The flux capacitor.
Number one, engage.
Captain, our sensors are picking up a DeLorean.
DeLorean.
I just think it's funny that the Glovers don't realize that they're the Borg.
We are Borg.
The Hive.
You will be assimilated. Resistance is futile. I used to love it. I love it. I love Star Trek, The Next Generation. I've seen every single episode.
That was the hardest part of letting go of the globe for me. It's like,
yeah.
Star Trek. I'm like, God damn it. Not
What do
like
you mean, Riker's not real?
Space Force. Have you seen it? Or you got?
no, it's funny.
Oh, it's hilarious. It's the best. Very funny. You should check it out if you're. Yeah. Yeah. Space Force was hilarious. A lot of funny parts. I don't want to spoil it.
I think I saw like a short clip where like one of the Congress guys or whatever said it was like the Earth is flat. I don't know if that was.
It was very funny. I don't want to steal. You should watch it. It was just like only one season. You know what I'm saying? Space Force, a comedy. Steve Carell. You know Space Force.
Probably check it out.
What's that guy, man? Malcolm. John Malkovich. He's in
John
it.
Malkovich. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And that punsy dude from Home Alone, the motel concierge guy. He's in it too, isn't he? The beard. Kind of got googly eyes.
The beard with the googly eyes. I don't.
I got no idea what you're talking about.
Punsy concierge guy from Home Alone 2.
Oh, Rob Schneider, you talking about?
Nah, not Rob Schneider. I don't know his name.
Makes two of us. So, who am I talking to? Is this Timbo?
T-Wad.
T-Wad?
You know, it's funny.
You guys were cracking up laughing about Star Trek and shit. Nobody watched Space Force.
Space Force? What's Space Force?
It's a comedy. It's a comedy, right? And it's also, I don't know, you can join the Space Force. Look, you could join the French Foreign Legion right now, right?
Well, that's what was crazy for me was like when I woke up to the Earth being flat, I was like, shit, last year they just came out with Space Force. I was like, damn it, they're finding ways to take our money.
I was watching that.
Hey.
Hey, Timbo. Or is it Twad?
Yeah. T-Wad. Yeah.
T-Wad, you weren't here last night, were you? Was it last night? It was last night or the night before? I think it was the night before.
Is it night for you now?
Speculation Sunday.
Yeah, I was around for some of it.
So, I don't know if you heard, but I found out, like, the Earth really is curved, right? I did the math. Like, you know how, like, a bridge has a curve on it to support the weight?
Right.
Right, so the Earth is naturally curved, but because there's so much mass on it, it flattens out. It's to keep it from imploding on itself. Like a bridge or...
Makes sense, yeah.
Dude.
You just like blew my mind, man.
I guess we gotta delete the Discord then. He just debunked Flat Earth.
I know, fuck. Let's keep it around for a little while.
It was bound to happen.
Shh, don't talk about it.
Don't.
You know what the crazy thing about
are y'all talking about plain Euclidean geometry?
I don't know.
So, Colin, how long have you been a flat earther?
Who, me?
No, 77, Colin.
Oh.
A little over a year.
Feel like sharing your story?
Sharing the story. Yeah, see, I was actually in the middle of like a long fast, and someone linked What on Earth Happened. And I remember just like laughing, probably like a couple hours into it, I just couldn't stop laughing because I realized the Earth was flat. I'll never laugh so hard in my entire life because it's like your entire reality just fucking shatters when you see it.
Yeah. It's really cool. Like the whole entire veil just falls. Like the guy does a great job of like destroying every notion you think you have of the history of Earth.
Yeah, I never really paid attention in school too, so I just knew that like I just hit me because like it's just like they never taught any of this shit, you know?
Right.
So then like that, I just knew I was like, shit. Well, all right.
Well, there you go.
I also got a theory that all these like anti-flat earthers have like really backed up colons and are literally full of shit. And we got to put them on like a 2-week fast, see if we can unplug them a little bit, show them some flat earth documentaries. So those people are like just so full of it.
There's no hope for them. The show must go on.
We live.
It was funny. Somebody asked Matthew Learns, like last night, if everyone went flat Earth, like when he woke up tomorrow, would you go flat Earth as well? And he's like, it'd be tempting. But he would not say he would.
Well, he said if NASA were to admit the Earth were flat, he would disown NASA.
Yeah, he's a zealot, man.
He'd be like,
he's all in.
Now they're liars.
Yeah. He just has to listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson. Said it a couple times.
But which that makes sense, you know, because of course he needs the moon landings and all that. So it's like they're lying, but they're still telling the truth. And what?
Have you guys ever seen the B-roll moon landing footage, like the WikiLeaks drop? Is that like a popular one? You guys know what I'm talking about?
I don't remember it specifically.
It's just like this. It's just like the film. It's like footage of them like literally filming, like in the background of all this the studio setup and all that. It's like clips of it and stuff.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too sure about that stuff.
No, because it was kind of hard to tell. Some of it was. It kind of hit me as like this was legit. But
we know they filmed it in a studio anyway.
We must film them filming it.
A77. Did you know I found curvature?
Yeah, how'd you do that?
You're watching the live stream voice text, right?
No, hold on. I scroll to the top or bottom? Freaking Discord.
It's kind of more towards the top. It's right above. It's right above the live stream voice chat. Here, I'll tag you in it just so it'll fucking load.
Oh, nice. You found it. I like the shape of Russia.
I keep telling everybody now I know why Russia invaded Ukraine.
That's scientific evidence.
You know, she's just wearing them leggings so she can remember where the fuck countries are, right?
Jesus wept.
Any thoughts on suddenly dying or animals circling around?
No, on live stream.
It's Coriolis, man.
Yeah.
If that's what.
One thing about the suddenly dying was the parasites and stuff. It's like that's not always like sometimes that's what people eat too. Sometimes like we actually have like parasites and shit in us feeding off crap.
It's a big giant computer program, dude. That's why CRISPR is such a big deal. I don't want to go too much into it, but I just wanted to let you know that. Like everything in your body is like programmable. Like all the medications you take, you can take supplements to change to like alter the way that your body does things.
Medical, yeah.
Fasting.
What's that?
So I'm big on the fasting.
Yeah, there's people in here that do that. Fasting's good for you. Some people talk about doing the alkaline thing, since we eat so much acidic food.
You should definitely do a deworm at least twice a year, 100%.
Do a what?
Deworming. Parasites are a real thing. It's not a joke.
Natural gum spirits, turpentine, and a sugar cube. This is not medical advice.
You know, it's no coincidence that in many nations people were using deworming to beat the thing that's been in the news for the past 3 years.
I can tell you something, Jemsy, though, that'll blow your mind also about that thing. I'll send you a DM.
Yeah.
That's kind of crazy when you look at people that do like 100-day freaking juice fast and stuff like that, and they take photos of the like crap that comes out of them, and it's fucking horrific.
Like,
Hey, Gizbo, you were just talking about fasting, bro?
Somebody else was. I was just saying that's something that some people do. I don't fast. I'm fat.
I'm a big fan of food in all shapes and sizes, bro. But hey, trip on this. So I've heard even witches say this, that fasting cures diseases and reverses aging, right? Well, what happened in the Garden of Eden? Everybody was fasting before they ate the food, and they started the aging process, and they got cursed. So if you were to fast, you're just reversing that curse. That's the way I look at it. It's just my opinion. I'm just saying that.
Maybe. I know, like, there's a rumor out there that some guy, like, was a sun eater, and he was able to live 80 days without eating any food.
You're talking about a breatharian, bro.
He just looked into the sun gaze.
Yeah. The breatharians, bro. There's people allegedly, dog, that have been living years without food. They're called breatharians. I don't know if it's true or not, but I find it very interesting. They're grounded barefoot all the time, bro. They're barefoot all the time.
You'll age so slowly that you'll die.
I mean, I bet you none of us who's listening on this server have ever tried it. So we can't really say one way or the other. I mean, have you ever known anybody, actually known a motherfucker and seen him die of starvation? No. You hear about it and the news is pumped into you, but do you really know? No. None of us know. You know what I mean?
I've done a lot of extended fasts. I like the juice fasting the most. Water fasting can be dangerous if you're dehydrated and you go into it, then you can potentially die of dehydration if you're not smart about it with water fasting. But juice fasting, you get more hydrated as you go, and it's like super safe. People can go 100 days. So like I had like a really bad like chronic headache for like years, and I was just fucking sick as shit. And I did a 39-day juice fast, and that's actually when I woke up to flat Earth too.
That's right.
I'm a big fan of it. And my chronic headaches never come back, and just like
we're 1 from 40, bro. Why didn't you do one more?
Our colons I just recently did another 20-day, but our colons get backed up. So like if you spent like 4 days on a juice fast, you'd realize like you just keep on having these giant bowel movements and you're not eating any food. That you realize that you're literally full of shit, and that's a source of a lot of health issues.
Hey, you know, there's another easy way to clean your system out without fasting is drinking cups of water mixed with tablespoons of baking soda. Drink a couple of those, dude. You'll be shitting piss, dog, for like half the day, and everything will be out of you. I'm just saying, it's a way to do it without fasting.
Yeah, it's like you really got to go the distance. It's like it's kind of hard to explain. It's like trying to explain meditation if someone's never meditated. It's a very similar kind of thing, because it's like your body knows exactly what it's doing, and fasting is you just like allow your body to do its thing. And like you can do this little like you can take things that'll make you flush out and for like a day or something, but when you really take the time to go the distance, you're like, holy shit. Like anyone that's done extended juice fast, like they know exactly, like they can go make a lot of mistakes and then they know they can fix it by just going on a fast.
Yeah,
so I'm a big fan.
My mom's fat in the fast.
What does that mean exactly, juice fast?
So it's technically not a fast, but it is also. So you just drink like 4+ liters of freshly squeezed. You have to buy a juicer. You can't buy grocery store juice. That's all cooked sugar. It's all processed crap. So you just have to buy a juicer, and you juice I just juice like watermelon, orange juice, apple juice. And then I just drink like 4 to 6 liters a day. And after like the first 3 days, the first few days, you feel like it's like, oh, this is kind of hard. But after like a few days, your body just like starts just like celebrating, and you feel really good. And you can go a long time.
I need to do that shit. I'm scared, bro. Big bad flat nasty, scared of a little fasting. You know what I mean?
It is intense. Because it's a very like, I would say it's a very spiritual experience too. It has a lot to do with like, it's like you start to heal like crazy, but then your ego then you realize like your ego is like, I don't even want to heal. I just want to go back to what's comfortable and some, blah, blah. Like a lot of fucking mind games and shit. It's like, do I actually even want to be healed, or is it,
Is it worth it?
To control the host.
But you just keep on going back to it, and then you start eating health. Like when you go back to eating food, you'll say you try to go and like eat fucking cheese, and you're like, how the fuck did I eat this before? And you cut out cheese, and you just clean up your diet slowly over time.
Wait, cheese is bad for you?
Cheese is pure bad fat and lard and cholesterol. It's and also buckets of salt. It's also it's probably the most addicting food there is too.
Stop making me hungry.
What about cheese with no salt?
I don't know if they do make cheese without salt, but either way, it's there's the protein in dairy is called casein, and when that breaks down your body, it's called casomorphine. Latches onto the same brain receptors as heroin does. So it's an opium compound. It's like 1/10 as strong as morphine. So it's just this little bit that's why people always go back to the cheese, and because it's got that casomorphine, very salty, fatty, and it clogs you right up.
Is animal fat good or bad?
What's that?
Is the fat good or bad?
What's good or bad?
Animal fat.
Well, I mean, most animal fat is bad fat. It's trans fats and saturated fats, which are So, yeah, no, I don't eat dairy at all.
Trans fat is created. It was created, dude. Animal fat, unsaturated fat. It's good for you.
That's literally what's like plaque is made out of in your arteries is like bad fats and cholesterol.
What is good fat? What is good fat?
Nobody getting out alive.
It's like the moly and polysaturated fats, like avocado. Nuts have they have a much higher quality of good fats. Avocados are the healthiest source of fat for sure.
I'll have to disagree, but I'm not gonna put it on here.
It's all good. But yeah, I went down the food journey for years. Where I hit the flat earth.
I agree avocado is good, but like nuts, most nuts are actually bad for you. Like legumes, they're not good for you.
No, I agree. I don't eat nuts either. But they're okay. I think that they're better than the processed fucking beef and shit that people eat. Like there's so much chemicals and bullshit in that.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying that meat is good for you when you go to the grocery store. The best meat you're going to get is if you raise your own food. That's the best meat you're going to get. Or if you hunt.
Let's
see.
But unsaturated is actually really good for you. Saturated fat, like it's a little trans fat is trans fat.
Breaking up a little bit.
Am I still breaking up? Somebody's hot micing, I think. Who's hot micing? Is it me? Coming through somebody. Maybe it's just me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Anyway, so I looked into saturated fat, unsaturated fat, and trans fat. I know my lipids pretty good. Trans fat should have never been made. And whoever, the person that made it, got the Nobel Peace Prize.
Yeah, well, I mean, heart disease has been the number one killer for over 100 years. And so, when people cut out saturated fat and trans fat, their risk of heart attack and stroke are practically non-existent.
Correct.
So it's just something to think about.
But animals naturally don't have saturated fat unless you fatten them up.
Oh yeah, dude, it's crazy what they do to the chickens and shit. They inject them with all this fucking crap, salt and fat, and to puff them up and preserve them and shit.
Right. They basically send them into congestive heart failure.
Yeah, it's like this crazy liquid they inject all the chicken and shit with.
But
so is that like all of the chicken or some of it?
All processed chicken for sure. Yeah.
So all the chicken in the world is bad for you? All the meat is bad for you? All of it?
Well, yeah. If you're asking me, yeah. Because I believe that if you look at our anatomy is identical to frugivores. I believe we're frugivores, and that's a little extreme for a lot of people. But yeah, no, I would say I'm a fruitarian, but I struggle with some salty foods.
Sure.
By struggle, you mean eat?
What's that?
A frugitarian? That's a new word on me.
Fruitarian. Yeah, it's like there's omnivores, carnivores, fruitarians. And if you just think about it, think of it objectively, it's like we're not, we don't have the instinct to eat a bunny alive and rip it and eat its blood and heart and organs and bones. We don't have any of those instincts.
What about the liver? Can you eat the liver of the bunny?
If you cook it. See, that's we have to cook. So that's where.
What about raw? What about raw liver?
Good. That's what you want to do. I don't think it's going to work out very well.
You can hang as long as you drain all the blood out of it, you can eat any animal.
Yeah. You don't gag.
No.
Can you say more about the blood? What's up with the blood?
Well, omnivores and carnivores and shit.
I was asking the other guy that mentioned the blood. Drink the blood.
Isbo?
Well, yeah. I'm just saying, animals, when they eat an animal, they're going, they go for the blood first, and then they eat the flesh and the organs and shit. But they really want the blood.
Are you sure?
Because when you said about draining the blood, what do you mean by that?
It's not.
It's I was saying, as a human, if you were
are you Gizbo77? You're not Gizbo, right? One second. I was asking. Gizbo made a comment about the blood, draining the blood of the animal before you eat it. I was asking him. Why are you answering for him?
I thought you were talking to me.
But he made the blood comment, not you. He did. Get it?
What did he say about the blood?
He said that before you eat an animal, you should drain the blood out.
Yeah.
Unless you're
anyways,
a Satanist.
What about raw eggs? 7-7. What about raw eggs? Are those okay?
I think of it. When I see an egg, I just think bad fat and cholesterol. That's all I see. My experience has been that. If the nature of the matrix is to lie about the shape of the earth and about the food that we're supposed to eat. So it's people are like, oh, I need tons and tons of protein and tons of fat to be big and strong, and it's that's why people are all sick, because they're just eating.
What about lamb?
No, but 7-7. The American diet is based on the pyramid, and the pyramid is basically what you're saying. Eat fruits and vegetables, and that's why people are sick.
No one eats fruit, man. Everyone eats cooked sludge, dude. Everyone eats meat and potatoes and dairy, eggs, and very, very little fruit, raw fruit.
Any fish?
Fish? Yeah. I'm not gonna ever tell anyone to eat it, to eat animals. I don't think it's what we're designed to eat.
No animals at all, zero.
It's in the Bible. Even God says that we should eat the animal and the fish.
That we should or we shouldn't?
We should.
It actually said we shouldn't for real, but yeah.
And there's parts. Yeah, I mean, it's also, I'm also skeptical about, if we know like that they edited the body. I don't really know, but when it's just like, it's come to like, if you really want to look that shit like in the face, it's I mean, like if you ever go watch like the documentary like Dominion, most people can't even make it 20 minutes through that. And it's like you're really looking at like the darkest of dark shit, when you're killing a bunch of animals because you believe you're supposed to eat it, but
the Bible
actually maybe says you believe we're not supposed to. It's okay. You believe, we believe.
Maybe it wasn't meant to be industrialized as it is now.
Right.
With the mass chickens, mass cows, and the sickness and mad cow, because maybe it's just not like that. But back in the day, if you're hungry and you just go put an arrow in a cow and you feed your family for a few weeks or something, there's nothing wrong with that. But now, we made a sickness. The people are sick, so therefore the industry is going to be sick, and so and then the production is sick. We're pumping them with antibiotics and we're feeding dead animals back to the same animals. Cannibalism back to the animal.
Yeah. And another thing is, it's like.
Yeah.
It's I was saying like in parts in the Bible it says that they did, like it said it was okay to eat meat, but like I feel like that was because it was probably the only thing they eat, and like like they probably didn't know if certain plants were in that area were poisonous or not, so they just took the chance and ate the meat.
I'm gonna say this real quick.
Like survival.
They were smarter before the flood than we are now.
Yep.
They knew way more before the flood than we do now.
Yeah, and the animals weren't like as like poisoned, I guess you could say, back then either.
They had it perfect back then. They were just abusing the shit out of it. It's just like when they legalize marijuana, and what does everybody do? All they do is they fucking smoke all day. Like, why do you have to smoke all day? Like, why do you have to stay high all day?
Nothing else to do.
Be sober and fucking be happy with life? No. But I digress on that.
I think it makes perfect sense in like a survival situation, or if it's like all that's available. But for me, like health wise, I mean, my experience is the more raw fruit I eat and the less cooked garbage I eat, then just night and day, the healthier I feel, the clearer I am, the better I sleep, the better my digestion. And it's like what's that?
Where do you get your food from?
There's a local farmers market I like. Sometimes I go to the grocery store though, because it's closer. But
everything you get is GMO.
It's a lot of it, yeah. But it's like if I'm going to eat something that's crappy, I want to choose the best form of crap. But
no, I agree.
Can I eat only bananas and survive? Just bananas.
I mean, probably wouldn't be very fun, but you could. I mean, you could last a good long while. You get carbs, calories.
Yeah, there's a dude that ate just cupcakes for like a year.
something, and he was totally
Actually,
fine.
bananas
What
are.
about honey?
So
Is honey good for you?
bananas would be a better choice.
Look into bananas. They're cloned.
Yeah, the bananas are probably the worst option because they're not hydrating. So like I would choose like the best thing about fruit is that it's like super hydrating. Like we absorb the water in fruit like 10 times better than drinking water. So if you're eating like a watermelon, it's the most hydrating thing you could possibly consume. And dehydration is one of the biggest problems with people's health these days, is that everyone is fucking dehydrated because everything we eat is salty. And
what about all the toxins in the fruit skin and the seeds? Have you thought about
that? I mean, which seeds? I mean, like,
all seeds, all fruit skins.
He was talking about dehydration. It doesn't sugar or fructose get you dehydrated mostly?
Sure does.
Hold on, I want to ask this. He said that a lot of sodium makes you dehydrated. Do you know anything about fusion and osmosis?
Fusion? No, I wouldn't say I'm an expert on that. I just know if I eat salty chips, then I'm going to feel dehydrated after. You know.
Right. You know, you're not going to feel dehydrated. Water follows sodium. So wherever there's sodium in your body, that's why people are fluid overloaded when they have congestive heart failure. Because they're retaining sodium, so they retain sodium, they retain water, and that's why they sound like they're constantly having pneumonia and shit like that. They can't breathe; they feel like they're drowning. So to say that to have a high sodium intake would make you dehydrated, no, it'll make you thirsty as hell, and you'll drink a lot of water. But if you don't pee that out, you will retain that water. You won't be dehydrated; you'll be overhydrated.
Yeah, I would say that the lymphatic system super important, and it's something like that I just experienced through fasting. Is like it wasn't, you know, it's like some people don't even sweat because their lymphatic system is so crap. And I don't know. For me, I just know that I've done a ton of juice fasts, and every single time I get way more hydrated. It's like night and day. So, and anyone who does them, they like buy a little thing to measure how hydrated they are, and it always goes up during a juice fast. So it can't be dehydrating. It's just not what I've experienced, not what I've seen.
Does your lymphatic system is that the reason why you sweat? Is it because of your lymphatic system?
It's been a while since I looked into this, but it's just about your body's. It's with your body's ability to like just detox, just to sweat out through every pore, and.
Or is your lymphatic system where all your white blood cells are? Like your lymphocytes.
I don't know. Actually, honestly, I haven't looked into it for a couple of years, but lymphatic system.
You say 39 days you fasted?
I'm only asking because I'm a paramedic, and I know my human anatomy.
That's great questions.
I know anatomy, so I'm pretty well versed in how the body works.
Can you eat just fruits and survive? Wouldn't that be like too much sugar? Too much fructose?
And acid? Too much acids?
Too much acidity? Yeah.
No, I had like acid reflux before fasting, and I don't have acid reflux anymore. So that's not what I experienced. I don't know all the. I don't know. You know, I don't really know all the technical stuff. I just know through experience. You know, like I took that leap of faith. It's just like fasting is like just so like it's so huge. It's just such a, you know, like
no, it's good for the gut. It's by all means it's good for the gut. It allows the gut to rest, and it allows it to reset.
Yeah, well, I would say the colon and just like our digestion is the huge one. It's like
your gallbladder and your duodenum, but your colon's going to do its own thing. Your colon does something completely different.
But if we're literally like, how do you explain if people go? So people that do these juice fasts, they'll go 100 days before they stop eliminating solid waste matter. Usually, so like, from my experience, and I experienced myself, it's like shit, solid, hard shit keeps on coming out of you.
Yeah,
and it's just like, and every time it does, you just feel better and better and better. And then you go back to eating a bunch of crappy foods, and you get backed up again. And I don't know, unless you eat fruit, and it doesn't. I don't know.
I shit probably. Hey.
What if I do only eggs? That's it. Just like you doing the fruit, I'll do only eggs, raw eggs. Will that have the same effect?
I wouldn't recommend it. And the plaque will definitely start to build up in your arteries.
Something different.
Why?
That's what plaques are literally made out of, is bad fats. And
oh no, they're lying to you, dude. I know they're lying. I work in healthcare.
Oh, I'm lying. That's like heart disease.
I'm telling you that eggs are bad for you. They're lying to you.
Well, how is bad fat and cholesterol good?
Yeah. Thank you, Gizmo. You saying that if I eat eggs, my heart will be damaged?
You have tons and tons of arteries. They'll just slowly get clogged up. I mean, they've been clogged up your whole life, and that's why people have heart disease in their 40s and shit. It's because they're eating tons of high animal fat foods.
Oh no! They're lying to you, dude.
That's like well known, dude. People can reverse heart disease on low fat diets.
Yeah. Oh, they're lying.
It's inflammation. You might be right. There might be partial plaque, but there's also a lot of inflammation, and that's within arteries and veins.
Atherosclerosis and arteriosclerosis are from sedentary lifestyles.
This might sound pretty nasty, but dandelion tea, that's pretty beneficial. Like, it's good for your heart, and it's good for like stomach viruses and shit too.
Raw honey, other good
dandelion tea. Yeah, raw honey too.
It's inflammation is people don't understand what inflammation really is, and Gemsy's right. It's inflammation and
someone else that said that. Someone else said that.
Someone else said that.
Yeah, the inflammation part.
Yeah, that they were right, because it puts pressure inwardly into the vessels, and that's why it gets narrowed. They're lying to you about plaque buildup, man. I know, because I work with that shit. I see what goes on. Most people that come in, they're not coming in because of plaque buildup. They're coming in because of congestive heart failure, fluid overload, and excessive natriuretic peptide and sodium in their body. That's why they get put on Lasix to fucking pee all that shit out.
So you don't think there's like a correlation to steak and heart disease?
Nope.
Well, the mind is very powerful, so that'll probably help you out, but I don't think that's true, dude.
I just don't.
The only non-inflammatory. Sorry.
Let me ask you what kind.
The only.
I eat venison, so like I can tell you right now, I pretty lean.
I mean, I think for me, like, there's one simple question. It's like, what?
Yes, I love milk.
What is our species-specific diet? What are we supposed to be eating? And our anatomy is identical to frugivores. We have like nothing in common with omnivores, carnivores. Why would be, our anatomy?
To your worldview, bro.
What's that?
What do you mean?
According
species?
to your worldview.
Hold on. 1% at a time.
He said according to your worldview.
Yeah, according to your view. Because this is what you believe.
That's just objective.
No, it's not objective.
Worldview.
If it was objective, we would agree.
there's other people I know that are here right now, but I know people that eat only meat and fat, and they have healthier lives than most people.
That's probably because they're not eating dairy and grains.
You're damn right. There's no inflammation.
Yeah, no, I agree. Dairy and grains are not what we're supposed to be eating.
Yogurt is pretty good. You like yogurt? Can you eat yogurt? Fuck.
I wouldn't eat yogurt now.
Would you eat like wild, like, would you eat locusts and honey?
Oh,
I don't know. Have you been to Shangri-La?
No, I wouldn't eat locusts. Honey's fine, but I wouldn't eat it.
What about raw milk?
Are you a baby cow?
What about goat milk, bro?
Hold on. What about? Do you take a multivitamin?
No.
No. All right. Well, at least you got that going for you.
But just like any kind of dairy argument, like any kind of health expert's gonna tell you do not consume dairy. There's like keto, paleo, no one would recommend eating dairy.
I got one for you, mate. So, have you ever heard of lectins?
Lectins?
Yeah.
Is that like a bean?
No, they're found in lectins, a toxin in fruits and vegetables. So they're found in seeds and skins. And what they do is exactly what you were describing about the arteries. So they actually punch holes in the arteries, and what cholesterol does is comes up and fills the holes. So if you think that you're getting calcium deposits from fats, then you've been misinformed. Just research lectins, and it'll change your mind about all fruit and vegetables.
I will
You're
say
saying all fruit and vegetables. Just look up lectins.
Sorry, I'll keep interrupting. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You're right. No, I'm finished.
I just want to say this. Like when you're 65, 67, 70 years old and things start changing in your body and your body's not doing what you thought it would do and you thought you lived a healthy lifestyle, it would be too, but at least you'll know what went wrong with the lifestyle. Like there's people out there that have lung cancer at like the age of 35 and they're marathon runners. And there's people out there that have been smoking for 65, 70 years and they're in their 90s and they've never had any problems with their lungs whatsoever. So I can't say one way or the other as far as like, which lifestyle is healthier than the other. Everything is in moderation. I think all the information is right out there in front of us, and it's up to us to figure that out. But to limit yourself and just take only like one specific path, I don't know. Like I think you need to read a little bit more into the anatomy and the way the human body works. Protein is very important, and fruits and vegetables are going to limit your protein. Also, your some of your hormone supplements that you'll need in order to maintain your, as a man, maintain your physical ability. It has to be supplemented somehow. Otherwise, we grow weaker as we get older.
Yeah, he's right. You've got to research testosterone production and what foods help it as well, and what foods decrease it too. Because if you start producing less testosterone, it's really bad for your body, your bones, your muscles, everything.
When you go into andropause, you're gonna really hate yourself. So.
It's just like from my perspective, it's like it's the same thing with the flat earth. It's like people think the truth about food is so extreme, but it's like it's not. It's just we've been lied to for so long and we're all completely addicted to eating shit. It's hard to even think about. But I know I get where you guys are coming from. I'll just say I've looked into it for a long time, and it's just I never feel healthier when I start to eat a bunch of processed grains and meat or dairy, or I always feel worse.
I will say this, like, what I tell people to do instead of buying meat from the grocery store, go find a local butcher and see if anybody has like sold any cow in there or anything like that. Because sometimes you'll get people who had like free range animals, literally free range animals, that were butchered that they needed to sell or whatever, in order to make some money and so you can probably find meat cheap, good meat.
Okay, I'll just answer. Okay, think about this. Like how like what we got 98%, 99% of the population eats a combination of different crap, right? And then look at heart disease and cancer and all the health issues we got.
How many people?
If we were intelligently designed, right? You think God would be like, oops, heart disease, cancer, all this shit. There's no explanation. It's all confusing. Or we're just not consuming what he designed us to eat.
It's called the food pyramid. It eats a lot of grains, vegetables, and fruits, and there you go, heart disease.
Heart disease. I don't know. I think it's pretty obvious to me at this point, but
fat makes everything slick, and so it kind of thins everything out. Like, have you ever put oil inside of a cup and then try to put something sticky inside of it? It's going to slide around everywhere, right? So to say
olive oil is a perfect example.
Because of too much fat, that's bullshit.
Olive oil, drink that stuff, mate.
Fuck yeah.
Well, the food pyramid tells you to don't consume fat, which is, to me, that's the opposite.
I'm so sorry.
Opposite.
I fucking love you.
Is that the updated food pyramid that tells people to eat like fucking cereal and shit?
Gems, he's like a fucking pit bull.
Don't you find it funny that the food pyramid's been the same since when they started growing grains in America? It's a bit weird, isn't it?
That's true.
Although the food pyramid for a long time was like meat, dairy, veggies. Like they didn't have any of the crap they have now, right?
They basically took all the food out there and they had to like consolidate it into its section. All the food is not necessary. It's no different than like a treat. Like, is it nice to have cheese once in a while? Sure. Do you need it every day? No. Do you need milk and dairy every day? No. Is it nice to have every once in a while as a little treat? Probably. Why not? I mean, whipped cream tastes great, dude. I love whipped cream.
Unless you are like a baby, newborn, that's the original Happy Meal. Milk. Your mommy's boobs. Every newborn smiles when they think about their mommy's boobs. You see them dreaming about it.
We are the only species on Earth that drinks another species' milk.
Yeah.
Preach about the boob.
Tell me, isn't your mommy's boob the original Happy Meal?
It used to be long time ago, but now I've moved on to other boobs.
Do you guys ever think that maybe we're supposed to wean off of mother's milk and not continue to drink it?
There's some moms that feed their kid up until like 10 years old, man.
What about, hey, 77, what about colostrum, the first meal? What about colostrum? Is that good or bad for you?
You said cholesterol?
No, colostrum.
Colostrum.
I think it's clodestrum. Let me find the word.
I would recommend a fruit for breakfast. Hydrating.
There you go. Colostrum. You're right. Colostrum.
I recommend no breakfast.
Intermittent fasting is good too. Yeah.
Here, I hate using Wikipedia, but I mean, sometimes it's just an easier way to read it. You can research off of that from there.
A Happy Meal.
There you go. There's cholesterol. You're all right. I'm sorry, Jemsy. Go on. I knew what you were talking about.
Yeah, it's an essence of the mother for the newborn.
Yeah, it's the first. It's the first thing that comes out before the milk flows.
It's very good for a newborn baby. Yeah.
Well, it's loaded with fat.
Lots of fat that you're saying is bad.
I mean, for an infant, it's exactly what they need. But for an adult, I think you got to get off the milk stuff.
So, well, we as a species evolved out of needing the fat when we get older or something?
I don't really believe in evolution, but
well, you mentioned species earlier. I just wanted to hear what you gotta say when you said species.
Well, species isn't really a evolution term, is it?
Well, maybe not. I thought it was.
It is a kind of weird word to attach to man, humans, but.
So at what moment
does species imply that it came from another species?
Oh, it does.
Yep.
Hey, at what age does fat stops being good for you and starts being bad for you and cause heart disease? Because the baby is not getting heart disease, right? Because the baby is taking the fat from the mother, and the baby is not showing heart disease.
I think you can eat lots of fat, but our body absorbs fat way easier than it does. Like our body has to work really hard to turn like bread into fat, but it absorbs fat real easily. So you can eat a lot of fat, but you just get fat. If it's all bad fat, then that's the problem, I think.
What's the first thing the body burns when you're walking?
Carbs. Glucose.
Your body stores.
If you keep your heart rate below a certain level, just normal daily exercise burns fat before it burns anything else.
Our first source of energy is glucose, and once we burn through all the glucose, then it will. And that's the whole point of water fasting. You go into ketosis.
You can't go into ketosis with fruit, yeah?
No, you can't. You're right. I was saying water fasting, but like a keto, the whole right? Keto, you don't eat glucose before you go into ketosis.
When you're exercising at walking pace, what's the first thing your body burns?
I really think it's glucose. What do you think? It's fat?
Yeah, it's your fat storage. When you're running, it's unstored carbohydrates and sugar, which turn into fat anyway. But when you're walking, it's fat.
What breaks down easier, glucose or hydrolysis?
I'm just reading here. It's so carbohydrates such as sugar and starch, our body's principal energy source. Glucose can be used immediately as fuel. Once you get, that's the whole point of keto, and is to get off the carbs, get off any glucose, so your body starts to use fat, and then it eventually starts. There's a process, but then your body starts going into ketosis, and it has
I'm talking about walking and doing daily exercise, daily movements, not high rate, not a high heart rate.
Where are you reading that fat is the first thing to go? Because I'm
not reading it. I know it.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Like, I've never heard anyone say that. Kind of the whole point of keto.
I just said it.
You just said it.
I'll look for it when I get home, but I know where it is. I'm still at work. So.
Work faster.
What's that?
You said that the body uses glucose and starch first.
Starch. It'll so the first glucose. Yeah, glucose first.
What is starch? What is that?
It's a form of, I think it's a sugar. Well, carbohydrates are a long strain sugar. And then
it's all sugar.
Then there's more simple sugars that our body would probably burn the very first, and then the carbohydrates.
What's easier to break, a hydrogen bond or a carbon bond?
Hydrogen.
So what would be easier to break down, hydrolysis or carbohydrate?
Hydrolysis?
When I say hydrolysis, I mean like lipids.
Lipid fats?
Yeah. That's why I'm so important.
I'm trying to figure. I don't know all the answers. I'm trying to figure it out.
Oh yeah, no, we're trying to help you.
I'm trying to help you guys.
Does it start? It says here starch is a carbohydrate commonly found primary sources of food, but this is like grains. You get the starch from grains.
Yeah, starchy grains like potatoes.
Isn't that bad for you?
I guess there might be a difference between the question, how does the body produce energy, and what does the body burn first? There might be, because everything I'm reading is that carbohydrates are burned first. Glucose. Our brain runs on glucose.
The liver, fatty acid oxidation.
How can the brain runs in glucose if the brain is mostly fat?
Good question.
Seven. The brain is mostly fat, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Does that mean that the brain is bad for you? Because it's made out of fat?
Yeah, you gotta throw it out, dude.
Well, there's like good fats and bad fats.
What's up, Flat Earth dude? Yeah, you missed 11/11. It was 11/12 when you posted that.
You know what's good about experience, fellas? You never, like, when you have an experience, you're never at the mercy of anyone with an argument. But we tend to over credit, especially old men, over credit experience, because wisdom is doing the right thing the first time. And it's better to have wisdom, or better to learn through wisdom than experience. But experience is great, on the other hand, because when you have an experience, you're never at the mercy of a man with an argument. So
the best teacher is yourself.
I would say there's a lot of people that would agree on this. It's like, if you've never taken a serious break from consuming food, it's really difficult to understand your relationship to it. You know, that's just all, I'd really recommend fasting for sure.
Yeah, but nobody's saying don't fast or fasting is bad. But you're saying you're doing just fruit juicing, and you calling that fasting.
Yeah, technically it's just a solid food vacation, pretty much. You give your body a break from solid foods. So it's just
you blend up potatoes. Potato milkshake.
Well, that'd be
No,
solid.
please, no,
That'd
thank
be
you.
solid. So smoothie would be solid. Well, the watermelon is pretty much water.
Hey, so the human brain is nearly 60% fat. We've learned in recent years that fatty acids are among the most crucial molecules that determine your brain's integrity and ability to perform. So how am I gonna keep my brain's integrity and ability to perform if I'm only eating fruits that have no fat?
Avocado is a fruit and has fat. And it's not even, you don't need that much fat.
So avocados is fat? I thought fat is animal fat. Avocados have oil, avocado oil.
No,
what's the difference?
Hey,
I just heard
and you're not juicing avocados
7-7.
either, are you?
You mentioned you were reading the articles that claimed they know how the body makes energy. Certainly.
The body burns glucose primarily as our first source of energy.
No. No. Nobody knows, dude. Nobody knows how that works. Nobody knows how you can eat something and you have energy.
that's it. What studies have been on? That's the first question. What studies? How do they know this? Is it just all guesswork? Did someone eat something and then they cut them open and watch it go down? Like,
that'd be more mysterious than cosmology.
well, it's like the neutron and the electron and proton. Like, that's just still theory.
Are you talking to me? Molecule. I lost what's going on in the room here.
Yeah.
Are we talking about protons? The sun is a physical light. I made a claim.
Uh-oh.
Oh, it's a light. We know that. Gives off light.
The sun is the light that comes from heaven. The sun is like a window to heaven.
Could be.
Actually, literal, physical heaven that is above, the layers above. That's what the sun, it's coming from. The source of the sun, it's heaven.
Well, that's this theory at this stage.
No, actually the sun revolves in a cycle like all of the other luminaries at a center point, which is heaven. It's no coincidence. It's not like a theory. It's an actual fact.
Oh yeah, it all circles around. But what it is and how, what it is, it's all speculation.
The U.S. government is hiding heaven behind the North Star.
Heaven is above.
I wish I was funny. I wish I was funny.
Actually, the North Star is the tip of heaven.
I thought heaven was within you.
Actually, that's what they want to tell you, but heaven is above your head.
Heaven's above.
Yeah, and they give you space to hide it from you. They give you the outer space, the globe fantasy to hide heaven from you. Even though it's right there, and it's visible, and you can see all of the luminaries revolving around heaven. When we say the luminaries are revolving around Earth, that's actually wrong. They're revolving above Earth, below heaven. So the luminaries are basically revolving in that medium between heaven and earth. But the source and the cause of the effects is literal physical heaven. Structural. It's not like a magical imaginary thing. It's an actual real East level thing. That's why you can see it and see the expressions of it.
There's a double speak, bud. There's a double speak because the sun, moon, and stars are in the heaven too. Like it's just a double speak. This is like
no. Heaven is above the layers of the heaven is. We have certain layers in the firmament and those layers, and above that is heaven, which is the sun and the moon are below heaven.
The sun, moon, and stars are above. Well, they're in the would you say they're in the open firmament of heaven?
They are in the layers between heaven and earth, which is we are standing on the ground, earth, and the luminaries that we see are a result of that input into the system that comes from heaven.
So, are you saying there's heaven above, earth below, and under the earth? Is that your cosmology?
I could say there might be layers below us, possibly, but I can see the heavens, the layers above, at the least.
Okay.
But heaven is visible. It's not like I'm imagining heaven. It's actually visible. That's the thing.
There's the double speak, bro. That's double speak. Because you're saying I should see above what I see? Because I don't see above what I see. I only see what I see.
Yeah, we see the luminaries, right? With our eyes. Yeah, we do see the luminaries. And we see them revolving around a certain point. And that's what I'm telling you, is heaven, the center point, which the luminaries are revolving around.
You're talking about the North Star and seeing behind the North Star? You said something about that?
Actually, the North Star is what we call the North Toroidal. Heaven is between all of the... Heaven is the cause of the North Toroidal, South Toroidal, Helion, which is the sun, Anti-Helion, which is the opposite side of the sun, and Apex and South Apex. So heaven is the middle piece between all of those reference points in the sky.
The creation. I see. You got a regard for the created things in the sky.
Well, all of those things are revolving around this center point in the sky, so it's just the way it is.
Do you think those there's like consciousness or something? Like the created thing is a thing to be I don't know, reveled? That's the right word? Like, are you paying service to the sun? Like, are you like almost? Because you said like the light comes from heaven, and I don't know. I don't know if you were equating
the sun is an effect. The sun is an effect that is being caused by the built-in place. It's not the source of the. It's not the sun is not the cause or the source of itself.
Are you claiming to know the cause of the sun? Like, how do you going to tell me the cause? You said the sun was an effect. I'm telling you how.
Yeah, the sun is an effect. Definitely an effect.
So you the sun's just an like you just observe the sun. It's just a natural phenomenon. It's not an effect.
you know, even the word natural, it almost goes with, you know,
It's a
with the
phenomenon.
globe. Nature happen, right? Nature happen, nature, and but it's an actual design that has is put in place. It's not a random thing that just happened out of nature. It's an actual cycle that was put in place, and it was designed to look the way it looks and to do the job that it's doing. So the sun is a big piece of that design, but it's not the source of it. It's not. The sun didn't create itself, and it's not revolving around itself. The sun is revolving around a center point, which is heaven.
It
The
goes
movement
around.
of the sun is being it revolved dictated by this center point, which is
What if
heaven.
heaven isn't real?
It is real.
What if it's not real?
Well, it's observable, so I mean,
What do you mean you can observe heaven? How?
it is observable by a special equipment called electro-optical, which is looking into the electricity, electro-optical spectrum.
Okay, what does heaven look like?
Looks like a pyramid.
Looks like a pyramid. Yep. Pyramid of light.
How have you seen this?
It is it looks like a pyramid of light. That's how it looks like.
I think it looks like a tent that was stretched out.
Where have you got this from, though? Like, where are you getting this picture of heaven?
From many observatories, some in Canada. There's another one in Russia.
I feel like I'm in the circus.
Yeah, you in a circus?
Yeah, it's not a pyramid. It's a tent. It's a circus tent, dude. There's a bunch of clowns everywhere.
Well, if you're clowning, that's fine. But
worshiping the sun, moon, and stars instead of the creator.
Actually, the creator is the heaven. This place that I'm telling you about is where the throne of God is, where God dwells, and His dwelling is the source of the sun and the moon. This place, this pyramid of light that I'm telling you, it shines because of God's dwelling. And you're the clown if you're trying to say I'm joking.
No, he's saying that we live in a world full of clowns. That's all.
Well, I'm telling him about this, about the lady asked about how does it look like, and Gizmo said he looks like a pyramid, and it does. And this guy's saying, no, it looks like a tent, and there's clowns. So he's calling us a clown, calling me a clown. But the thing is,
you have said that. You have said that.
So why are you saying heaven looks like a tent, like a circus? Why are you saying that?
Because you're describing a pyramid, talking about, I don't know, paying homage to the sun, moon, and stars.
You're saying
I'm just paying. Don't steal from my worldview. My worldview is a tent. Don't steal my worldview.
You're the one worshiping the sun and the luminaries.
You said it.
I'm not worshiping that. I worship God. You're imagining I said that, but you're probably misunderstanding what I'm saying, most likely.
Yeah, I've been wrong more often than right in my life, for sure. So, yeah, preemptive, my bad if this is one of those times.
Just because those that are out there take what is God's and invert it or pervert it, doesn't mean that it's bad. It's what they do with it that is bad.
Yeah, like the pineal gland gets a lot of, crap from certain groups of people because they're like, oh, you don't want to open your eye. Don't be doing pineal gland cleanses. Right, that's that third eye stuff. The Kundalini, watch out. It's like, wait a minute, you don't want your pineal gland to be like clean and clear of like fluoride and calcification. It's like, why would you not want that?
Right.
And when I said the lady asked how does it look like, I'm not saying what I picture it to be or what I imagine it to be. I'm telling you what the scans of the sky show. And
what you're telling me is not science. So don't
no,
like
I'm not
what
talking about.
you're
No, I'm
trying
definitely.
to use.
I did never claim science. I
you're
haven't
trying to
claimed
use
science. What are you talking about science? No,
because you're using words like experiment and naturally occurring phenomenon.
When did I use experiment?
Cause and effect.
I never said any of that. What are you trying to say? Like, are you making stuff up on the on the go?
Okay, I'll concede on that. Perhaps you didn't say.
I never said any of those words.
But you definitely talked about cause and effect. And all you've given is a philosophy. You're giving your philosophy. You're not, but you're using ideas like empirical knowledge to prop up what you're saying, even though, you know what I'm saying? What you're saying is not a scientific, validated empirical claim.
I'm not claiming to do any. I'm not claiming any science to this. No.
He's just saying his simple observation of what we see. He's calling it the heavens above. It's just an observation. It's not like he's saying that there's a magical.
It's observable.
Heaven.
No, he's saying what it observable.
Is. He's just saying he's observing what. He's just calling it. He's just looking at the lights in the sky and calling that heaven.
No, he's not just looking at the lights in the sky. He's looking through a device. He's talking about a device. He's talking about electrical. What are you looking at? A screen?
Electro-optical equipment.
There you go.
So what's wrong with the observation?
He's pointing it, and he's saying that they're pointing it at the Polaris, and what they're seeing is something behind Polaris that is the shape of the Earth. And you're not understanding.
What's the shape of the Earth?
No,
what's the shape? What's the shape of the Earth, guys?
What is the shape of a lake? What is the shape of a lake?
I'm asking the questions. What's the shape of the Earth?
It's not an object.
So you're telling me you're seeing something shapeless behind the North Star? Is that what's going on?
No.
Is that what we're talking about?
No.
Oh, of course.
The ground is not heaven. The ground is not heaven. We're not talking about the ground here. If you want to talk about the ground, we can talk about the ground. But that's the sun and the luminaries and what was above that is not the ground.
So, like, it's the weirdest thing ever. But you have Polaris, and then above Polaris, there's like a magnetically charged pyramid-shaped structure, and then above that is where it is believed that God lives.
What are we talking about?
All right, yeah. What do you? You said there's scans or some kind of information, or is there any kind of links or anything for this stuff, guys? Or
that's where I've been posting.
There is.
Cool. All right.
I've been trying to be nice and helpful, but nobody's watching.
Okay, but you've been posting a few things.
I'm trying.
That actually looks pretty dope. Too bad it's in a globe model.
It's just the format that they put it on.
Yeah.
That's looking straight above head.
That's the core of the Earth, bro.
No, forget the you're looking straight up in the air.
This is actually multiple equipment looking separated from each other, 6 kilometers apart, and they have a bigger angle of the sky. So it's looking at a big region of the sky, and they were able to determine that up in the sky there are 6 radiant sources from where all the phenomena we know as sporadic meteors, you know, these lights that cross the sky that you see. The sporadic meteors, even though the name called sporadic, people think it's random. It all comes from 6 radiant sources in the sky around the pyramid shape. So helion, antihelion, north toroidal, south toroidal, north apex, south apex. These 6 radiant sources are the source of all of the phenomena we call sporadic meteors, meteor showers, daily showers, nightly showers. They all come from the same region of the sky. 6 radiant sources.
It's so pretty. It's pretty math.
No, it's not math. You can actually, whenever you want to see, you have to be looking at a specific area of the sky. This is known by observers of the sky. It's always around the same area. But then when you look with your eyes or with regular equipment, you see the phenomena that we call sporadic meteors. Let me see, I have a couple examples here of meteor showers. Let's see. The thing is that in the electro-optical, what is seen is these specific points in the sky from where all of these phenomena comes from. You see this similar to this? It's called sporadic meteors. This is not like a random event that happens. This is very specific. And they call them radiants, 6 of them.
I'm not familiar with that term. I don't know what that is.
No, it's pretty cool.
All I do know is you're making an observation. You don't know what that is.
Yeah. So all the phenomena, sporadic meteors, that in the globe is like a random thing, right? When you look at it in reality, it comes from 6 specific points in the sky, which is not random. And they also have their own cycles, right? They have a cycle in relation to the sun, the moon, the north toroidal, the south toroidal, and the line that we call the celestial equator. Okay, so these six areas are in combination around what I'm telling you looks like a pyramid of light in the sky. So the helion, which is the sun, and the moon, the antihelion, the Polaris celestial north, and then the celestial south, they all in reference to heaven. And they all do their cycles. Because when you talk about the sun and the moon, right? And then you talk about the wandering stars that are always in reference to the sun and the moon. So you can include that to their movement around this middle centerpiece in the sky, which is heaven, God.
That's a lot of speculating you did just now.
You think that, yeah, but you're saying the North Star, what you're looking at right there is God? Is that what you're telling me?
No.
That's what you just said.
The North Star is not God.
You said what you're looking at is God.
The throne of God is on the his city, right? So if he's there, and the all-seeing eye, well, God is looking at you from he's the Most High, right? So yeah, it's looking down to the ground, literally. It's not like an imaginary thing. He's definitely looking down above us. from above us.
I agree that when we look up, I like calling it, thinking about it as the heavens above, but I've never thought of God as up in. I've never thought that. But yeah.
So let's who is it that is arguing with me? Matt? What is it? Matt?
Yeah, it's me. It's Matt.
So are you based on scripture?
What's your name?
Are you based on Jamesy? Are you based on scripture? Like, are you based like on scripture?
Yeah, I stole my worldview from the Bible because I couldn't develop a better one, and no other worldview like is greater. So I stole the best one. I guess I could say I adopted it.
Okay, so in the scripture, the city of God up in heaven, right? The measurements in the Bible says it is as high as is wide and as high. Look at the pyramid. The pyramid could be as wide and as high, right? Same measurements, right? And the globe still is a cube falling down to the globe, right? Or in reality, you have the flat plane, and then you have the pyramid, and the pyramids on the ground are aligned to the luminaries that the luminaries are revolving on the pyramid, around the pyramid in the sky. So the pyramids in the ground are aligned to the pyramid in the sky. Pretty easy to understand. Pretty easy to comprehend. Also in the Bible it says the city of God needs not the sun or the moon because it shines because of God's dwelling, right? God dwells in the city of God and he makes it shine. And yeah, that's a reference from the Bible.
Whoa. When you said it was the city of God and he makes what shine?
God's dwelling.
Oh, he makes the city of heaven shine? Yeah.
Exactly.
This guy's very sincere. What do you guys think?
I think it's easy to take certain parts of the Bible literally and ignore other parts when it contradicts.
Oh, I love spotting contradictions.
But I'm talking in reference to the observation that gives a certain description, a certain view of something, a bunch, all of the phenomena that we call the sky, the sun, the moon, the stars, the wandering stars, all of it is revolving around a certain point, and when you look at the center point, you see a pyramid of light, and then you see scriptures that speak about the city of God up in heaven, where the throne of God is, and where God dwells, and it tells you it's as wide as it's high, and you could do those measurements with a pyramid, and that's why you see a pyramid shape. So
it gives dimensions for length, width, and depth, right?
Exactly, and they are the same, right?
Yes.
And you can do that with a pyramid, can you?
Yeah, 1,500 cubits, yeah, length, width, and depth. Yeah.
Exactly. So that's what I'm telling you.
Well, it could be a cube.
But the thing is, what we see is a pyramid. that's the difference. And the globe still is a cube, so it's not a cube. Because what we see is not a cube. We see a pyramid shape of light.
Word.
You're not mad at me anymore.
At least you know why at least you know why you believe what you believe. That's cool. But I see a tent though, bro. Like I wasn't joking. I got that from the Bible too.
Yeah, that's fine.
It spreads out the
I'm not talking here. I'm not trying to convince anybody. I'm just telling you what I've learned and what I've seen. And you don't have to believe me. I mean, I wouldn't believe myself either. But the things are what they are, and we can observe. We can do the observations and see the evidence for what it is, and maybe come with some conclusions. I'm not saying my conclusions are correct 100%, but I have a pretty good idea because the little bit that I've give you, it goes way deeper than this, and I don't have everything, obviously.
Of course not, dude. People. None of us know.
Yep.
Not only do you not know, nobody knows, and that's the wonderful thing. We could, for real, because we could wonder together. You know.
And that's some things. Yeah. If anybody has a better topic, they can bring it. But since we were talking about food or whatever, and then someone brought up the sun. So
because I thought we were going to talk about Shangri-La earlier. My man,
yeah,
he fasted and all that time, and
bro, heaven is one of the most underrated topics, and it was taken away with the globe. This even flat earthers underrate this topic. And I think it's one of the most interesting topics there is, because our ancestors were God-knowing, God-fearing people, and they depicted and they spoke about God, and they lived with, they comprehended, they respected, and they knew something about the Creator, right? Somehow the Creator taught them He was real, right? And we have been given this fantasy, and we have forgotten. I remember now. I know that the Creator is real, but the thing is, even flat earthers discard what is happening in the sky, because they say, no, flat earth, we cannot talk about the heavens above because they say so. I mean, fuck that. If I want to talk about it, I'm going to talk about it. If you don't like it, leave the chat or ban me or something.
I like
if the topic is
a lot. I think I have no problem against the idea of having like this idea of a like God up in the sky, but there's lots of things in the Bible that make me think it's not that. Like, yeah, Jesus says the kingdom of heaven is within you, says that God is a spirit, and these
also within you.
The prophecies, they can say, it could be talking about the human physiology. It could be talking about other things. I love the idea, but I've never thought of God as like looking down, judging everyone. Like that's never been my idea of what God is.
What if it's all related and it all means that?
Could both be true, which would be pretty dope, right?
Well, then that would look towards a creator, would it not?
I guess everything points to God.
Seems to.
Think about it. With the globe, they took away heaven. Just think about
it. You know what brought us all to the point of questioning everything? When we couldn't find 8 inches per mile squared.
Just by make
sense. Show me the curve.
Curve.
Word.
I heard something interesting, talking about something interesting recently, Jamesy, about the asteroids, the 6 nodal points. Or can you shoot me some information on that, or where you found all that stuff?
Yeah, that's Timbo. Yeah, and the asteroids are a little bit different, because the asteroids is sometimes you see this light that is very prevalent in the sky, and it has like 2 lines of light coming away from it. Have you seen the asteroids? That's a different phenomena from sporadic meteors. Sporadic meteors and asteroids are different phenomena.
Okay. Yeah.
A lot of people think they are the same, and a lot of people see phenomena in the sky, and meteors, and they see different things in the sky, and they completely throw the baby with the bathwater, and they don't even want to think about it. And if you use the word meteors, they instantly think about rocks falling from the sky, That
space.
has to be impossible because nothing comes from space, right? So people close their minds about the actual reality of what is happening, and they throw everything under the bus.
Yeah, well, that's what, when you started talking about it, it really got me interested because I've seen them myself. So I'm like, well, where are these coming from? And, I had no, I had no information on where they could be coming from other than, what we've been told. So I'm interested to read some stuff about it.
Think about it. So the North Apex, which is one of the radiant sources, right, from where all sporadic meteors come from, the North toroidal, depending on the time of the depending on the rotation of it, you can tell the time of the year by the Big Dipper. And that's on the north. On the south, depending on the position of the Southern Cross, which, think about it, a Southern Cross, almost like a pyramid. You can make a pyramid with a cross, four-sided pyramid. Depending on the position of the Southern Cross, you can tell the month of the year, depending on the position. So the rotation of these two axes, in my opinion, it's the tip of the structure and the bottom of the structure being expressed on whatever we call the firmament and the layers above. But the thing is that the electro-optical shows that there is a movement of this in the sky, so it's actually moving. And also the radiant sources, the 6 points, they do move as well in cycles. The sun moves, the sun and the moon, the anti-helion moves. So it's just everything moving in cycles, but everything around a certain point in the sky. And that's what I'm proposing. It's heaven, which is the cause of the effects.
Well, it's interesting too, because the Big Dipper is where we get the swastika from as well. So it makes, as it changes through its cycles, it creates the swastika. So very interesting.
It is interesting. I mean, it's just proposing this so people can do their own research about it, and just think about it, because if we're just gonna discard what is happening in the sky, well, we'll never know then. We'll just forget about it.
Yeah, we're going to be the same as a globe. If we stop looking for information, then, it's exactly the same thing. We've been told that it's this, so that's it. It's this, and that's it.
And the people in... Oh, go ahead, Waterworld. Yep.
Oh, Gemsy, I'm sorry to bother you. At 51 after the hour just now, thanks for letting me get in here. 51 after the hour, this is something that Austin came up with. Star patterns under a dome, explaining how maybe the northern stars go one way and the southern stars go the other, and at the equator, they go straight, east or west. What do you think about that?
I'll tell you what is causing that. And this guy posted the electro-opticals of the movement of right here. Gizmo posted it. Look at this one. So above the firmament, there is the structure, the city of God, that is moving and causing the movement. But then under the firmament, we are standing under the firmament, and what we see is this double toroidal, because there might be multiple layers causing this effect. Look at this one.
Which one? Are you posting something, my friend?
I tagged you.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay.
So the effect that we observe from the ground is part of a setup, of a build above our heads between heaven and earth. So the heaven is moving, causing the vortex, causing the movement. But what we see as an expression of it is what we see as the luminaries, as the north toroidal and south toroidal. But how and how many layers and how big and how thick are the layers? I don't know that information. But you can see the you can see the movement, you can see the structure and its shape, and we can kind of demonstrate similar effects, but we don't have all of the variables because only God will know that, you know.
And just so you know, like if you look at that picture right there, like that's exactly how a camera works.
Are you talking about the one that Gemsy just posted?
Yeah, that blue picture. That's exactly how camera lensing works. That's exactly how your eyeballs work. It's the weirdest thing ever.
Hey, Waterworld, did you saw what Gizmo posted that I tagged you?
You tag. I saw at Waterworld, but I didn't see. Oh, that's the one with Matt. Oh, okay, never mind. Okay.
Yeah.
Waterworld.
All right.
Waterworld. What was your question?
So those are real quick. Those are electro-optical scans. 5 days, 365 days of the year.
Okay.
This rotation that you see in the electro-opticals around this region of the sky, there are 6 radiant sources from where all the phenomena that we call sporadic meteors come from. All of it.
Okay. All very interesting. Hey, if you get a chance, I know I sprung this. I sprung this 71-second video on you, with the star patterns. If you could look at that and tell me the next, 3, 4, 5 days what you think about that, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, that is very interesting.
No rush. Just the next 3 or 4 or 5 days when we.
To tell you what I think about.
Go ahead.
Everything in the sky moves from east to west.
For the stars that are lower than the polar regions that are going the opposite direction.
No. Everything in the sky, every naturally occurring phenomenon in the sky moves from east to west. I don't care where you go.
Except for birds.
Oh, I'd have to.
Except for birds.
What about the circling south?
East to west.
Yeah, I think you're saying east to west. You mean counterclockwise, correct?
That's right. So naturally, if you got the top of something counterclockwise is going one way, the bottom would be going the opposite way. So you always have stars that are moving east and west.
What?
Near the polar region, think about it.
East to west, bro.
Yeah, they're going east to west, except for below the polar region, they're going the opposite direction. They're going the opposite direction because they're on the other side of the pole.
Yeah, but still east to west.
Still going east to west.
You're misinterpreting what is going on. They're not going. One's not going from east to west, and the other one's going west to east. One's diverging north from east to west, and one's diverging south from east to west. They're all moving in the same direction, going overhead. They're moving from one direction and coming past you in another direction.
It's counterclockwise and clockwise in the south, but it's east to west for both of them.
You just have a convergent from the south, and then diverging back out to the south, and a convergent from the north and diverging back out to the north.
Okay, think about it real clearly. Look at Mecca from top view down. So bird's eye view, drone view of Mecca. The people that are on the north side, they're going east to west, but the people that are on the south side of the cube are going west to east.
What are you talking about?
They're going in the south, right?
No.
What south side of Mecca? What are you talking about? If you're looking at them from like upside down, from like below, like you're looking at their feet, somehow magically you're in the ground.
No, bro.
If you look at the North Star,
east to west, we're going the same direction.
If you look at the North Star and then you walk backwards for the rest of your life, you will only ever observe the stars, sun, moon, and stars going east to west. Even in the south. If you turn around, if you stop walking backwards and you start walking forwards, they will still go east to west, but they're going to go from your perspective.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? You're just turning around. You don't observe this in nature. Like, we don't observe things going any direction other than east to west.
Yeah.
debunked you with birds.
I know.
Okay, I live in Texas, right? So
Science.
33 degrees up from the horizon, there's Polaris, right?
If you're looking north,
it's your turn.
The stars are going to come from your right and go to your left. That's from east to west. Now, if you turn and look south, they're going to come from your left and go to your right. That doesn't change the fact that it's still coming from east to west.
Yeah, this guy gets it.
Yeah, it's just perception, right? So clockwise.
Okay, I've got a question then. Sorry, Larry, go ahead.
Below Polaris.
Well, I got another phenomenon. Shooting stars. Take that.
Because if they're going in a circle, right? The stars in between the pole star and the horizon, they're going the opposite direction.
Exactly.
Spinning.
Yes. It's the same in the south. So you've got the ones, because it makes a circle in the south. I don't care what anyone says. I've seen it. So, okay, it goes east to west, but the circles at the bottom of the stars at the bottom of the circle are going in the opposite direction. So they're not going east to west.
How are they going the opposite direction?
Because they're in a fucking circle. How do you think the fucking circle works? Do you think the circle goes east to west? They're spinning in a circle.
Yes, they're spinning in a circle east to west, just like the ones at the top.
How can a circle spin east to west? What are the top ones going east to west? What are the bottom ones doing?
You don't get it, man.
What do you mean I don't get it? What if you're looking?
Jimbo has a very important point.
You never
spinning in a circle. The top ones go from east to west. The bottom ones go from west to east. What do you not get about that?
No, otherwise it would twist. It would twist if it did that. The sky would twist.
But that's what it does.
Isn't it twisting? It's kind of twisting, isn't it?
Yeah, this conversation is twisted.
Like a whirlpool.
Yeah.
The boat goes from the right to the screen to the left of the screen, then it circles around and goes from the left of the screen to the right of the screen. It's going left, right, then right, left, left, right, then right, left, around the center.
If I'm facing south,
correct.
I look to my left. Which way am I looking, east or west?
Wait, looking east.
If I'm facing north and I look to my right, am I looking east or west?
East.
It's the same rotation.
Can I ask?
When it rotates in a circle, the top's going east to west. If you're looking down south and it's rotating,
yeah,
the top stars go east to west, and the bottom stars go west to east.
What are you talking about, man?
I don't believe it.
You can't just keep on saying it and think it's going to be right. It's come on.
What are you not getting about it?
I think he's saying that's what we observe.
From bottom up or top down,
that's what we observe.
It's still moving in the same direction. The stars are still literally moving in the same direction. You're just looking at it from a different perspective.
It's in the same photograph. I take photographs. They spin.
Okay.
Spin. I'm telling you what I see. This is what I see.
So you're looking at a wide-angle lens and you're appreciating that they diverge at near the equator.
So a wide-angle lens makes a full circle, does it?
Full circle?
Makes a full 360-degree circle?
No.
You can't just say, what are you talking about, and expect it to be right.
It's not a full 360-degree circle.
See what I mean?
It would be a 360-degree camera if that was the case.
Well, I don't have a 360 camera.
It's probably like a 270 degrees, something like that. Maybe 100.
Now you're just making stuff up.
Can you see the left?
Depends on how wide the angle is, but it's not going to be a full circle.
Well, how do you know what? How do you know what I'm taking? You're saying it's going to be 270 degrees. You don't even know what I'm using.
I said it's probably around there. That's wide-angle lenses are like anywhere from 180 to 200 something.
What's probably?
The point is, it's not a full circle.
Can I get in for a second? So
there you go, Larry. Yeah.
What Polaris looks like in Texas, right? So what I see is the Big Dipper. It goes around just like the Crux does in Australia. It goes around, right? And if you look at it, like dead on at the pole, the stars above it are going east to west or right to left, but the stars below it They're going the opposite directions. Why? Because they're at the other end of the pole.
So, what are your guys' opinion on the star pattern video at 51 after the hour? If you're under a dome and the dome is directly, the center part of the dome is over the center part of the North Pole, you'll have maybe halfway down, you'll have them going in one direction. At the equator, you'll have them going just straight east to west. And then in the southern part under the dome, you'll have them, veering off to the other direction like the video shows. What's your opinion on that?
Waterworld. Look at 3 after.
3 after. 3 after, thank you.
Tag Timbo in it, but you should look at it too. It'll explain how the rotation works.
Okay, thank you.
From east to west, it's just if you're looking south, then
I get it, man. But look at Larry's picture. Have you seen Larry's picture?
Yeah, I'm seeing
exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's how I see it, and that's how I explain it. The top ones.
Guys, will you describe it, instead of saying east to west, will we describe it more like a clockwise and counterclockwise?
Yeah, correct. Exactly.
Here's the thing. If you turn around and face the other way, counterclockwise.
I understand that. I know that. But this is what I see facing south. So when you say they all go east to west, the ones at the bottom of the circle don't go east to west because they're spinning. So that's what, and you can't say it's wrong because it's not wrong, because that's exactly the image I get.
Because the one on the bottom are going the opposite way of the ones on the top to make the circle.
Exactly.
Please don't believe this.
That's a really good 39-second video. Thank you. It's kind of saying, am I wrong, right or wrong? It's kind of saying what that 71-minute video isn't, kind of like saying the same thing.
It is saying the same, but to say that it's going one direction on one side of the sky and one direction and in the opposite direction on the other side of the sky, that doesn't. I can't explain it. That doesn't compute.
Okay, so I'll put it real simple. So 33's up in the sky, right? There's Polaris. All the stars above that are going one direction. But when you look at just the stars below that, they're going in the opposite direction.
Which stars?
Below it.
Below what?
And above it. Polaris, or 33 degrees above horizon.
What?
Oh my god, this is so hard. It's so simple. Okay, spin a basketball, right?
Yeah.
And you're looking down from the ceiling. The basketball is spinning, so you're looking at the pole of the spinning basketball.
Yeah.
Okay. Which way is it spinning?
Whatever way.
What part of the basketball you look at. If you get it in frame and you look at the top, it's going to be going right to left. But if you take the camera and then move it to the other hemisphere of the basketball, it's going to be moving the opposite direction because you place the camera in a different place on where it's spinning. Does that make sense?
But it's still moving in the same direction.
In a circle. Never.
Maybe explain it as like you're splitting the basketball on a glass table, and you have the camera on top, and then you put the camera up below. They're going to spin in opposite directions, like clockwise and counterclockwise. You know, from the top of it's right to left, it's going to be clockwise, and then from the bottom, it's going to be counterclockwise. But the whole ball is still spinning in one direction.
Okay, I got it. This is so simple. The clock hand. So the hour hand, when it goes from 9 to 3, it's going left to right, or west to east. But from 3 to 9, it's going another direction now. Right? Is it not? When the hand goes from 3 to 9,
only
now it's going.
Only at the North Pole that makes sense.
I don't think they get it. It's okay.
So basically, depending if you're standing Because in Texas, Larry, you're not standing 90 degrees from Polaris, right? Polaris is not 90 degrees above your head.
No.
Polaris.
I think all this is going above their heads.
I will admit it is a confusing thing if you can't look at the north and then say, I'm getting on a plane and I'm going down to Chile. It is very, very difficult to grasp because I would love to go to the southern latitudes and see for myself, but sadly, I'm not going to. I would love to go to the equator, look straight up and see what's happening right over the equator, and then hop down about 20, 30 degrees south latitude and see what's going on down there. Because I know what's going on in the north. You know, Larry and I live about the same latitude, and so I know what's going on up here. I would love to go to the equator, and then I'd like to go about 20, 30 degrees south latitude and do a time lapse thing.
All right, I drew a clock this time. So I'm going to post that real fast. All right, so that's a very shitty clock. I do apologize, but from the 9 to 3, the clock hand is going left to right. From the 3 to the 9, the hour hand is going from right to left. So it never spins in the same cardinal direction, but it always spins in the same direction around the pole. Maybe that was the hang up. I think I killed you.
No, that's exactly what I was trying to say. Yeah.
Yeah, just because you hear somebody say something and it sounds like the opposite of what you're saying, maybe it both can be true at the same time. The heavenly bodies usually do go east to west, but below the polar regions, because of the nature of a pole, it can't be going east to west. It would have to sometimes be going west to east under the pole.
Field trip, Chile, Equator, and then Chile, Santiago, Chile. Sorry.
Think back to being like really.
Santiago's Chile this time of year.
You're spinning on a merry-go-round. You're spinning toward your parent, away from your parent, towards your parent, away from your parent.
Yeah, you're not going the same direction all of the time.
Don't try to imagine what it would look like at the South Pole. That's impossible. Just realize the truth. There is no South Pole.
There is a South Pole. It's a polar region. There's no pole star.
No, the pole star is not. It's actually a dark spot. There is no. That is the opposite of the celestial north. So celestial north, you have Polaris as the center light, and then celestial south is a dark area, which the Southern Cross stars, like pyramid shape, basically goes around this area, around this black, this dark celestial south. And all of these are effects caused by heaven. I mean, obviously, this is a build. Heaven is the top centerpiece of it, but there is many things happening at the same time because of the build in place, including the ground that we're standing on, the observer, the medium that we're in, the layers above, and the mediums above, with heaven on top of everything. Oh, and God.
So the post at 12:03. So is that like the correct, like, is that the idea where people are going with it? The stars, like in general, are shaped like a giant sphere and rotate.
Yes.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Celestial sphere.
Gotcha. I actually never knew that. That makes a lot of sense, though.
What's with the celestial sphere? What's that? I'll tell you what the celestial sphere is. I'll show you the electro-opticals.
Map. It's a map of the sky. That's all it is.
Oh, okay.
All maps are flat. The sky is flat.
How do you have a flat spherical map?
I don't have a spherical
map. Look at the
map.
coincidences.
You just said the celestial sphere is a map of the sky. All maps are flat.
I said the celestial sphere is a map, and all maps are flat.
Exactly. So the celestial sphere is a flat map. How do you have a flat spherical map?
It's only in the math that it's a celestial sphere. You're just describing it in a sphere with your math. That doesn't support your reality. You don't know what the sky is. The sky's flat.
But it's a spherical map, and you're saying it's a flat spherical map, and you're not making sense.
It just appears, okay, it's called a celestial sphere because it's apparent. That's apparent, right? It's just like the horizon.
How's it apparent? The lights are apparent.
Because
how they map it out.
Like.
What are you talking about? It looks like a sphere now?
To say it looks apparent would be redundant.
You're saying it looks like a sphere?
When you look at it, yes.
When I look
looks
at
like a celestial, it's called the celestial sphere because that's what it looks like.
No, it doesn't look like that. That's just the way we map it out. But when we look at the sky, we don't see a celestial sphere. We just see stars and lights and planets and that sort of thing.
Actually, with the shape of creation above, the source of this whole thing, actually you see around the pyramid shape, you see kind of like a sphere around it. Similar to what we see around the sun and the moon, the halo. You see this sphere around the centerpiece. So that might be the celestial sphere, and the stars that we map and people call it a celestial sphere might be an expression of the actual celestial sphere that is a sphere around the structure above.
It sounds like you're talking about like the coronas or what have you, like the halos, or the circular things that we see on some celestial bodies. I would not use the term celestial sphere because that's conflationary.
It's like how we make it, like the order where you make a map. It's like you first do elevation angles to Polaris, and then that's followed by the celestial sphere model, which is the stars, and then they use the Haversine formula to project that onto a sphere. They project that onto a tube, and then they roll it out, and that's a map. So that's why he's saying.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you. Look at the sun and the moon. Look at the sun and the moon. What I'm sending. You've seen this phenomena, right?
I'm not looking at my phone right now, but I imagine you're talking about like the dog, whatever it's called, sun dog.
Yeah, and you kind of see it looks like a sphere around it, and then you look at the source, what the luminaries are revolving around, the sun, the moon, the stars, sporadic meteors. You see the source, and in no coincidence that it looks like that, and you can see kind of like a sphere. So the expression of the stars, what we see and people label as a celestial sphere, it probably, there's some truth to, there is definitely truth to it. It looks like a sphere.
Yeah, when they say celestial sphere, they're not talking about an individual celestial object, or like the sundogs or what have you. Again, it's you're using the wrong terminology, and it's going to be a cause for confusion. That's why I'm trying to make it clear. When they say celestial sphere, they're talking about the map that they've mapped out by, like, you know, by using all of the different stars and stuff cohesively. You understand?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but what I'm trying to tell you that the source of what we call the stars and the shape of creation looks like a sphere as well. Like around.
Sundogs look spherical. I'm with you 100%. But let's not say celestial sphere. That refers to the map.
I get you. You're right. You're 100% right. But I'm trying to tell you the source of that gives you that kind of like shape as well. So that's probably why, I don't know, people use it as well. Maybe. I don't know. But yeah, I get you. You're right.
Yeah, I mean, if you say the source, like the fact that there's a sundog is indicative of what's inside of it, you know, that it causes a sundog, then, you know, that's tough because, you know, the sun and the moon look spherical. Well, the sun not so much, but, like, you know, because we only have one angle to it, and we can't really appreciate the different phases of it. But the moon, you know, we could say that it does look spherical. It has texture, and we have different phases of it, or what have you, right?
Maybe it's a M&M shape.
It could be, but the point is, it has, you know, it wouldn't be this flat thing, right?
Well, the moon looks like an image that is being projected. Actually, it looks like an actual image, like some type of image that is on a reflector, or, you know, one of the layers above. So we're looking at an image of something, but it's not a rock flying in the sky.
Let me ask you.
That is a sphere.
How can something have a perfectly spherical sundog, right, without it being equal in all directions? Like, for instance, let's say we have a lamp, right, and it's shining in, or like a flashlight.
Yeah.
How can this flashlight be shining light all around it if it was just shining in one direction, or if it was asymmetrical?
Depends on the setup. That is the ceiling. Depends of that, and the way that the source of the light is let's say shining through or causing the effect that we call the sun and the moon. That whole setup causes them to look the way they look.
Okay, but wouldn't you say the most likely thing, if you have a spherical sundog all the way around the thing, perfectly symmetrical, is that which is causing it is also symmetrical?
Look, I made a moon inside of my house. Look at this. I made a moon inside of my house with faces and everything.
Okay. I'm asking about the sundog.
The sundog, I mean, that's an interesting, but I will say those are expressions of the layers above, almost like a window, you're looking through windows, and you're looking at the light or the effect that is being caused, and there's most likely layers that you're looking at being expressed with the light going through.
Yeah, but these layers are like spherical layers, right? Like,
not really.
Well, if you were to look at them from different angles, people would see the same thing. It's the same phenomenon, right?
Actually, when you're looking at the phenomena, the sundog and the moon halo, you be seeing that phenomena at a certain point, and someone else could be 100 miles away, and they don't see the sun, or maybe further than that. They could be seeing the moon or the sun, and they don't see the sundog and the moondog. You're looking at it, They don't see it.
Yeah, if that's the case, it could only be one of two options. It could be that it is shining in a particular direction,
like a focal point.
Yeah, or it could be something it's shining in every direction, but for whatever reason, the atmosphere is causing it to like magnify or whatever focus in such a way that you see it and a different person doesn't. Or it could be a mixture of both. Who knows?
I will say it's a mixture of both in a sense, yeah. But for me, it's definitely an expression of the layers above. How? Oh, how many? I don't know, but it's no coincidence that the source, that I will say the source, looks, and the sun and the moon actually look, and even the how do you call?
Stars.
The receptor of the camera, the
lens.
Not the lens.
Iris.
The sensor of the camera will even give you kind of like a pyramid shape when you take the photograph. So, anyways, I'm just talking about the light and the effect, the phenomena that we see.
You're talking about the aperture, right? It's the shape of the aperture.
But look at the source, the electro-optical. It's no coincidence that the sun and the moon look like an expression of the source above them. I mean, definitely not a coincidence. The sun is helium, which is one of the sources of sporadic meteors. That's why we got the daily showers. And that's, in this image, it's to the left side, and the other opposite side is anti-helium. It's possibly that's the, I guess it might be the moon. But it looks like what we see as the focal expression of the sun and the moon that looks similar to the source. It doesn't look exactly the same because of the layers between the source and what we see as the sun and the moon, what we see from the ground.
Yo, what did you use when you did your little moon thing at home? What is it on the floor? Is it a bowl?
It's a concave mirror. You know those mirrors that you can buy that they amplify the reflection like 5 times, 10 times?
Mm-hmm.
They are a little bit. They're kind of like a little bit concave to it. They kind of like some concavity to them. Yeah.
Cool.
Another thing about the moon, it might be, I mean, I don't know. I've been thinking, and I just...
Oh, no.
Yeah, it could be wrong, but you see how when you take a full image photograph and you have full colors, like when you see the sun coming out and you see everything, you see the colors of everything, right? Sunlight.
Mm-hmm.
So when the sun comes out, you see colors, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
And then the moon, black and white, like a negative of the light, you could see. You see what I'm sharing?
Okay.
So
the inverse is what he's saying.
Yeah, the inverse of the light, basically.
Like not necessarily like if you've ever played with like a image in Photoshop and you do a negative effect, the negative effect may be like you'll have red and the inverse would be like yellow.
Mm-hmm.
Or you'd have blue and the inverse would be orange or something like that.
So you're saying the moon's color is the inverse of the sun's color?
Look at this. Look at these ones during the moon eclipse and that kind of stuff.
I don't know if that's necessarily the case though, because
possibly not.
The moon is the sun is very bright. You know, it's like this brightish, whitish yellow, right? The inverse of that would be dark. The moon's not dark, so
it looks dark when it's in front of the sun, completely dark. That's why it causes the eclipse.
Oh, you mean during eclipses? Okay.
The solar eclipse, in my opinion, you don't see the moon anymore because it's an opposite, a completely dark light. It looks dark, and when it gets in front of the sun, you see the effect that is like a negative of the sun, completely dark. Like you could do this with a brighter and a dimmer light. You could have a light on, and then you could put a brighter light behind it, and when you look at both lights, the dimmer one looks completely dark, and it's a light, but it looks black because of the stronger light in the foreground.
Yeah.
In the background.
Yeah, background.
You see how the Glober's saying the moon is causing the eclipse of the sun? They're not lying, in a sense. They're lying about the shape. They're lying about other stuff. But in my opinion, the truth is a little bit in between.
It's usually how it goes.
I mean, what is the coincidence that you cannot see the moon during the solar eclipse? It's, I mean, these things are very precise. That setup in the sky, it was made very, very precise, and there is no coincidence. So the sun and the moon are similar sizes. Almost the same size. I will say, some people say the sun is bigger. Do you think would you agree with that, or some people say? Yeah. I don't know.
I think they're the same size, man. I don't know. I think that when God made them, he was, he had kind of duality in mind and symmetry in mind, and he made them like each other.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I will agree. So I don't think there's a coincidence that during the solar eclipse, the moon is just you don't see it, but then you have this
because silhouetted,
complete dark silhouette covering the sun, which in my opinion, light can do that, can cause that phenomena to cause another light to look black.
Yep.
By the observer, right? Because we are the observers. The way our vision works, that effect can cause our vision to observe that phenomena. It's possible that if you had God's eye, you'll see the whole thing, but by our view, that's what we see.
Yeah, and even like in terms of optically, things that are black are white, but just less white light. There's less of it reflecting to our eye, so we can't, see it as well, and that's why it's black.
There you go.
I think there's I'm not sure if it was like Cody's lab or that other nerd on YouTube, but one of them did this little like thing with a projector to show that black light, like from a projector, is actually white light, but just is a lot less comparatively.
And it's something that can be demonstrated with light, so it's a possibility, in my opinion. Plus the coincidences that obviously there are no coincidences about what the sun and moon are doing around the solar eclipse time. Just saying.
Yeah, boy.
But then you hear flat earthers, there is no way, this is not the moon causing the solar eclipse, it's not the... I'm like, how do you know that? It might be it. It might be the moon. Just because the Globers claim it's the moon, you're gonna go the opposite way?
Yeah, that's the issue with a lot of flat earthers. They're very contradictory when it comes to, it works out. It makes it makes sense, that it is the moon that's doing it. But
no, it totally does, because it's like you also have the issue with the analemmas. The sun does an analemma annually, and the moon does an analemma monthly.
Wow.
And so at some point, they're going to intersect.
Yeah, that's great.
I don't know if it's right to say the moon does an analemma monthly. The whole point of an analemma is that it's throughout the year.
It's not the same name.
And as in like annual,
right.
It's
it has
movement throughout the year.
when the moon does it.
Annual is not the same as Anna.
It kind of is. And for instance, AD, Anno Domini, that prefix refers to year. I wager if you were to look into the etymology of lemma, it would probably be movement of I don't know what lemma means. It might be just curve or something throughout the year.
The moon needs 27.3 days to complete. No, that's not it. Oh yeah, here. There you go.
Moon is 29.5 days on average.
Oh, he was right when he said that then. Every month sounds about right.
The moon definitely has a monthly cycle. I mean, but I just don't know if it would be called analemma. It doesn't sound right.
It is.
It's not called analemma.
It's the figure eight. It's a figure eight notion. It's not an annual thing.
The moon has a monthly figure eight?
Yeah. It's called an analemma. That's what it's called.
I don't know about that, man.
Anno or año is annual, is a year. Anna is not año.
Okay.
That's we had this discussion the other night where I think it was with you, right, Jemsy, where we're saying all this legalese BS that they do in the world, it has to be done in English, because if they tried to do it in Latin, people look at you like, what the fuck are you saying?
Yeah.
You don't have a feminine and masculine version of annual in Latin.
You think so?
Here, I'll look up analemma and see what the definition of the root of the word is.
Have you heard of the word annals? In the annals of time, there's been many, annals. ANNALS.
Sorry, two people were talking over each other.
That's right. It's Greek. And analemma is prop up or support.
What?
So, origin Greek, analemma, prop or support. Latin, analemma. And then it just goes into celestial sense, projection of a celestial sphere on a plane of the meridian. How's that? From Greek, analemma, prop or support. to hold up.
That's interesting. To support, to prop up.
Well, if it doesn't have a different name, I'm going to go ahead and coin it, because if we're talking about the Moonalima.
Yeah, I had a look for that as well, and it came up as the Moon Analemma.
I'm
Lunar
calling it the
Analemma.
Moonalima. I don't care what you guys do.
That makes sense. Like to prop up like in like a sling or a broken arm, and then it says from Analambanian, which is to take up or restore or repair. So like if you think about how a sling works, when it goes underneath your arm, up over your shoulder, down, and then loops itself back, so it's restoring it's a restoration into a proper support.
You're such a paramedic.
I know. It's basically returning to itself. It's in constant circulation of itself. I guess that's how it makes sense to me. Like you said, I'm such a paramedic.
Did anyone notice the Did anyone see the symbol for the World Cup? It's the Analemma.
Yes.
Yeah.
Inverted.
Yeah, inverted. I saw it straight away, and I went, "What?
Yeah, I saw it. I was like, it's inverted. Matter of fact, I did a side by side. Let me post it. See if I still have it. It's like those bastards, they'll invert anything. And it's lagging for me today. There you go, Timbo. I posted it. A regular Analemma, and then I had to invert the logo just to show the inversion of it.
So it's not inverted. It's just from a different part of the world. Is that right?
So the Analemma typically is shown like this, and what they did was they inverted it and made it the World Cup logo. I inverted the World Cup logo to show you how it's inverted, because I inverted FIFA World Cup Qatar.
Oh.
To show you how it's inverted, it's the same thing. The same thing.
But in the southern, I'm just thinking, in the southern hemisphere, would the Analemma be inverted?
No, probably would look the same.
That's a good question.
There's people that I don't know where this is at. I'm guessing it's over one of the equinoxes or over maybe the equator.
Because it's directly up and down.
Right. That's what I would think. It'd be probably down by Panama or something like that. But I mean, there's people that take pictures all over. You get these like sideways analemmas and stuff just because of the angle that they're at.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of this. That the moon had like a monthly analemma type thing. Cool.
I knew it had an analemma, but I just found out about it like maybe a month ago that the moon has a monthly analemma and the sun is annual.
Guys, if you look in the live stream voice text, there's 2 articles about analemma. I posted one at 2:38. It's from NASA. It says an analemma is a figure-8 curve you get when you mark the position of the sun at the same time each day for 1 year. But the trick is to imagining an analemma of the moon is to wait a bit longer. On average, the moon returns to the same position in the sky about 50 minutes and 29 seconds later each day. So it's over the course of a year.
Yeah.
Basically on a pronunciation, because I'm saying analemma. I got my man saying analemma, and then the guy before was saying analemma.
Analemma, tomato, potato.
No, tomato is definitely incorrect.
Potato.
Potato's definitely wrong too.
I say tomato.
Tomatillo.
Tomate.
I say tarantula weird too, I hear.
You do.
Analemma, I guess. Analemma, yeah. I don't know.
Hey, Gizmo, did you see the one I posted in there? That's the analemma from the south.
Cool. We're at
same way up as the World Cup.
I suppose. I mean, no, because watch. I'll have to invert. I'll save the picture.
No, you're right, because you flipped it up around. Sorry, I'm wrong. So those pictures were from the southern hemisphere, so it's the same way up. Thank you.
That was a cool question, though.
It was worth a try.
Yeah.
Just Google it, mate.
There you go.
Yeah, to that the percentage, like everyone says it differently. That's what you get when everyone's from a different part of the world.
Australia is not real.
Yeah, it's fake, man. I'm an actor. I'm a paid actor. I'm a shill.
It's not real, but it's hot as fuck.
It's actually raining at the moment. Again. All year, mate. It's been raining all year.
That's good.
Yeah, but everything's full now, so everything's getting flooded. All the dams are full for the first time in 20 years.
Well, that's good though, because now everybody can have like excess water and take longer showers.
Yeah. You know what the strange thing is though? They've still got us on constant water restrictions.
It's because it's about control, man.
Yeah, of course. Well, you watch. 3 years we'll be in another drought.
Oh yeah.
It's just it goes in cycles. It runs on an 8-year cycle. So.
Yeah.
They just get everyone scared. Oh, we're running out of water. Mate, you just built a desalination plant. Turn the fucking thing on.
Anyone else drinking that distilled water?
Yeah, I've been drinking it for 4 years, man.
Yeah, I'm all about distilled now.
Yeah, I don't
Distilled's
drink
about the
anything
best you
else.
can do.
It's like the most fluoride you can get out of it.
Yeah, it just comes out as pure water. I've got some I use some drops that I add to it. Not always, but occasionally, to get some nice minerals and stuff in there. Not rock minerals, but proper minerals that you get in food.
What's the deal with oregano oil?
I'm not sure.
Orthodoxies kind of come and go. You know, one year it's flaxseed oil, the next it's hemp seed oil, next it's oregano oil. They all have different properties, but sometimes people just like, oh, I swear by cod liver fish oil. And then you find out like, oh, you can't take too much of that because, you know, too much of anything is bad. But anyway.
I'm pretty sure oregano has one of the highest like antioxidant levels as a herb. I don't know about an oil though.
Oregano?
Dandelions.
Dandelion. Natural gum spirits, turpentine for the parasites.
The turpentine definitely is good. You can also use some ivermectin. It's pretty safe.
Oh yeah, man, it works.
Turmeric or turmeric, garlic.
Yeah, with the turmeric, you have to use it with black pepper. Otherwise, your body doesn't absorb it.
Yeah.
It has to be used with black pepper.
I don't know. What do y'all feel about iodized salt?
It's good for your thyroid.
Yeah, I don't put salt on everything, but occasionally I'll put some salt on some stuff just for the iodine.
Are you saying we should have a mixture of salts?
Yes.
Like sea salt, mountain salt. I mean the pink salt. And some table salt mixed in?
The Epsom salt, which is magnesium and sulfur, I think it is. That's a pretty decent salt for intake and also outside salt baths. But the best source of mineral water is actually seawater, but it's called deep sea water. And you could dilute fresh water. You could dilute the deep sea water with fresh water, and you will have the best mineral water available that is very similar to our blood.
Cool.
Yeah.
I love this channel. It's so much information.
You know how seawater has been demonized in movies. If you drink seawater, you're gonna turn crazy. You're gonna die. You die.
Organ failure.
Yeah, exactly. Just follow whatever Hollywood says, guys. Yep. Go ahead.
There you go. There's some water for y'all.
No, they didn't put 25 pharmaceutical products in it. You shouldn't drink it.
Is that how Glovers drink water? No.
Glovers do the chugga chugga chugga.
Is that how they drink water?
I think they would put their mouth right under the source. You know what I'm saying?
That's a good meme. Glovers.
I got another. Someone sent me out. That was hilarious. Let me find it real quick. Here it is. This one's a good one too. It'll load. There we go. All the different types of rain on the different planets. No.
I laughed, but my mic was off.
Funny.
No. I agree with some. I think it was 7-7 earlier said when he watched the Lost History of Flat Earth, and about halfway through he just started laughing because it kind of all made sense in a weird way. It was all speculation. Like you can't really prove it one way or the other, but it fucking makes sense. Like it literally gives you an alternative thought process to whatever you thought was going on in the world. And if you can just pull yourself out of the box and look in a different direction, you might, I don't know, you might get a different idea of what's going on.
Also, part of it was like realizing how retarded I was. You know, it's like it makes him and like just explaining density, and I'm like, how the fuck have I never been taught this? You know?
Right.
Well, you want to concentrate on things that you should learn, like the Earth is a spinning globe going through space. You know, you gotta learn that.
You don't teach us how our eyes work. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah. That's basic stuff right there, man. They just tell you it's rods and cones, and then it follows a nerve to the occipital region of your brain, and it does something back there. Never once goes over like how the lens works and refracts the light as it comes in to focus on a focal point. I mean, like, check this out. Here's the lens of your eyeball in a nutshell. Find it. Did I not save it? Holy shit, I didn't fucking save it. Anyway, I'll show you the YouTube channel or the Wikipedia channel.
Who said birds earlier? Birds?
Birds?
Science. Optometry. You're gonna show me you lost something. You were gonna show us the eye in live chat.
I just put it up. Not the eye, the lens of the eye. This is how your eyeball works. Sorry,
I thought we could see billions of light years.
And it makes me laugh. It makes me laugh. Like, how come I can't see Mount Everest from here? I'm like, did you think you could see billions of light years away?
That's funny.
Yeah, they do.
Did you think you could see 93 million miles away? Hilarious. That's literally.
Mr. Chang goes to the optometrist. Mr. Chang says, I don't have a cataract. I have a Winking Continental.
Something like that. Well, I think I'm off to bed again. I stayed up till 3 a.m., Timbo.
Bro. Hey, I'm dropping a link. Check it out if you like.
Morphic right.
I'll give you something to listen to when you wake up in the morning.
What's going to happen? Is somebody going to jump out at me?
Hope not.
What frequency? Oh, he's talking about it. Never mind.
Imbo here still or no?
Who?
Imbo?
Imbo?
He fell asleep, I guess. No, he's busy. Yeah.
Or is it Timbo? I don't know.
Timbo.
Timbo.
I'll watch this.
No, Timbo. It's probably dinner time at Timbo's house.
Yeah.
Dinner and supper. What time's dinner and what time's supper? Let's have a meeting of the minds here.
Well, for Timbo, dinner or supper or whatever is whenever he gets home and everybody gets washed up and food is made when he gets home from work.
Is it the evening?
Well, yeah. Generally, anytime after 5.
That's supper time, right?
Dinner and supper. Generally the same thing. Dinner. I think supper is usually later than dinner.
That's a north-south thing. Like up north in the northern United States, what they call supper or dinner, like the dinner and the supper's like opposite times.
Maybe.
With the people, between the people, like I forget, I think it's a supper in the south, but the supper in the north is, I don't know, fuck. Maybe I have it backwards.
So in the north, dinner is from east to west, but in the south,
right.
East.
Yes, that's exactly what I was trying to say.
I fucking had to do it, dude.
Yeah. I thought that's what Waterworld was getting at. I thought he asked that question for a reason.
I mean, I get what he's saying. Like when you're staring at something, you know, for half the time it's going from north to south, and for the other half it's going from south to north, or it's going left to right half the time, and the other half it's going right to left. But that's only if you're standing directly underneath Polaris. And then you look off in one direction and it's going in one direction, and you look off in the other direction, it's going in another direction. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe it's all going in the same, to me it's all going in the same direction. Like whether I'm facing south or I'm facing north, the stars are moving from east to west. Now, whether that's left to right, that's based on perspective. But as far as a cardinal direction goes, east and west are in a setup consistent with north and south. So if you're facing north, east is going to be to your right, west is going to be to your left. If you're facing south, east is going to be to your left, west is going to be to your right. The stars always move from east to west, whether it's from left to right or right to left. It's just based off of what direction you're facing.
Frame of reference matters.
Well said.
Now, if you were standing at the equator, right, and you had the star trails going over you, directly over you, if you were facing east, they would be coming at you and going over the top of you and behind you. And if you were facing west, they'd be coming from behind you, up over the top of you, and coming down in front of you. As far as like looking to the south or looking to the north, the stars would still be going from like if you're facing south, it would go from east to west, but it would be coming from your left shoulder up over your head and to your right shoulder. And if you're facing north, it'd be coming from your right shoulder up over your head to your left shoulder. But it would all be frame of reference in what direction you're facing.
Yeah, well said, man.
Now, if that's confusing, I mean, I can sit down and, you know, spend 30 minutes drawing pictures and try to do a diagram of it. Maybe do a PowerPoint presentation or something.
It's just break out the turntable, because like.
But I know what he's saying.
Yeah.
From 9 o'clock to 3 o'clock, it's moving left to right. And from 3 o'clock to 9 o'clock, it's moving from right to left. But that would mean the stars would be moving underneath you.
No, that doesn't necessitate that at all. Because if you think about it like the way that I do, the drone, as it flies away, sets into the sunset, right, at a certain point. So the star is just setting because you're too far away from it. So if you think about it, if you're 6,000 miles away from a certain star, you won't be able to see it at a certain time. But if you're only 3,000 miles away, you'll be able to see it. So the closer you are to this, you know, zenith, like you can see it. So just because it's going out of view doesn't mean that it's going down.
Right. But like what I'm saying is you're using the 9 to 3 and 3 to 9 reference. So your frame of reference would be where the hand attaches to the clock.
That's right.
That's where
polar region.
No, that's where you would be standing. That's how you observe the sky moving over you.
That's right.
Yeah. But from what we observe, there is no 3 to 9 star rotation. It's always moving from east to west. whether you're looking north or you're looking south.
Yeah, that 3 to 9 area is
underneath you,
33 degrees from the horizon and down to the horizon. That little star patch, that star field right there in that area, they're going the opposite direction. If you take a time-lapse photo, and a lot of new cell phones have that ability, I would just challenge you to get the pole star in frame from horizon up to that much space above the pole star, so you can see that those stars sure as fuck are going the opposite direction in between the pole star and the horizon.
I'm gonna literally bust out the Star Trails time lapse.
What are we looking at?
The Star Trails. All right, so here's some Star Trails of the North Star, right?
Now get a piece of paper and block off the top of your screen and look at what the stars are doing on the bottom half. They're going the opposite direction.
But they're rotating east to west.
If the stars are going east to west on top, then ipso facto, the bottom ones would have to be going in the opposite direction.
Why?
That's how it works, man. It's relative to the point. They're going the opposite direction because I don't know how you don't see it.
So in this picture,
screen to the bottom of your screen.
In this picture, right? In this picture, I'm looking at the North Star, and the stars are rotating east to west, right? So they're moving across the sky from right to left, right? On the top of the screen. So from the bottom of the screen, they're moving from left to right, right? That's the rotation.
Okay, the top is, let's see,
right to left, and then the bottom part
would be
left to right.
Yeah,
right. So if I turn 180 degrees from where I'm facing those stars, which way are the stars going to rotate? On the top and on the bottom.
Now you're confusing me. I don't know.
That's why you're confused, because you're not understanding the rotation of the sky.
And it's perspective too. This picture doesn't do the sky justice. But that's what you see. And
Let me see if I can put
all the stars on the bottom half of the screen are going left to right. The ones on top are going right to left.
This is a very crude example, but if it'll fucking load. All right. So this picture, right? Would you say that this picture is consistent with the northern star rotation?
Yeah, I guess you could say that if the bridge of the nose is the polar region, sure.
Right. This is another one, but fuck it, I don't care. Would you say that this picture right here is consistent with the southern star rotation?
Yeah, the third eye region is the polar region, yeah.
Are they spinning in opposite directions?
What do you mean by they? Oh, you think the The black spots represent the stars?
No, I'm saying that figure
represents the stars, right?
Right. That's the polar rotation.
Right. The man. Ignore
Right.
the yellow and the dots.
Right.
Right.
So are you saying that that's what the southern rotation looks like? Or better yet, is what Jimsy posted what you could consider what is going on?
Jimsy posted a 360 view
right
thing, and that doesn't really represent reality because the way that kind of lens is bending the glass. But if you were to zoom in only on the left side,
yeah,
that would be a pretty.
That'd be the north rotation.
Yeah.
And you zoom on the right side, that would be the southern rotation, right?
On the right side, yeah.
Yeah. So what happens is you're on the left side, you're facing north, and on the right side, all you did was turn around and do an about face.
Yeah.
They're still spinning the same way.
I agree, but if you look at the stars on the top on the left, they're all going right to left. But if you could look at just the stars below this center point, which isn't very high off of the, I don't know what that is, like a plateau or a desert mountain or something.
Sure.
If you zoom in and look at those stars, which is kind of hard to do because there's not very much space there. If you look closely at those stars, they're going left to right. So if the top is going east to west, the bottom is going west to east.
I don't see it.
Because you got a mountain covering it up. If you could give me one without a mountain there, that'd be great.
I mean, like I don't see it. Period. Like you're talking about the equatorial lines. Is that what you're saying?
Just below the polar region to the ground.
On the right?
No, I was talking about the left this whole time. I was talking about the left side. That's why I said this isn't a very good representation of reality, because I'm only talking about the left side here, which is the polar region. The stars on the top are going right to left. And as they take a right turn around the center, then they're going down, and they take another right turn, and now they're going left to right.
Well, that's not a problem, is it? That, like
no,
I know what you're
make left turns.
It's
left turn, just like NASCAR.
It's still going east to west.
No, eventually the car and the track will be going the opposite direction. Because
it's going around the
track, you'll have to take another left turn and then another left turn, and he'll be going the opposite way. And then he takes another 2 left turns.
You're still going east to west.
Okay, bud. You sure are. I give up.
If I stick a pole in the ground and I walk out and go 5 feet away from that pole, and you walk out and you go 20 feet away from the pole, and you stand where you're at and you're facing that pole, and I walk around that pole, right, at 5 feet circumferential all the way around. Sometimes I'm going to be going left to right, and sometimes I'm going to be going right to left based on your frame of reference, right?
That's right.
I'm still going east to west.
Okay, bud. I give up. We're just going to agree to disagree, and that's okay. Perfectly fine.
You're going to have to show me where it's going west to east.
Below the pole star, close to the ground.
Bro, it's going east to west because it's on the other side of the world.
Not from your perspective. It's going the opposite direction.
It's from your perspective, but from the pole, it's going east to west always.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would agree if you're on that side of the world, like in Russia.
If you are
at that time, that person's going to see it as going east to west.
No, if you're standing directly underneath the North Star, it's always going to spin from east to west above you.
I agree, but here in Texas, the perspective's weird. I don't live at the North Pole.
Because it has to go around the world and come back.
I agree, that's actually happening east to west all over the world. But
yeah,
from my perspective, here,
at some point, it goes right to left, but that's because it has to come back around and go around like a circle, like a flat table.
I don't want any green eggs and ham.
That's cool, man. He said, I think my dad does this, dude. When I try to talk to him about gravity, he's like, but it is a force. I'm like, but it's not. But it is. And he'll never fucking concede. I love the old man. Hard-headed bastard. He's not a bastard.
Here you go.
Good man. Good man.
This is a good example right here.
Jesus wept.
This horrible map that nobody likes to use, but I'm just going to use it as an example. The sun and the moon on this map, the drawings on this map are going from east to west, always. Now, if you were standing in Texas, at some point that moon is going to look like it's going from west to east. From Texas. Because it has to go around the pole, east to west, continuously in order to return to its original location.
When does the moon go around the pole? Like
all the time.
Day by day? Like
all the time.
Okay.
You have to ask Gemzy or somebody else. I don't know. I can't unmute you, Satoshi.
I think I can take care of that. Satoshi, I'm going to move you to the other room if I can. I don't know if I can move to. And I'll VC verify you there.
No. He's unmuted.
Oh.
No, he.
I have VC verified though before.
Yeah. You're good. You were snoring earlier. You fell asleep with your mic open. You've done it many times in the past, so nothing new.
Okay.
You just woke up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you were snoring. I had to mute you for privacy, you know? Nobody here wanted to hear your private conversations in your dreams.
Was I talking?
Snoring, but eventually you would start talking in your dreams, so we don't want to hear your crypto wallet password.
Have you heard me talk before in my sleep?
He spoke about some women's.
Because my friends used to record me doing that.
But yeah, I didn't want you to give your crypto wallet passwords keys in here in the VC. So I just
you wouldn't remember them.
It's being recorded, bro.
Oh shit, you're right.
Hey Larry, I got another question, man. Looking at this new picture that I just dropped at 21 after. Right, so
from that perspective, everything's going east to west.
Do I need the VC verified role if I have to come back in here?
Wait, you have it already, bro.
Really? As I'm looking at my roles, it doesn't show it.
Satoshi, you have, bro. You have flat. Oh, because you have flat Earth already. You don't need that one. You have what you need.
Okay.
Yeah. I server muted you because you were sleeping, so that's what I did. Oh, good.
So based on this perspective, the light are moving from left to right and then from right to left, correct?
the light. Talking about the sun and the moon.
And the moon, yeah.
And the stars.
Yeah.
They're all going east to west.
We can imagine stars are in there too.
Yep, sun, moon, stars, planets are all going east to west from this perspective.
From this perspective.
Right. This is like God's perspective.
You're still at an angle though, right? Like it would still give you.
What? It would still give me what?
I'm posting it. Give me a second. Okay. It would still give you that perspective as well, because you got left to right spin and you got right to left spin.
This is a man's perspective. This is different.
Spin is a spin, dude.
Perspective matters. Reference frame matters.
A spin is a spin. You got right to left spin and left to right spin.
Does perspective matter?
You're not getting it, dude.
Well, I just need to know if it matters.
It's the only thing.
What's perspective to you? What's perspective to you?
Well, I could look it up, but to me, it's what I see from this position where I'm at. So if I'm in Texas or in heaven, that's going to be two different perspectives.
So I think this whole time he's just saying that that's how he perceives it, but he's not saying that that's the direction. Maybe?
No,
he said here from Texas from the beginning, 33rd parallel. This is what it looks like. And the Australian guy said, yeah, from where I live in Australia, that's exactly what I see too. And this guy's going, no, they're all going east to west. Well, he's been in the throne room this whole time with God looking down on his footstool. And I've been in Texas. I don't know how you got there, bro. You can take it easy on the mushrooms or whatever you're smoking. But I live in Texas here in the real world where the dirt is. And in between the dirt and the pole star, shit's going in the other direction.
All right, so first of all, I live in Texas too, and I don't fucking do drugs, so don't fucking put that shit on me. Right?
I apologize, it was a joke.
Yeah, I'm a paramedic. I fucking live a clean and sober life. I take pride in that.
I appreciate your service. Hopefully you don't do drugs while doing a job like that. Good on you, mate. But if you ever get some time off, you should do some mushrooms, and it'll open your trade openness a little bit. And then maybe you can hear what I'm talking about.
Oh my god.
You're the one that's not getting it, dude. It's always east to west. What's wrong? What's so hard about getting east to west?
You're right. From the throne room. You're absolutely right. East to west.
It's east to west no matter what.
You're right. I'm not disagreeing with you. From the throne room.
I'm not disagreeing with you that it goes left to right half the time and right to left the other half. But it's still east to west no matter what.
Yeah, from the big picture. From that reference.
From any picture. Yeah. Any picture.
So clockwise and counterclockwise are not directions, they're just perception. I think that's just what he's saying, that's what he's seeing. But that the direction is east to west. But
that's all I'm saying.
What?
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I think he's just saying that's what I see, that's what I observe from the earth. That's all he's right?
Yeah, that's what I see. I mean, you might think that it's wrong, that's fine. You can believe whatever you like, and I'll believe whatever I like. It don't really bother me none.
That's what we all expect to see and like perceive, but it's just not the dirt. Doesn't determine direction, the actual direction. But yeah, I think we're like you guys are in agreement. It's just it doesn't not connecting.
I'm not disagreeing with him at all. Everything that you said is right. The stars do go east to west.
And I don't see what the problem was though.
There's just that little nuance of perspective, that's all. And reference frame. That's it. That's just those two nuances. Once you get that in a line where a lot of times people are talking right past each other. I used to be on the internet with this Cuban fella, right? And he would always say, stop it. It's lost of translation. You're talking past each other. I know what the fuck he was talking about. We're all speaking English. How could it be lost in translation? And it's like my words, when they entered your brain, they didn't translate the way that I meant for them to. And I need to reformulate my sentence and tailor my rhetoric towards my audience until he can understand what I'm saying. That's why you always need to define your terms and steelman one another.
Jesus wept.
What are you trying to show us there, Johannes? Upturned edges. Pretty sure I've seen these videos. They're from... Oh, yeah. I don't know about this map. I've looked into this map, and I have an issue with this map because water finds its level, and there's like a curvature outward that doesn't fit right. What do y'all think?
From Takeoff. What do I think? What's the question?
That's the first thing I saw. Like the water level wouldn't work.
Yeah. I mean, I to me, it doesn't make sense. It was one of the first maps that came into my understanding when I started learning about flat Earth. It was one of the first ones that was brought to me. But then once I started really hunkering down on level water, it didn't make sense at all.
Yeah, it would appear like all the land would be underwater. Unless that's not.
I don't know. For me, it would look like all the water would slide downward. Like everything up in the middle would be land, and everything down below would be water. Or everything.
Yeah. What's it called? I don't know how to pronounce it. It's like Salar de Uyuni. It's in Bolivia. It's a salt flat. It's like 4,000 square miles.
Yeah.
Like, that's a giveaway right there. That shit's flat as fuck.
How many flat spots does it take to make a globe?
24.
Do y'all know George? How many sides does a sphere have?
What's up, Sauce?
How many sides does a circle have? Inside and outside. How many sides does a sphere have? Inside and outside.
3,959 sides. 3.14. That's how many sides it has. 3.14. In the side, based off of like how many points of rotation there are.
The sides?
Yeah, like from conceptual mathematics, isn't it based off of how many points of rotation? I'm probably using the word conceptual mathematics wrong because I don't know the proper term, but like a cube has 6 sides, but it can also be flipped and rotated on 6 sides, right? Like from 6 different angles. I think a circle, I mean, I guess it could be infinite, but it generally has 2, right?
Sides? A circle?
A spin and a flip.
A spin and a flip. That's funny. Inside and outside?
Sure. Where's up on the globe? Up your nose with a rubber hose, Sasha.
Yeah, because on the side could be up also. Because left is also up on the globe.
That's true. Because left is out.
Yeah.
And right is in.
Right is also up.
Word.
Hey, anybody know any news? Did Herschel Walker get elected?
Sorry. Water? Did you say rainwater collected?
No, Herschel Walker.
Oh, what happened?
Dude, the entire state is fucking red except for like 12 counties.
All right. Oh, well.
Hilarious.
Yeah. It was a good chat, man.
Yeah.
Think he's still here?
I mean, I wasn't trying to be a dick and say, like it doesn't
keeps it going.
This or it doesn't do that. Like I get perspective and everything. I just don't understand. Like when they say, well, which way do the stars rotate? And I say east to west, I think that's pretty universal. Like you can't go wrong with east to west.
I agree. I mean,
I agree. Never said you're a dick though. That came out of your mouth, not mine.
Timbo.
Hey, I'm sorry, Larry, that I jumped on you about the whole drug thing. I don't like drugs, man.
Oh, that's fine, bro. You don't have to like drugs. You do you, bro. You get to save people's lives and apply tourniquets and stuff. Good job, bro.
Well, you can smoke weed. You don't need to take the drug.
It's not even that. Like when half my patients that I interact with are on fucking drugs or alcohol, it sucks, man. Fucking hate it. Like I got to sit there and fucking deal with somebody throwing up because they took too much of something. You know what the worst thing is? People, like you can actually have an overdose of THC and have cyclic vomiting, and people don't fucking understand that. And then they'll wonder why they're throwing up. And it's like because you have too much THC in your system. How can you overdose on marijuana, dude? It's a proven fact. That's why you're not supposed to. Everything's in moderation.
I feel like mushrooms and weed is like something. It's like good to experience a few times, but then if you keep on going back to it and abusing it, then it loses purpose.
I'll even go a step further and say, you know what? Fucking, you don't have to be high every minute of every day. Like, what's wrong with like smoking a bowl like once every few days or something like that? Like, why does it have to be every day?
I don't know. I'm 23 years almost every day.
Isn't that the dopamine mostly?
And I don't feel overdose.
I'm glad you overdosed.
It just jives with you sometimes, man.
Mushrooms are one hell of an experience.
No, it literally took me about 8 or 9 years of complete sobriety and getting control of my emotions to really learn to appreciate life. Once I got into that state of mind, I like even going out and having a drink or two or whatever, like I can't tell you how many times I go out to have a drink with the guys and then I come halfway through my beer and I don't want to drink it anymore.
Are you talking about that solvent stuff that people put in their bodies? None of that's ever good for you, bro.
The what?
Not real good. Solvents, alcohol, it's a solvent.
Well, regardless, even if I do a shot or whatever, you know.
Shot?
But the best thing I ever did was smoking, man. I'm glad I quit smoking. I finally did that.
That's awesome. Yeah, man, I got 3 brothers in Hades right now.
As far as like smoking weed,
doing man, heroin, fucking, drinking, and hard. I don't know, bro. 3 dead brothers.
Yeah, you're not supposed to fuck with the opiums.
You know about kratom, bro?
Kratom?
Kratom is the reason why my baby mama's dead.
Yeah.
What?
I don't take that.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
How did you take too much kratom? It's like an herb.
She didn't take too much kratom. She kept taking kratom because she was addicted to opiates and fucking it basically she never detoxed herself out of that fucking opiate sickness. She never fucking came clean, and then so she just fucking kept going back to the dope.
Oh, that explains it. That's the difference from dying with a bad haircut and from a bad haircut.
Right. Well, she was using it as a crutch is what it was. She wasn't trying to do anything to fix herself from it. And I don't think anybody who does kratom does. I think they do it to hold on to that fucking opiate.
So are they criminals?
Are they criminals? No. I don't have any tolerance for people who fucking do drugs and fucking throw away their lives.
Yeah, it does really suck when people are self-destructive.
I remember like 10, 11 years ago, I was always partying and stuff. I would take anything. And me and my friend, we got Oxycontin. And I never did an opium before. And we did it one time. And I knew it was like, even though I was so fucked up and just a crazy kid, I knew that I should never touch that shit again. Because I knew if I had more of it, I would have happily overdosed on it. Because it's opiums are super fucked up that way, where you're just so blissfully happy you don't give a shit even if you die. I'd just stay away from that shit.
As far as like people who live in chronic pain, like I feel for them, man, but like there's alternatives than just doing opiates and other kind of like narcotic pain management type stuff. I mean, like really get into roots and herbal medicine, learn how to eat right. The biggest thing is inflammation. It's always inflammation. And like, oh, you don't know pain, man. I beat what the hell is it? Shingles with ibuprofen.
My man.
What? Capital H?
What? Yeah, I beat shingles with ibuprofen, dude. I was taking 800 milligrams every 10 hours. Because I knew that shingles was an inflamed nerve, and so I was treating the inflammation. I wasn't trying to mask it with narcotics. Like when you got a pinched nerve, that nerve is inflamed. You got to find a way to stretch and loosen, take the pressure off that nerve. Is this medical advice? Man, I would do anything to give you relief over seeking a doctor who's just going to give you pain pills and hope that you give them good customer satisfaction surveys so that way they can collect that insurance bill.
And people are like, well, do you trust doctors? I'm like, I trust ER doctors. I don't trust fucking drug dealers.
I work in the ER. I've got my own opinion on that.
Yeah, I mean, you can't get around the fact that it's like you have a broken bone or something. That's the way to go.
Do you know what the difference is between a drug dealer and a doctor?
One of them's licensed.
One of them is a license to do drugs.
Pharmaceutical medical industry is the number one most heavily regulated industry in America.
Yeah.
Yeah, to me, it's all built off the idea that suppressing inflammation with chemicals is the pinnacle of medicine. And it's like that you're just masking the system. Everything is blockers.
You should try to do it naturally first and foremost. Like, I'm going to tell you that right off the bat. You need to change your diet. You need to fucking do all the right things. You need to stretch. You need to find ways to exercise and get that free range of motion going. And then from there, you need to start basic before you even jump straight to narcotics. Like, the last thing I want you to ever have done is to be hooked on narcotics. That's such a horrible thing. I see people come in all the time throwing up, oh, I have so much abdominal pain, and then like, can I get like 3 warm blankets and some ice chips? You're fucking dope sick, man. That's I don't know what to say.
And you get the kid, and they get the kids early too. Get them on Ritalin and Adderall and shit, and just ruin their lives.
Well, that's family practitioners that do that. But like, when you get a 16-year-old kid, dude, I've seen this before. When you get a 16-year-old kid coming in because they have flu aches, because they have the flu, and you fucking give them Dilaudid for pain, that's the most bullshit thing I've ever fucking seen. Give them some fucking Tylenol and leave them alone. Let them drink water.
Hey, Timbo.
Anti-inflammatories are the most dangerous drug in America.
You think anti-inflammatories are?
Without a doubt. Non-steroidal anti-inflammatories are not good. They kill your gut fauna. That's where your immune system is.
Your gut flora?
Yep.
I suppose. I don't know. I'm fine with ibuprofen. I don't do Aleve. I don't do that other stuff. I just do straight up ibuprofen. But that's if I find a reason to take ibuprofen. I never take anything, dude. I just drink lots of water most of the time. And if I don't feel good, I'll just eat like comfort food. Like, one of my favorite comfort foods is nasty American Chinese food.
To me, inflammation is just the body trying to heal itself. That's how I see it.
It is. So what happens is if you have something going on in a certain area, it'll become irritated. When it becomes irritated, it becomes inflamed. When it becomes inflamed, blood vessels dilate, the temperature rises in that area to increase blood flow, and then in return, there's more inflammation. It's cyclic.
Hey Timbo,
Yeah, I think
when was the last time you seen a sucking chest wound?
Gizbo.
Timbo.
Timbo's
Timbo Gizbo.
I'm Gizbo.
Or is Gizbo the paramedic?
Yeah.
Okay, I meant to ask you, Gizbo. So Gizbo.
I probably see him about once every 2 or 3 months.
Wow.
Most of the time they're gunshot wounds or stabbings. Occasionally it'd be blunt trauma like a car accident or something like that. Sometimes you'll get like a lung cancer patient where they'll cough and burst a lung. But usually it's like a gunshot wound.
that shit would stress me out.
Out in the field, we would stick we'd dart it with like a big fat IV needle so that way you could breathe. But when they come into ER, they'll put it in a chest tube. They won't. They don't. At that point, it's like we already got the equipment for a chest tube. Let's put the chest tube in.
Talking about intubating?
No, where they cut a hole in the rib cage and they stick a tube in there.
Have you ever
inflate your lung?
Trachea thing?
Right, blood. Huh?
I'm just listening, bud. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
Have I ever done a trach?
Yeah.
No, never had to do a trach. I've never seen one done either. I know how to do one. It's not hard. But as far as doing one or whatever, we usually always get the intubation. They have these things called King slides, or I think they're called King slides, King Vision, where it's a camera at the end of the laryngoscope blade, and you can actually observe the two. Like, it basically puts the camera right there in front of the vocal cords, and you can watch your intubation go through the cords. It's pretty creepy. But as far as doing a trach, never had to do one. I still remember how to do it. You just find the cricothyroid cartilage. You go down and there's a little notch, little indent in there, and you cut laterally about the width of a penny, and then you stick a straw in there, whatever kind of straw you can. Anything that has a hole in it, so that way they can breathe through it. You do got to be quick about it, though, because if it starts, as it starts to bleed, which it will bleed a little bit, you got to remember that blood is draining back into the airway, so you got to hurry up and get it in there, so that way you minimize how much blood gets in there.
Man, you're in Houston?
Dallas.
Houston. Oh, wait. I was like,
that's my city.
I'm actually out in Josephine.
I don't know.
Josephine.
That's north of Royce City, out there by Wiley.
Okay.
But
yep. I'm out here, Conroe, man.
Oh yeah, I know where Conroe is. I've been there before.
Yeah.
It's a quaint little town.
sweat.
What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up the bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ship disappeared due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's not existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending persistence? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position. Not in opposition to the world that we're living. Create ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it now, this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician. Give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision. Tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment Day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition. On the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
Yo, I've been hearing a lot of talk about refrigerators and whatnot. 2020. MIDI-HC. CI. Clovers be tweaking, they ain't been peeping, they Gleason thinking they proving the theory just cause they saw it on TV. Clovers be tweaking, they ain't been peeping, the Gleason thinking they proving the theory just cause they saw it on TV. Globers be freaking out when they act like they're speaking about some test for you to do to prove all of their doo-doo.
Oh, hell no.
No. It doesn't work that way. If you're gonna make a claim, you gotta back it up. Prove it. Or we just throw it away and call it a day.
It's a wrap.
They tweaking and peaking, looming and sinking, got them all reaching. Did you just say atmosphere? You ain't got no sphere. Get this globe head out of here. Black Swan, nightmare. Turns out the horizon is over there.
Look at that.
Globers be like, yeah, but it's just not fair.
You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
Cause the Earth is not a sphere.
Got him.
If you ain't been peeping the Gleason, but you still asking about seasons, I got a million reasons why I think you're not a genius. You tweaking if you ain't been peeping the Gleason. Got these globe heads sheeping and weeping while we out here speaking and preaching. Peeping the Gleason, you ain't proved shit, you a bad debater. Serving up another red herring, someone get a moderator. Second law of thermodynamic violation, refrigerator.
Wait, what?
Natural phenomena observed, please.
The Terminator will now terminate ya.
Clovers be tweaking, they ain't been peeping the Gleason, thinking they ain't proving the theory just cause they saw it on TV. Clovers be tweaking, they ain't been peeping the Gleason, thinking they proving the theory just cause they saw it on TV.
You are sitting in a second law of thermodynamics violation in your ball tart spinning space monkey religion.
Okay.
You happy with that?
Are you happy with that?
Yeah, I'm thrilled.
We just showed that the Baltards are actual science deniers.